Morning. In a luxurious villa, Zhang Qing sat up in bed, his face full of joy. It's been ages since I slept this well. I really miss home. Life over here is really hard. He was a young man from the Dragon Kingdom on another blue planet in the 21st century. Because he got wiped out by Qin Shui 3 times in a Naruto game, he flung his phone at the television in a fury. The television exploded, blasting him into the Marvel Universe. He watched Marvel and remembered quite a few events, but there was one thing he could never figure out. How on earth had that television exploded? Beep beep. At that moment the phone beside him rang. Zhang Qing glanced at the caller ID. Tony. What's up, teacher Tony? Zhang, why do you always call me teacher? Because I admire your talent, of course. Tony Stark on the other end was very pleased to hear that. I think so too. 6. Zhang Qing mocked, even though he admitted Tony was genuinely smart. What does 6 mean? Is it a compliment in the Dragon Kingdom? Never mind that. Is something up? Oh, thanks for telling me about the Obadiah matter in advance. I was able to prepare in time and avoid a bigger loss. That's not the only reason you called, is it? Zhang Qing had already warned him that Obadiah, the second-in-command of Stark Industries, would stage a coup. You guessed it. Today I have a press conference about my identity. Are you calling to ask me to watch you showing off by admitting you're Iron Man at the press conference? Heh, that thought did cross my mind, but it feels risky for me. Oh, I should get ready. Gotta hang up. It's a live broadcast, you can watch. As soon as he said that, Zhang Qing heard beeps from the phone. It had already hung up. An iconic scene. Definitely worth watching. Zhang Qing turned on the TV and watched the countdown on the press conference broadcast. It really was live. I've been a transmigrator for this long and still don't have a cheat. Is it telling me to rely on my brains? But my only advantage is remembering the plot. When Zhang Qing had first arrived here, local warlords caught him. He managed to bluff his way through, and was forced to make weapons for them. He met Tony, and the doctor there too, but without power, he couldn't save the doctor, and he almost lost his own life. Should I rely on the plot to build connections? But in a world like this, what's the point without power? I could die any day. Even if I had connections, no one could save me the moment danger came. Or should I try mutation? Go soak up some gamma rays myself. Forget it. If things work out, I'd be the Hulk. If not, I'd be the Abomination. Worse still, I'd end up a giant mess. Just as Zhang Qing was racking his brain. Ding. System loading. 25. 50. 100. System loaded. The Naruto system has been activated. Host train hard, surpass the child of destiny. Naruto Uzumaki, earn the recognition of the ninja world, and become the greatest Hokage. System. Zhang Qing was overjoyed at first, but gradually grew puzzled. Naruto. While he was still confused. Ding. Newbie gift pack delivered. Congratulations, host. You have obtained all of Minato Namikaze's jutsu combat experience, and the complete Ninetales chakra. Zhang Qing felt a warm, gentle force spreading through his body. Minato. Man, not bad at all. Plus Ninetales mode. Looks like I can really make waves in this world now. But system, why Naruto? This isn't the ninja world. Ding. Scanning. System error. Sorry, host. I hate to admit it, but I brought you to the wrong world. This is the Marvel world. So I was supposed to go to the Naruto world. Yes. Damn it. My Hinata? System, you'd better pay me back my wife. The system stayed silent, and Zhang Qing became frantic. Fine, fine. I'm already here, and it's been this long. I've gradually gotten used to it. Let me try out some skills. Do I have a system panel? The moment he said that, the system opened the panel. Name Zhang Qing. Gender male. Approval 0. Jutsu Flying Thunder God Technique Rasengan Shadow Clone Technique Sealing Jutsu Wind Release Vacuum Wave. Other Ninetales Chakra Flying Thunder God Kanai Unlimited. System, what is this approval rating? Host, this was originally used in the Naruto world. Every time your approval reaches another full 10%, you can obtain a random character's jutsu and other abilities. So it works here too, right? Theoretically yes, but it's very Zhang Qing's grin had already stretched almost ear to ear. After all, in this world with the media advantage, fame could spread in no time. Such a trivial thing as approval points. But on second thought, Zhang Qing felt it wasn't that simple. Meanwhile, the press conference on TV had already begun. The live broadcast started with the press conference in complete silence, but as soon as Tony Stark walked in, the room erupted with noise. They all fired questions at the celebrity Tony Stark. It was supposed to be about the identity of the man in the armored suit, yet someone still asked him about gossip. Sure enough, drama lovers are everywhere. But in the end, Tony pulled the questions back on track. As for superheroes, I don't think it's any better than being a playboy, so I can't possibly be. The reporters had already erupted, but a female reporter suddenly asked Tony about the Iron Man matter. Tony explained to her, and after a series of arguments, Rhodey reminded him from the side. Tony, I haven't held a press conference in a while. I guess I'll just read from the cards. Rumor has it I was involved in what happened on the highway and the rooftop. The female reporter interrupted, I'm sorry, but do you really think we'll believe an armored bodyguard just happened to show up? Although you usually wouldn't. Tony interrupted her back. I know this is hard to understand, but questioning the official story is one thing, guessing I'm a superhero is another. Female reporter, I didn't say you were a superhero. Tony, you didn't? Well, good, because that would be ridiculous. I'm not cut out to be a hero. Because I have plenty of personality flaws. And I've done a lot of stupid things publicly. Rhodey beside him was about to break down. Just read the cards. Tony, okay, actually Tony looked at the cards, suddenly paused, thought for a moment, then looked up at the crowd of reporters. I am Iron Man. The reporters erupted at once. Rhodey pressed a hand to his forehead. From that moment on, the Marvel Universe began, but with some differences. Quite the spotlight you've stolen, Tony. Zhang Qing calls Tony Stark after the press conference ends. Of course I'm Iron Man. Can't you hear how they praise me? Oh, sure, it doesn't really matter to me. Oh, really? Actually, I just got superpowers, but don't tell anyone. Oh, that's worth celebrating, isn't it? Hope you make up a better lie next time. Oh, the annoying reporters are here again. By the way, how do you like the villa I gave you? It's nice, but the price seems not expensive. I have plenty. But why did you choose Queens? Why not choose near my place? I need to find someone here. Oh, some pretty girl. Then I won't disturb you. I have things to do. Tony hangs up immediately after saying that. Zhang Qing no longer wants to explain anything. Tony wouldn't take it seriously anyway. Lost in thought, Zhang Qing gets up to wash up and heads out to find food. The villa has no ingredients. He always forgets he can cook. But he genuinely wants to taste American cuisine. Same old stuff every day. Doesn't New York have anything new to eat? Zhang Qing is tired of repeating meals and finally chooses McDonald's. After entering, Zhang Qing orders his meal. As soon as he gets it, he hears a group of young men and women chatting behind him. He unhurriedly picks up a burger and eats, while listening, planning to gather information. Today Oscorp has an intern tour and my sister was chosen. Cool, right? The group around him lets out a chorus of, wow. Suddenly a male voice asks, what time today? The guy bragging about his sister sneers. Why do you care? Were you chosen too? Ha ha ha. But I heard Gwen works there too, and she's leading the intern tour today. Got to admit, Gwen is really impressive. Zhang Qing pauses mid-bite when he hears this. Oscorp. Gwen. Amazing. Zhang Qing immediately extracts the key information. So it's not the chatty little spider. Nice, let's go check it out. With that thought, Zhang Qing quickly finishes his food and leaves. At Oscorp, Peter Parker has gotten an intern badge and is thinking about how to find the truth about his parents' death. Unfortunately, he runs into Gwen Stacy from his school. Gwen notices Peter sneaked in, but she tacitly allows it, and doesn't expose him, only telling him not to wander around. But Peter is Peter. After Gwen leaves, he slips deeper into the building, following a man to a mysterious laboratory. After the man leaves, Peter imitates the gesture he saw the man make to open the lab door, feeling triumphant. Yes. Oh, Not bad, your memory is good. Suddenly a cold voice comes from beside him, startling Peter. Who are you? Same as you. Zhang Qing flashes a mysterious smile, though Peter feels it looks a bit mischievous. You too. I sneaked in too, looking for Oscorp's secret. I heard there's an earth-shattering secret in here. Zhang Qing puts on a cautious expression while speaking to Peter, scanning the surroundings. In reality, he has already prepared the Flying Thunder God technique to escape and left a chakra sensor. Peter looks at him, thinking, it seems I can only trust him now. After all, he's found me out. If he really is staff, I'm done for. I came to peek at their company's secrets. But if he's really like me, then I don't have to be too afraid. Besides, he somehow got a staff uniform. That could be a safety net. Seeing Peter Parker remain silent, Zhang Qing says to him, how about we team up? I can help you escape, you know. Peter hesitates for a moment, then nods half-trustingly. The two enter the laboratory. Though Zhang Qing already knows what's inside, seeing it firsthand is a different feeling. After entering, Peter becomes fascinated by the spiders in front of him. He reaches out to touch them, but accidentally triggers a mechanism causing spiders to start falling. Zhang Qing uses chakra to shield his body. He doesn't want to be bitten. Not everyone is Peter Parker, whose genes match these mutated spiders. He might die if it happened. Peter Parker desperately brushes the spiders off himself. In Zhang Qing's view, a spider secretly crawls into Peter Parker's clothes. If I tell Peter about the spider now, would there be no Spider-Man? Even though Zhang Qing thinks this, he still pulls Peter out of the lab, because he senses people coming from both sides around the corner ahead. If we get caught, we're done. This isn't a place an intern should be. Peter turns to look at Zhang Qing, about to ask him to bluff his way out using the staff identity. Unexpectedly, Zhang Qing puts a hand on his shoulder and says with a smile, let's go. Peter feels the world spin around him, and suddenly there, in a restroom. What? Did I fall asleep on the toilet? But turning to see Zhang Qing, he has to admit it's real. You can. You know what I mean. Don't tell anyone. Peter knows, of course. He doesn't want to be targeted by someone who can teleport, or he'd never escape. Zhang Qing thinks to himself, good thing I had a trick. No, I left a marker in the restroom. Then he pats Peter's shoulder. Let's go. Peter is confused. But why the restroom? Peter follows him out of the restroom, and unexpectedly they run straight into Gwen. You too. Peter feels embarrassed to run into her. Being caught sneaking around by an acquaintance, even if she doesn't actually know, is awkward. Zhang Qing doesn't think much about it. He looks at Gwen, then at Peter, and gives Gwen a peace sign. Thanks for the directions earlier. No problem, no problem. Gwen is bewildered by Zhang Qing's gesture, and quickly replies, I'm off, Peter. See you, Gwen. Zhang Qing pats Peter's shoulder, giving him a hint, then leaves. Peter looks at him in confusion. He wants to say he just met Gwen today too. Gwen watches Zhang Qing's retreating figure. She recalls that right after she told Peter to stay put, she met this Asian-faced man who asked her for directions. Because of his different features, she thought he was a new staff member. After all, he really wore the uniform, so she told him. But that doesn't seem to be the case. He was even with Peter Parker, who snuck in, highly suspicious. What's his name? Gwen asks Peter, who is about to leave. I don't know. So the two of you were in the restroom together. Peter is speechless. Is he supposed to tell her they just escaped? We're just friends who met a moment ago. So you told him about me? No. Then how does he know my name is Gwen? After Zhang Qing walked out of Oscorp, he received a call from Tony. Hey Zhang, what are you up to? Nothing much. What's up? That black bald egg you mentioned earlier, was his name Nick Fury? Yes. Why? Did you run into him? Yes. Just like you said, he invited me to join his so-called Avengers party. Since you know about it, should I agree? It's the Avengers Alliance. You don't need to agree right away because you'll need them later. Cherish this time when no one is assigning you missions. Fine. From the sound of it, I'll be joining them in the future, right? But how do you know all this? What if I said I can tell fortunes? Would you believe me? Huh? Occult arts. Why are you always bragging? Forget it. Since that's the case, I don't have to worry. I think you'd better worry because they'll send someone to keep an eye on you. They really are a bunch of freaks, even worse than journalists. Peter returned home sensing something strange about himself. He went straight to bed hoping a night's sleep would restore him to normal. However, he still felt unwell when he got up the next day. But he discovered that his physical condition had become astonishingly powerful, and his senses had become extraordinarily acute. Still, compared with the truth about his parents' death, these were minor matters. He decided to pay a visit to Dr. Connors, his father's friend, to learn what was going on. So he picked up his shirt. As he was about to put it on, he found a string of words on the shoulder, sort of enduring love. Chinese. Seeing Chinese, Peter immediately thought of Zhang Qing. Zhang Qing was the only East Asian person he had ever met. When did this get written on? Peter felt Zhang Qing was being childish for scribbling on his clothes, so he tried laundry detergent and every other method to wash off the mark, only to find that none of them worked. What in the world was this written with? It won't wash off. I've almost scrubbed my shirt to shreds. After trying every method, Peter gave up the struggle. He dried the shirt, put it on, and headed to Dr. Connor's house. The next afternoon, Zhang Qing calculated the time. Tonight should be the night when Uncle Ben was shot and killed while stopping a criminal, teaching the unruly Peter Parker a crucial lesson about life. So he set out using the Flying Thunder God technique and headed to where Peter was. After school. Because Uncle Ben had scolded him today, Peter felt terrible. He ran into a factory, began to make sense of his abilities, and had a great deal of fun. Just as he swung down on a chain and was about to seize the next one, Zhang Qing's voice came from above. Looks like you've gained a fortunate opportunity. Startled, Peter missed his grip and fell to the ground. Rubbing his backside, he looked up at the ceiling and saw Zhang Qing hanging upside down from it. Were you bitten by a spider too? Peter was astonished that his friend could also stick to the ceiling. Remembering that Zhang Qing had entered the same lab a few days earlier, he assumed Zhang Qing had also gained spider abilities. No, because I have superpowers. Did you forget? With that, Zhang Qing, standing on the ceiling, suddenly vanished and appeared beside Peter. Of course I remember. You can teleport. But how did you find me? Were you following me? Peter immediately shot him a look of disdain. Did you see the words on your shoulder? Those Chinese characters. What exactly did you use to scribble on me? Why can't I wash them off no matter what? That's my Flying Thunder God mark. It's like a teleportation point, and only I can erase it. As he spoke, Zhang Qing drew a kunai engraved with a Flying Thunder God mark from his system space. But to Peter it was as if Zhang Qing had performed a magic trick, suddenly producing a kunai out of thin air. No wonder I couldn't wash it off. But why would you put a mark on me for no reason? Don't tell me you're going to sneak into my house while I'm asleep at night. Peter Parker looked at Zhang Qing suspiciously, and backed away cautiously. If that were the case, I'd have gone last night. Peter Parker nodded at that. Now that the other knew about his spider powers, and he knew about Zhang Qing's superpowers, it meant each of them had something on the other. But Zhang Qing wasn't afraid at all. Then why keep this mark? Peter asked the question that weighed most on his mind. So it's convenient for me to find you, future superhero. That evening, Peter Parker received Zhang Qing's guidance at the factory and felt his proficiency rise to the point where he could take on 10 thieves. When he reached the front door, Uncle Ben scolded him for not going to pick up Aunt May. Burning with shame and anger, Peter ran out of the house and went to a convenience store. Peter took off the shirt with the Flying Thunder God mark and left without putting it back on. Worried about him, Uncle Ben took the shirt after Peter had been gone for a while and went to find him. Zhang Qing returned home and suddenly remembered that this was the night of Peter's uncle's death, a tremendous blow to Peter. I clearly remembered it this morning. But should I go and save him? Zhang Qing hesitated for a moment, then decided to go ahead and take a look first. Let me observe first. Inside a convenience store, Peter reached an unspoken understanding with a robber. He took a bottle of drink and had just taken a sip when he heard gunfire in the distance. Peter recalled that this was the direction the robber had fled. His heart clenched, and he charged toward it. Meanwhile, Zhang Qing looked at the robber he had knocked unconscious with 2 punches, then at the middle-aged man beside him, and fell into thought. I only came to observe. How did I end up running into this? He then turned to the middle-aged man. Are you Peter's uncle? Yes, I am. And you are? Zhang Qing's last vestige of wishful thinking vanished. It wasn't that he didn't want to save the man, but this event was an important lesson for Peter, a crucial foundation for the immense inner strength he would one day possess as Spider-Man. My name is Zhang Qing. I'm Peter's friend. But I think we'd better call the police right away. All right. I'll call them immediately. With that, Ben Parker took out his phone and called the police. Then, he suddenly noticed Peter Parker running over from ahead. When Peter Parker reached the area, he saw 2 people standing in front of him, and 1 more lying on the ground. Taking a closer look, the man on the ground was the very robber who had just run away. Seeing the fallen gun, Peter's eyes narrowed, and he silently clung to the hope that the man hadn't hurt anyone. He wanted to check whether the standing people were hurt, but to his surprise, he found his Uncle Ben, and Zhang Qing. Peter, you little brat. Get over here right now. Ben Parker called out, and Peter Parker immediately ran over. Uncle Ben, are you all right? Uncle Ben, are you all right? Peter frantically checked his uncle's body. He didn't need to worry about Zhang Qing, since he possessed superpowers. Of course I'm fine. Thanks to your friend, he took down that guy. Otherwise today you'd be preparing my funeral. Peter lowered his head. Today was indeed his fault. He had nearly lost his beloved uncle because of his own selfishness, because he had allowed a robber to escape. If not for Zhang Qing, Uncle Ben would already be dead. Thank you, Zhang. It's nothing, Peter. After saying this, Zhang Qing leaned close to his ear and whispered, Actually, you could have stopped him back at the convenience store. Peter stared at him in shock, unable to understand how Zhang Qing could possibly know about that. Uncle, I'm heading out now. Zhang Qing waved goodbye to them. Peter watched his retreating figure and fell into deep thought. Zhang Qing was right. Back at the convenience store, he could have prevented the terrible outcome, the shooting of Uncle Ben, all before any harm came to anyone. But without Zhang Qing's intervention, his single act of selfishness had led to this devastating consequence, and the realization filled him with terror. He had a vague sense that it could all be summed up in one sentence, something he felt he had heard somewhere before. But scratching his head, he simply could not recall it. In the days that followed, Peter began using his powers to fight crime. He started to gain attention and a sense of fulfillment. To conceal his identity, he crafted a costume. Oscorp Dr. Connors held the data confirming his successful restoration of the severed arm. He looked at his own missing limb, then at the vial of serum developed based on Peter Parker's formula. He made a bold decision. And so the lizard was born. That afternoon, as Peter was about to head home, Gwen called out to him. After exchanging casual greetings, Gwen stated her purpose. She wished to invite both him and Zhang Qing over for dinner. Ever since Zhang Qing had saved Uncle Ben, their interactions had grown frequent. With combat experience from a past life, he often sneaked into the school to mentor Peter, hoping to make him stronger. On one such occasion, he ran into Gwen again. But drawing upon the wisdom of 2 lifetimes, he navigated the conversation with ease. Thus Gwen had specifically invited Peter and Zhang Qing. Though Peter was almost an afterthought, Zhang Qing was the real connection, since he was the one Peter could reach. Without Zhang Qing, Peter himself might well have appeared merely as a nerdy loner. That evening, Zhang Qing and Peter arrived at Gwen's house. Why are we climbing through the window? Zhang Qing asked Peter in confusion. Just a habit. Zhang Qing sighed and knocked on Gwen's bedroom window. Hearing the knock, Gwen immediately opened it. Qing, you're here. Of course, and so is Peter. Come on in. Zhang Qing and Peter entered Gwen's room and began observing their surroundings. Zhang Qing calculated the timing. Gwen's father should be arriving soon. But Gwen suddenly threw out an unexpected question. Why did you 2 climb in through the window? Zhang Qing and Peter froze, exchanging a wordless glance. Zhang Qing quickly responded. We've been practicing climbing lately to build our stamina. Gwen eyed them skeptically, about to say more when the door suddenly swung open. Gwen, tonight we're having... When Captain George Stacy opened the door, and was momentarily taken aback to find two young men in the room. That evening at the Gwen household, Gwen's family dined together, with Zhang Qing and Peter. Zhang Qing, naturally outgoing, struck up a conversation with Gwen's mother about the meal. At first, Gwen's mother had only engaged as a form of casual interaction with the younger generation. But as they talked, she discovered that Zhang Qing's culinary knowledge was remarkably extensive, and soon they were happily chatting away. Gwen watched Zhang Qing and her mother bonding and felt delighted. Meanwhile, George Stacy looked at Gwen, and Zhang Qing shook his head with a smile, and then glanced over at Peter Parker. When Peter first caught sight of him, his heart skipped a beat, for Gwen's father was none other than the police captain who was hunting him. During the meal, Captain Stacy brought up Spider-Man, the man in the tight suit, sparking a disagreement with Peter Parker. The atmosphere at the dinner table grew instantly awkward. It's fine that Spider-Man wants to help the police catch criminals. He's a man of justice. But if all the criminals are gone, the police department's reputation will suffer. People will start thinking officers are useless. Zhang Qing quickly interjected with a diplomatic remark, acknowledging both sides, hoping to ease the tension. Seeing this, Gwen led them to the rooftop. Peter, what's wrong with you? Why do you get so worked up whenever Spider-Man is mentioned? Gwen harbored a slight resentment toward him. After all, Zhang Qing and her family had been getting along so well. But she also felt her father had crossed a line, bringing work home during a family dinner. Peter remained silent. Zhang Qing studied him for a moment, then walked over and put an arm around Gwen's shoulders. It's no big deal. Peter just admires people like Spider-Man who stand up for justice. Don't you think Spider-Man is amazing? He dares to fight criminals. Gwen was momentarily stunned by Zhang Qing's gesture. She thought to herself, is this how people from Long Country interact with the opposite sex? I thought East Asians were supposed to be reserved. Nevertheless, she replied, in principle you're right. But it's also an undeniable fact that he's made the police officers' jobs incredibly difficult. Hearing this from the side, Peter felt a pang of discomfort. Shouldn't I be doing this? Surely so many people think Spider-Man is a good thing. Zhang Qing walked over to Peter and patted his shoulder. Don't let it get to you. Believe in yourself. Peter did not respond. Suddenly the sound of police sirens echoed in the distance. Peter glanced at Zhang Qing, ready to leap off the roof. But then he remembered Gwen behind him. Zhang Qing said to Gwen, you should head back. We'll stay a little longer. I'll talk some sense into him, and then we'll leave together. Gwen looked at them with suspicion. She had clearly noticed Peter's urge to jump the moment he heard the sirens. Recalling how he had defended Spider-Man at the dinner table, she couldn't help but think, no way. Thank goodness it's not Zhang Qing. Gwen went downstairs. She didn't even need to guess. Just the look in Zhang Qing's eyes was enough. She obediently returned home and turned on the television. On the rooftop, Peter was already in his suit, about to leap, when Zhang Qing quickly called out to him. Wait! I need to leave a mark on you first. After preparations were complete, Peter transformed into Spider-Man and swung toward the bridge. After swinging for a while, he arrived at the scene. But the criminal here was in no way comparable to those he had apprehended before. A giant lizard! The lizard! On the bridge, a colossal lizard-like creature was wreaking havoc. After a brutal struggle, the creature sensed the serum's effects wearing off and began to flee. Peter had been about to pursue when cries for help came from children trapped inside a car. As he regretted letting the lizard escape, Zhang Qing appeared beside him. You go save those people. I'll hunt down that beast. Before she finished speaking, Zhang Qing had already charged toward the lizard. Spotting her pursuit, the creature hoisted a car and hurling it at her, but Zhang Qing swept her arm forward, embedding a kunai into the lizard's body. Just as the car was about to crush him, he had already gathered a spinning sphere of chakra. The lizard pulled the kunai from its flesh. Too distracted by the massive vehicle, it failed to notice Zhang Qing's true position, assuming the ordinary woman would be flattened. But suddenly Zhang Qing appeared before it, driving a sphere of blue energy straight into its chest. The torrent of raw power within struck him with searing pain. Clutching his bleeding wound, the lizard fled desperately. Zhang Qing watched him go, making no attempt to pursue. The creature still had use for them. When Peter arrived, the lizard had vanished. He simply assumed it had bolted too quickly, harboring no suspicion. The next day Peter sought out Dr. Connors to investigate the surgery, only to make a shocking discovery. Connors himself was the lizard. He reported this to Captain George Stacy, but the police chief refused to believe the lizard was once a man and drove Peter away. Peter decided to investigate on his own and gather evidence, but the lizard ambushed him, leaving him badly injured. The creature also discovered the camera he had left behind. Back home, Peter's battered appearance startled Aunt May and Uncle Ben. May scolded him with tears in her eyes for injuring himself, while Ben remained silent, gazing intently at Peter. Peter felt unnerved under his uncle's stare. "Uncle Ben, what's wrong?" Ben did not ask about Peter's wounds. Instead he said, "Invite your friend who came to visit tonight. That person saved me. I want to repay the favor." Ben had never voiced his suspicion aloud. He already knew Zhang Qing was no ordinary person. That night, he had witnessed her appear before him with his own eyes, but pretending not to notice, he waited until she left before acting surprised. Peter's recent strange behavior had long caught his attention. Once Peter carelessly revealed part of his Spider-Man suit, and Ben took note silently without a word. Seeing Peter's injuries, today Ben understood that his nephew's work was extraordinarily dangerous and carried immense responsibility. If even someone like Spider-Man could be hurt, how were ordinary people like himself, supposed to survive? That evening Zhang Qing arrived at Peter's home as invited. Uncle Ben and Aunt May welcomed him warmly. After a brief conversation at the dinner table, Ben excused Aunt May. "Your work is difficult, isn't it?" Uncle Ben said between bites, addressing Peter. Peter paused. "Yes, I've been encountering difficulties in my studies." "Don't pretend with me. I'm not your Aunt May. She would never allow you to do something so dangerous." Peter fell silent. He hadn't expected Uncle Ben to already know. "I also know that Zhang is not an ordinary person. But Peter, please be extremely careful. You're Aunt May, and I love you both dearly. We cannot bear to lose you." Peter remained quiet, reflecting on recent events, the police chief's skepticism, the terrifying encounter with the lizard. A desire to quit surfaced within him. "Uncle Ben, I don't want to do this anymore. It's pointless." Uncle Ben was still alive, so there would be no devastating loss to crush him. Hearing these words, Ben showed no visible emotion. He simply set down his fork slowly and said, "Peter, your work is not without meaning. Without people like you, creatures such as the lizard would emerge and endanger everyone." "But they don't accept me," Peter said, his voice heavy with sorrow. "Child heroism has never required anyone's approval. You do not act to earn recognition. Consider this. Without Zhang Qing, there would be no gathering of our family tonight." Peter fell silent. Zhang Qing, watching them, decided to remain quiet as well. Then Ben spoke again. "Peter, what is the most dreadful thing about a disaster?" "Death. Death is something all humans fear, but it is not what someone like you should dread most. What terrifies a person with your gift is the knowledge that you had the power to prevent a tragedy and chose to do nothing. The regret that through your inaction those you love most perished. Remember this, with great power comes great responsibility." Peter felt as though a thunderclap had struck his mind. Memories flooded back. The convenience store robbery, the child on the bridge, the terrifying monster. The robber he had allowed to flee could have killed Uncle Ben if Peter had acted. Had Ben died, Peter would have mourned, but more than grief, he would have been consumed by remorse. For Peter was not ordinary, he possessed immense strength, and could have stopped everything, yet he chose not to. The child on the bridge, and the other vehicles knocked from it by the lizard, without him they would have perished. In that moment Peter suddenly felt his role was glorious. This city needed Spider-Man. With him some might still die, but without him all would certainly perish, unless other superheroes existed. Zhang Qing watched Peter lost in thought, and admired his strong sense of justice. Failing to save those he could have saved weighed heavily on him. As for Zhang Qing, she felt differently. She had no family here to lose. Ben suddenly turned to Zhang Qing and asked, "What do you think drives a person with superpowers to become a superhero?" Zhang Qing was taken aback. Was he being called upon now? After a moment's reflection he replied, "Because there are things worth risking one's life to protect." Uncle Ben nodded in approval. Peter was surprised. So Zhang Qing had such clarity of purpose. Inside Zhang Qing's mind, Minato Namikaze, you've already left everything to me. This line doesn't need to be said again either. The following morning Zhang Qing helped Gwen request a day off, claiming he wanted to take her out, really to keep her away from the lizard. Whenever the diligent student hesitated. "But my studies. I'll take you to meet Tony Stark. I feel my study methods are plentiful. Knowledge is everywhere in life." Gwen's expression changed instantly. She suspected Zhang Qing was actually inviting her on a date, and reluctantly agreed. Shortly after they left at school, Peter, now dressed as Spider-Man, began battling the lizard. He recalled Zhang Qing's intel. The lizard's transformed state had a time limit, and close combat was unwisest. "By the way, where is Zhang Qing?" Tony's seaside mansion. Under Jarvis's guidance, Zhang Qing and Gwen entered Tony's living room. After waiting a while, Tony walked in. "Hey Zhang, what brings you here? Actually, there's something I wanted to talk to you about." "Wait, who's this young lady?" "This is Gwen. She's an intern teaching assistant for Dr. Connors at Oscorp." Oscorp. Tony only vaguely remembered it as a company specializing in biological research with almost no overlapping projects with Stark Industries, but he had some impression of it. "Nice to meet you, Miss Gwen." Tony shook hands with Gwen, then turned to Zhang Qing and said, "I knew you went there for the sexy ladies." Zhang Qing looked at him speechlessly. Gwen, confused, looked at Zhang Qing. "Where? What ladies? Does she mean me?" "Pepper, you chat with Miss Gwen first. I need to talk to Zhang privately." "Understood, Mr. Stark." Tony led Zhang Qing to the basement, which was filled with his experimental tools and 3 suits of armor, the Mark I identical to Happy's, the Silver Mark II, and the Red and Gold Mark III Tony currently used. "You didn't bring me here just to show me your lab, did you?" "No. Didn't you say you could predict the future? Then predict this for me." Zhang Qing recalled the storyline. It wasn't quite that time yet, but he decided to ask anyway. "Palladium poisoning. My God. Do you really have psychic abilities? How did you know? Even Pepper doesn't know that." "Of course I know everything. But I've calculated it. You shouldn't be showing symptoms this soon. Why are they appearing now?" "It's still mild for now, only about 0.something%. But my experiments show the palladium poisoning will continue to worsen. I was hoping to ask you, since you're well informed, but it seems you really can predict the future. Can I be cured?" "Absolutely. But you'll need to join the Black Eggplant's team. However, I think you can use this as an excuse to enjoy yourself a bit longer. Once you join, you'll have little time for fun." Ever since Tony joined the Avengers, he had become abnormally sensitive to crises, constantly holed up in his lab developing new armor, suffering from severe anxiety. "Perhaps you're right. Since there's truly no solution right now, can't I develop a new element to replace palladium?" You won't be able to. How could such an element be developed so easily? Even for a genius like you, there's simply not enough time remaining." "Fine, you're right. But about that Avengers initiative, do you plan to join?" If Black Eggplant knew about you, he'd automatically assume you're an Avenger just like me and the others already chosen. And when they present you with that gift, you'll join willingly." "Is that so? I hope it comes true. But you're currently off the grid, right? Fury probably doesn't have your information. It's time to get you registered. Don't worry, with enough money the government will keep their mouths shut." Afternoon. Zhang Qing and Gwen bid farewell to Tony and headed home. On the way, Zhang Qing asked Gwen to help formulate an antidote, something Peter had just called to tell him about. "Is this related to that lizard?" "You already know, so don't say it out loud. Even though you're extraordinary, stay safe. I don't want to see you next at your and Peter's funeral." Zhang Qing smiled and reached up to ruffle Gwen's hair. "Don't worry. I'm very strong." Night fell. The bustling city harbored danger. Roar, Dr. Connors, once again transformed into the mindless lizard, appeared on the streets. This time he had prepared a grand gift for the entire city. Peter discovered him, and fought, but under the new crude infection serum Connors had developed, several minions were summoned to help hold Peter back. After dealing with them, Peter immediately called Gwen using the number Zhang Qing had given him that afternoon, warning her to evacuate quickly. Gwen refused, saying the antidote was almost complete. Peter rushed toward Oscorp. Along the way he encountered police. After his identity was revealed to Gwen's father, George Stacy, and despite being shot in the leg with help from the police, and the father of a child he had rescued on the bridge, he arrived at the Oscorp rooftop in time and engaged Dr. Connors in close combat. Meanwhile, Gwen handed the antidote to her father. George Stacy took it and entered the building. Gwen waited outside, praying for her father's safety. Suddenly, she felt someone tap her shoulder. Turning around, she saw Qing, you're here. On the rooftop, Peter had been wrapped by Connors' tail and was near death when George Stacy appeared, rescuing Peter with liquid nitrogen and ordering him to seize control of the emitter. The sheriff, feeling quite capable with his shotgun against a mutated creature, suddenly felt a chill when the liquid nitrogen ran out. Looking up, he found the lizard standing right before him. Fuck! The sheriff cursed inwardly. Just as the lizard's claw extended toward him, a flash of blue light caught his eye. Blinded momentarily, he raised his hand to shield himself. When his vision cleared, he saw Zhang Qing above the lizard, a blue energy sphere in hand, striking the creature squarely in the back and sending it crashing into the floor. Zhang Qing leaped to George's side. Am I late? Zhang Qing had already left a flying thunder god mark on Dr. Connors during their previous encounter when using the Rasengan. Last time it was the chest, so today the back would do. Peter cheered happily. Awesome! You came just in time! George stared at Zhang Qing's back, then at the lizard lying on the ground, and finally up at Peter. Pressing his hand to his forehead, he muttered, "This world is absolutely ridiculous." Thus, under the sheriff's guidance, Spider-Man and the new superhero Shadow thwarted Dr. Connors' evil plans. The news reported it that way. Equally reported was Sheriff George Stacy's statement. After this incident, I have deeply felt that the criminals in this city are growing increasingly resilient. They may well surpass the police in power. Therefore, I hereby decide to revoke Spider-Man's wanted order and highly commend the heroic deeds of both Spider-Man and Shadow. Peter smiled while watching television, though his face was still swollen. Aunt May brought medicine to apply to his wounds, scolding him for being careless. Beside them, Ben Parker watched the scene with a smile. Noticing Peter glance over, he secretly gave him a thumbs up, approving of his actions. Then on television, George added, "Considering that Spider-Man and Shadow may face legal restrictions while combating crime, our precinct has deliberated and decided to grant them the title of honorary officers, granting them independent authority to enforce the law and combat criminal activity." The reporters present all wore astonished expressions. Bestowing police status upon two superpowered individuals was unprecedented. Viewers at home praised the decision, believing public safety would improve significantly. After all, regular policing was clearly insufficient. Of course, the happiest person was Peter. He was so joyful that his wounds reopened. "Peter, what's wrong?" Aunt May's voice echoed through the courtyard. "Shadow." At school, Gwen watched her father's speech and recalled Zhang Qing's teleportation. So fast only the shadow behind him could be seen. That name is actually quite fitting. Meanwhile, Zhang Qing reasoned that since he possessed the Naruto System and aspired to become Hokage and earn recognition, calling himself Shadow was perfectly appropriate. Several months after the lizard incident, Zhang Qing had little to occupy him. Each day felt uneventful, save for occasionally stepping in when he witnessed injustice, throwing a few punches at some criminals. Even without disguising himself, he felt no concern about exposure, though it did not align with his need to gain recognition. Moreover, he was approaching a point where others could only perceive him as a fleeting shadow. Without needing to announce himself, those he had saved already knew him as Shadow. He had no fear of obscurity in this area. He was essentially the only one capable of teleportation, and gaining fame would also help him accumulate recognition points more easily. However, Gwen occasionally visited his home. With no choice but to treat her well, he offered good food and drink, for she was the police chief's daughter. "Ah, woman, you are merely a tool for me to approach Peter Parker." Qing, shall we go out and have fun? Sure, where to? You find a place each time, it's always me doing the looking. Alright then. Just then Tony's phone call came through. Zhang want to go racing. I've secured a spot for you today, either in the race or the stands. Hearing this, Zhang Qing turned to look at Gwen. I've found it. At the racetrack, Zhang Qing took Gwen to the Grand Hall to meet Tony and Pepper. After some polite greetings, Tony secretly led Zhang Qing to the racetrack. Shall we have a go? Zhang Qing pondered for a moment. Since watching lacked excitement, why not try it himself? However, when he actually got behind the wheel, he found racing wasn't as easy as he imagined. Zhang Qing didn't know how to drift or employ other racing techniques. He could only take turns slowly, and quickly fell to the back. Yet the audience's attention wasn't on him. Instead, they were curious whether Tony the Playboy could win the racing championship. Suddenly, panicked shouts echoed from the distance. Upon hearing them, Zhang Qing understood immediately. Ivan Vanko had come to revenge against Tony. But he remained calm inside, for Tony wouldn't die so easily. After driving for a few minutes, Zhang Qing saw Tony and Ivan locked in a standoff, with Ivan's whip now wrapped around Tony's body. Zhang Qing stomped on the accelerator and slammed Ivan straight into the wall. Ivan glared at the car in front of him, wanting to curse wildly. Damn it, just when I thought being hit once was bad enough, now it's happening again. Tony, still bound by the whip, was pulled along by the force and tumbled onto the ground. Meanwhile, Ivan, having endured 2 merciless car impacts, fell unconscious instantly. Zhang, are you trying to kill me? I'd rather not dwell on that. Shouldn't you remove the energy device on his chest first? Tony, seeing this, immediately reacted, quickly dismantling the reactor. Almost immediately, the police arrived and took Ivan away. Staring at the reactor in his hand, Tony couldn't believe someone had managed to replicate it. Of course, he remained unaware that this was actually tied to his father. Meanwhile, Zhang Qing noticed a man in glasses on the field, his gaze fixed on Ivan as he was led away. Given his upscale attire, Zhang Qing felt this must be that arms dealer Hammer. However, Zhang Qing also surveyed the chaotic scene. The race cars had been smashed to pieces, and even Tony's vehicle had been hacked into a block of metal. As expected, he muttered, there's some benefit to going slower. At least his car wouldn't end up split in half, even if he himself could dodge. Watching Gwen descend from the stands in the distance, he couldn't help but feel pleased. You're the clever one after all. On Tony's private jet. Zhang, I think I'm in serious trouble. I used to confidently claim my technology would remain unmatched for the next 20 or 30 years. But that madman I encountered today. Tony trailed off mid-sentence. Indeed, it's troublesome. But if this were the old, you'd surely say you need to further improve the technology. Yet you seem quite despondent now. Is it because the palladium poisoning has worsened? Tony nodded. Zhang, is there truly a solution at S.H.I.E.L.D? Of course, but the time hasn't come yet. Then when will it be? Probably tomorrow. Host another birthday party tonight, let them believe you've lost hope. Then they'll appear and give you a big surprise. You understand why they're doing this, right? Thus Tony decided to throw a grand birthday party and invited Zhang Qing. However, Zhang Qing declined, as he had his own preparations to make. Queens. At Peter's house. Zhang, Peter is upstairs. Go ahead yourself. If anything comes up, just ask Aunt May. All right. Zhang Qing went to Peter's room. Why are you here? Peter asked, surprised to see Zhang Qing, who rarely appeared. Are you tinkering with a new suit? Zhang Qing observed the equipment on Peter's desk, asking curiously. Roughly. I've improved the web shooters based on your suggestions, developing a launcher that can fire large spider webs directly. So the suit also needs to be upgraded accordingly. I see. Good Lord, without Gwen bothering you, you actually have time to develop a new suit. So it's true that Gwen holds you back, huh? So what brings you here today? Peter didn't think Zhang Qing merely came to visit. I'll take you to a training camp tomorrow. It'll be easy. An easy training camp, you say? Are you sure it's not a hail of bullets? The next day, Tony was craving a cheeseburger today, so he went to his favorite burger shop. Before long S.H.I.E.L.D. found him at the door. Inside, Tony praised Zhang Qing's uncanny foresight. Then he discovered that his legally hired advisor was actually a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Recalling Zhang Qing's earlier warning that S.H.I.E.L.D. would monitor him, he felt truly caught off guard. Then S.H.I.E.L.D. presented him with a gift that shocked him greatly: information about his father, Howard Stark. Thus Tony hurried home to sort through his belongings, and guided by the videotapes, finally developed a new element. Subsequently, Ivan called with threats. Tony had Jarvis conduct a thorough search, but found nothing. However, he noticed the upcoming weapons exhibition was suspicious, so he equipped himself with a new element and set out immediately. A few minutes later, he quickly arrived at the venue. Upon discovering the robotic weapons on site, he feigned waving to the crowd, while secretly conversing with Rhodes. The audience grew extremely excited at Tony's appearance. Tony spotted Zhang Qing on site, and recalling Zhang Qing's fortune-telling abilities, naturally assumed Zhang Qing already knew. But he felt Zhang Qing shouldn't be there because danger was imminent. As expected, under Ivan's control, the robots immediately targeted Tony. So Tony took some of the flying ones, and flew out of the venue, while the non-flying ones caused havoc on site. After dispatching some of the flying robots, Tony returned to the outside area to handle the remaining ones, taking the opportunity to tell Zhang Qing to run fast. "Tony, I've invited a helper for you." "Helper?" Tony was puzzled. It wouldn't be the police, would it? What use would they be here? Inviting the military might have been more appropriate. "Come out, little spider." At the sound of a web shooter, a nearby robot was instantly entangled in a large net, its weapon emerging moments later rendered useless. Then Peter swung out on a spider web, kicking a robot straight into a wall, destroying it outright. "Good heavens! Zhang, where did you find this mutated spider?" "He's a person. He was just bitten by a spider." "Then does his spider web shoot out from his body?" "No, don't worry about it. Hurry and stop Rhodes." Zhang Qing gave his shoulder a firm pat to remind him. "All right then. Hey, you in the tight suit over there, stay behind later. I'll buy you a meal." Shouting a few words at Peter, Tony then flew towards the sky. Peter didn't want to talk because the robots here looked quite troublesome, mainly numerous. He needed to concentrate. This Zhang Qing still talking about a training camp. Although I had guessed it would be a hail of bullets, I never expected it to actually be one. "Rhodey, can you control it?" Tony flew through the air with Rhodey in the War Machine suit trailing behind him. "If I could control it, do you think I'd be chasing you?" "That's not necessarily true. Maybe I want to silence you because I know you stole your neighbor's underwear." "Are you stupid?" "I've already locked onto you." Rhodey blurted out, though he wanted to keep going. He reminded Tony. "Jarvis." Rhodey fired a shot and Jarvis maneuvered the suit to dodge it cleanly. The projectile struck a vehicle, causing a massive explosion, but fortunately no one was hurt. It was all Hammer's expense anyway, so Rhodey didn't care. Tony looked at the bubblegum, sticking to him relentlessly, and used a series of evasive maneuvers, deliberately steering them toward a wall to crash and detonate. But Rhodey's armor was after all built by Tony, and he dodged with surprising agility. Then Tony spotted an open area. "Going down!" Rhodey collided into Tony, and the two tangled together and plummeted to the ground. With Ivan controlling from afar, they began grappling with each other. Meanwhile, Black Widow Natasha and Tony's driver Pete located Ivan's control room, but Ivan had already fled. Back with Tony and Rhodey, Tony had just helped Rhodey to his feet when the remaining robots closed in around him, triggering another fierce battle. Finally, the big boss, Ivan, arrived himself, wearing an improved armor based on Tony's suggestions. He drew his signature twin lightning whips, and unleashed his notorious lightning 5-strike combo. Under Ivan's overwhelming pressure, he managed to subdue both Tony and Rhodey. But in the next instant, Ivan was set flying by Zhang Qing's Rasengan, and the electrified whips binding them instantly lost power. "Zhang! Oh my god! You really can use superpowers! Looks like you could use some help, huh? Of course, watch us beat him into a pumpkin. Tony pushed himself up from the ground and walked over to Zhang Qing, rolling up his sleeves, eager to join the fight alongside him. Zhang Qing stopped him. No need. Neither of you could beat Ivan alone. Don't embarrass yourselves. Consider this a show of what I'm capable of. Tony and Rhodey both winced. Tony, unwilling to concede, protested. My suit just ran out of energy, right, Jarvis? Boss, we still have over half our power reserves. Just shut up, Jarvis. Yes, sir. Jarvis betrayed Tony without hesitation. Zhang Qing stepped forward and rolled his wrists. Leave it to me. With that, he tossed several kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God seal forward. Behold, Rasen Senka Super Wheel Dance Roar Part 3. Zhang Qing became a blur of light darting around Ivan with blinding speed. Ivan's armor, already cracked from the earlier Rasengan strike, couldn't withstand the relentless barrage and shattered completely. Your armor quality is really terrible. After all, no matter how much Tony's armor was pressed, it wouldn't shatter. It needed to be forcibly taken apart like the Hulk dismantling the Hulkbuster. But Ivan's armor crumbled after just one good hit. Behind them, Tony and Rhodey stood completely dumbfounded. Sean, even though the name of that technique was extremely long, it was. No, simply too fast to see clearly. Even Jarvis couldn't track your movements. Never mind that. I think Ivan's dead. Isn't that obvious? That blue sphere you used earlier, Jarvis analyzed it, and found it to be a highly concentrated mass of energy equivalent to a low-yield missile. When such precisely controlled energy is concentrated entirely on one point, of course, it's devastating. Survival is unlikely, death or severe injury is the result. Rhodey was stunned. Are super soldiers this strong now? Can they actually control the shape of their energy? He immediately stepped forward. I'm Rhodes, Army Colonel. Nice to meet you. I'm Zhang Qing, also known as Sunshine Rainbow Little White Pony. Rhodey opened his mouth to respond, when suddenly an alarm blared from the nearby robots. Self-destruct sequence. Damn it, Pepper is still inside, Tony said, slamming his helmet shut and preparing to launch into the air to rescue Pepper. But Zhang Qing suddenly spoke up. Don't worry. I already had Spider-Man take them out. Oh, right, I forgot. You're truly always one step ahead, Zhang. Rhodey was baffled, assuming Zhang Qing simply had superior intelligence. But what on earth was Sunshine Rainbow Little White Pony? Outside the press conference venue, Tony and Rhodey found Peter and Pepper. Zhang Qing had already arrived via the Flying Thunder God seal on Peter's suit, which startled Pepper. Seeing Tony approach, she hurried over. Mr. Stark, are you all right? Without a word, Tony swept Pepper into his arms and took flight. What are they doing? Peter asked. Two seals grabbing grapes. Rhodey's remark left Peter confused, while Zhang Qing detected a distinct note of sour jealousy in it. Mr. Stark mentioned something about dinner. Never mind it. Let's go! He'll treat you next time anyway. He's quite interested in you, trust me. He'll easily be able to trace your identity. Don't worry about him not finding you. Hearing this, Peter complained inwardly. He can literally trace my identity already. How am I supposed to feel at ease? Then what was the point of all this disguise? A few days later, Zhang Qing and Peter were invited by Tony to attend the presidential award ceremony. Though it was an award ceremony, Peter still wore his suit to conceal his identity. The event further amplified the fame of both him and Zhang Qing. Zhang Qing, however, made no attempt to hide. He had no leverage that anyone could control, and all his information was protected by Tony, giving him absolutely nothing to worry about. As the media frantically spread stories about the four of them, the spotlight fell heavily on Zhang Qing and Peter. Though both were already famous, and Queen Zhang Qing's alter ego Shadow had never been seen, or rather clearly recognized. But today they finally laid eyes on him, face fully exposed. Shadow turns out to be Asian. Damn yellow skin. Hey, watch your mouth. I heard he can teleport to your house. He probably already left before you finished typing that. He's handsome, actually. If he's Shadow, I could get behind that. What? After the ceremony ended, Peter rushed back to school, Rhodey returned to the military, and Zhang Qing struck up a conversation with Tony. Did you set up Black Fury? You're as accurate as ever. Yes, it was my condition for joining his Avengers as a consultant. So did he give you any missions? Yes. What? To get you involved. What do you think? Sure. Figures, not everyone wants to join. Tony had assumed Zhang Qing would refuse, since it meant taking orders. If it weren't for knowing his own father was one of S.H.I.E.L.D's founders, he wouldn't have bothered with all this either. I said sure. Didn't you just say that? Tony froze. Zhang Qing looked at him, as if he were an idiot. Why would you want to be a mercenary? I'm interested in future team members. Future members. Did you foresee some mutant girl joining this party? Even if you don't join now, you will eventually. Circumstances will force your hand. Zhang Qing still remembered that Loki would soon show up on Tony's tower rooftop, and they'd have no choice but to fight. And so Tony called Nick Fury to notify him. Shadow, what do you make of him? Nick Fury asked Natasha, the Black Widow, as he shuffled through the fragmented dossier on Zhang Qing. Insufficient intelligence. But I believe his abilities run deeper than apparent. According to Tony, he seems capable of fortune-telling. If my memory serves, that's a form of esoteric Taoist magic from Longwa, isn't it? Could such a thing actually be real? Nick speculated, considering Zhang Qing's origins. I do recall Longwa having a Taoist tradition. According to our investigations, however, it is said that Taoist practitioners must form hand seals to conduct rituals. But based on these files, there appears to be no record of him performing any hand seals. Perhaps we simply haven't found the right information yet. True. Natasha, I want you to run a full investigation on him. Fury assigned her the mission. He was uneasy about Zhang Qing's overly eager agreement. It suggested concealed motives. Without complete intelligence, Fury couldn't afford to place his trust recklessly. The following day, inside Zhang Qing's villa, an uninvited guest had arrived, Natasha Romanoff S.H.I.E.L.D. renowned Black Widow. She had gone to great lengths to disguise herself, apparently believing Zhang Qing wouldn't recognize her. Hello, my name is Natalia Romanova. I am Natasha Romanoff. Natasha had intended to approach Zhang Qing under an alias, but he identified her immediately. She couldn't place him, had she never encountered him before. Could that insufferable Tony Stark have tipped him off? This has nothing to do with Tony. I already know who you are. Natasha was startled. He had guessed her train of thought precisely. Zhang Qing was clearly well prepared. Before she could gather any intelligence on him, he had already dismantled her completely. It was the instinct honed through years of covert operations. Since you know who I am, you should understand why I'm here. Despite her words, Natasha drew a dagger and lunged at Zhang Qing. With her cover blown, this was the perfect opportunity to test his abilities. All she knew was that he could teleport, but teleportation alone wouldn't save him. She was a professionally trained operative, she would subdue him. However, armed with the combat experience of Minato Namikaze, Zhang Qing evaded the strike swiftly, and turned the blade against Natasha's throat in one fluid motion. Is that your idea of a surprise attack? Zhang Qing teased, giving her a sharp glance. Natasha's eyes narrowed. She executed a counter-grapple, broke free, and leapt backward before immediately charging again, delivering a high kick aimed at Zhang Qing's head, refusing to grant him a moment to react. Yet Zhang Qing suddenly vanished, reappearing behind her. He swept out her standing leg with a kick, sending her crashing to the ground. Before she could rise, Zhang Qing formed a rapid series of hand seals, and cast the four-symbol sealing technique. Natasha felt her body grow utterly immobile. Zhang Qing had secretly placed a Flying Thunder God seal on the spot where he had struck her. You can perform hand seals. You truly are a Taoist priest. Natasha spoke with sudden realization. Zhang Qing, however, looked thoroughly bewildered, thinking, what Taoist priest? Did she see me form hand seals? Though it's true that hand seals originated from Taoist practices in Longwa. And in this world the concept of Naruto doesn't exist. Using the guise of a Taoist priest would perfectly conceal my identity. Zhang Qing adopted the demeanor of a reclusive master, standing with his back to Natasha, hands clasped behind him. It seems you've seen through me. Yes, I am a Taoist priest. Which temple do you hail from? Zhang Qing hadn't expected an interrogation. His mind raced. I come from the fire temple in Konohagakure. Konohagakure. Natasha nodded knowingly. Her investigation had revealed that Taoist masters from Longwa preferred seclusion in remote mountains and ancient forests. Living within a village carried a certain authenticity, a true embodiment of the harmony between humanity and nature. Indeed, Konohagakure. Our village has many Taoist priests, but I am among the most distinguished. I have been honored to become the 4th abbot of the Fire Temple. The 4th generation. Natasha was genuinely shocked. Such a short lineage implied that Taoist priests might live for centuries. Then again, her earlier investigation had turned up references to one Zhang Sanfen who supposedly lived for hundreds of years. Everything connected perfectly now. So much new intelligence to file away. Since you know my identity, could you release me now? Zhang Qing immediately lifted the sealing technique. He understood that Natasha was merely gathering intelligence. Given his opaque origins, the bald man, with the eye patch, would inevitably send someone to keep watch over him. Tony Stark had insisted on surveillance even before recruiting him into the Avengers. That was his persistent nature. Someone of Zhang Qing's caliber was too significant to overlook, but confirming his reliability was essential. Once freed, Natasha attempted to continue extracting information. But at that moment the doorbell rang. Zhang Qing realized he had forgotten to close the door. True enough, Gwen pushed it open and stepped inside. Qing, why didn't you lock the door? I'm free today. Want to go? Gwen froze upon seeing Natasha in her revealing attire, with ropes scattered across the floor. Her imagination ran wild. How could you do this to me? Gwen's finger trembled as she pointed at Zhang Qing. He rolled his eyes. This is my colleague Natasha Romanoff. Gwen's mood brightened instantly, then quickly soured. Then what are you two doing here? None of your business. You're not my girlfriend, so what did you want from me? Zhang Qing's domineering tone made Gwen grind her teeth in frustration. He was the one who had deliberately feigned blindness to her hints, yet now he reversed the blame entirely. I was hoping to invite you to dinner. I'd be up for that. Zhang Qing felt quietly pleased. He had just saved himself another meal expense. Since settling into his new residence, he had been surviving on welfare funds. Now he could stretch his budget further. He had been spending money Tony provided, but felt embarrassed asking for more after already accepting a villa from him. May I join you? Natasha suddenly asked. Gwen shot her a suspicious glance, but Zhang Qing nodded. Gwen thought to herself, it's not even your money, and what does that provocateur hope to gain from this? At an upscale restaurant, Zhang Qing seated the two women in a corner booth. He had gained enough notoriety by now that remaining inconspicuous was essential. Soon Natasha resumed her intelligence gathering. Zhang, you mentioned you are the abbot of the Fire Temple. Does that mean there are also temples dedicated to water, metal, wood, and earth? Zhang Qing considered carefully and decided to keep his answer narrow to avoid unnecessary complications. No, I am the only one. Then why is it called the Fire Temple? Well, I should tell you about the origin of Konohagakure, or rather something regarding the inescapable power of Amaterasu. Konohagakure's origin. Natasha felt a surge of excitement. She had not encountered such fresh intelligence in a long time. Previously, her investigations had revolved around one sinister organization after another, a tedious routine. Legend has it that in ancient times, the first abbot Hashirama and his close friend Madara founded both the Fire Temple and Konohagakure. Zhang Qing babbled at length about the story of the corrupted Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. I see. Then what exactly is the Will of Fire that the first Hokage has always spoken of? Of course, it is sacrifice and dedication, always thinking of everyone in the village, never abandoning comrades, and treasuring the spirit of teamwork. That is what a Hokage must possess, and what all the villagers consciously uphold. After all, the village is what binds the clans together. The village is the most important thing. Natasha nodded as though enlightened. The newly formed Avengers needed exactly this kind of will. Gwen, however, was still a bit confused after hearing the whole story. So Zhang Qing's identity was that impressive? Then I was reaching above my station. No, I hadn't even reached it. I'm such a loser. Boom! A distant explosion rang out, and flames leaped into the sky. Zhang Qing immediately ran toward the source of the flames with Natasha and Gwen hurrying after him. On the burning street, Emil Blonsky, who had been injected with a massive amount of Hulk's blood, had mutated into the abomination, and was destroying the street with abandon. Above them in a helicopter, Bruce Banner, his girlfriend Betty, and Betty's father General Ross were taking shelter. Watching the abomination's destruction, Ross finally realized how wrong his super soldier experiment had been. It had created a monster like this. Banner suggested that he transform into the Hulk and take on the abomination, but Betty refused because Banner had just been injected with the serum and might never become the Hulk again. Banner was willing to try, so he jumped out of the helicopter. Halfway down, he realized he showed no signs of turning into the Hulk and began to panic. But then he saw something fly to his side. A figure suddenly appeared next to him, and in a blink, he was on solid ground. What? It's all right, Banner. We don't need the Hulk making a mess here. I'll handle it. Natasha, take him away. Gwen, you too. But Gwen immediately said with concern, can you really handle it? Maybe we should ask Mr. Stark for help. A monster like that. Gwen looked at the abomination with a frightened expression. A monster like that would need the Hulk to beat. I think you should get out of here too. Leave it to me. Banner started forward as he spoke, but Zhang Qing stopped him. The three of them looked at Zhang Qing's back, not understanding what he was thinking. Gwen was worried that Zhang Qing couldn't win. Natasha wasn't sure whether Zhang Qing could win. As for Banner, he simply didn't think that someone who wasn't a monster could defeat a monster. After a long moment, Zhang Qing spoke. This monster may be terrifying, but I am a Kage. It is my duty to protect the safety of the people here. Besides, I don't want another monster making trouble for me. Banner heard this, and wanted to say something, but Zhang Qing cut him off. Don't worry. I too carry many burdens, so I won't fail. Bearing the name of Kage, I cannot lose. Hearing this, a sudden sense of trust welled up in the three of them. After thinking it over for a long time, Banner finally nodded and left. Watching the three leave, Zhang Qing thought to himself that having the Hulk around was actually no problem. He could seal the Hulk with his sealing arts. He just wanted to show off the aura of the fourth Hokage. Still, he needed to be somewhat serious when dealing with the abomination. There was no one nearby now except for the group above. He considered activating Ninetales mode for fun, but in the end, he decided to see exactly how far Minato's own strength could take him. If I use sealing arts, it should be over. Zhang Qing was quite confident in Minato's 4-symbol seal. If that failed, there was the 8 Trigrams seal, the seal capable of controlling the Ninetales. The abomination, still in the middle of its rampage, was smashing things enthusiastically. It picked up a car and hurled it at 2 pedestrians who hadn't had time to escape. Those people saw the car, and their eyes filled with despair. Yet in an instant the scene before them changed. They were standing on the roof of a building with flames rising in the distance from the very spot they had just occupied. On the ground beside them, a kunai was stuck. Having saved the pedestrians, Zhang Qing returned to the ruined street and took a combat stance, his eyes fixed on the abomination. Seeing this, the abomination charged at Zhang Qing furiously. Zhang Qing instantly hurled a kunai forward, activated the Flying Thunder God, and vanished from where he stood. The next moment, he appeared behind the abomination, unleashed the Spiral Flash Super Round Dance Roar 3 style, and left a Flying Thunder God mark on its body. The abomination was repeatedly slashed by an invisible figure, stumbled over a car, and fell, but it scrambled back to its feet. It then raised a car, and hurled it at the stopped Zhang Qing. Zhang Qing dodged sideways, and threw a kunai which struck the abomination in the forehead. The abomination became even more frenzied. The blows had not injured it much, but they were utterly humiliating. It tore out the kunai, lifted the car, and threw it at Zhang Qing. Zhang Qing once again used the Flying Thunder God, teleporting into the air to evade the attack. The abomination immediately raised a car, and hurled it at Zhang Qing in midair, but Zhang Qing was faster. The car hit nothing, and the abomination only noticed a blue glow gathering above its head. Flying Thunder God's second step. A Rasengan slammed directly into the abomination's spine, sending it crashing to the ground. Zhang Qing immediately used the 4-symbol seal binding the creature and robbing it of its ability to resist. All it could do was struggle in agony. Just then the sound of someone landing nearby drew Zhang Qing's attention. He turned and saw Tony arriving in his Iron Man armor. "What are you doing here?" "Natasha sent me." "But you though, you actually managed to defeat a monster like this." Tony had needed to develop the Hulkbuster armor to fight the Hulk. He had never imagined Zhang Qing had grown this powerful. "Not exactly defeated. Well, I suppose you could call it that. I use sealing arts to immobilize it for now." S.H.I.E.L.D. had notified the department in charge of such matters, and the incapacitated abomination was taken away. Meanwhile, Zhang Qing regrouped with Gwen and the others. "I can't believe how amazing you are, Qing," Gwen said happily. Natasha fell into thought. She hadn't expected Zhang Qing to have reached such a dangerous level, but at least he wasn't an enemy for now. Banner watched the abomination being carried away, its body seemingly bound by something. He wondered whether the Hulk, as similarly bound, would also be unable to break free. Soon, however, his thoughts turned to doubt. Had he truly become a normal human again? "Don't you have something important to do, Tony?" Zhang Qing said, giving Tony a meaningful look. "You're Bruce Banner, right?" "Yes." "What is it, Mr. Stark?" Tony Stark was a household name, a genius entrepreneur and Iron Man. "Join the Avengers. We need you." "You need the Hulk inside me. I've already been injected with the serum. It might not even exist anymore." Natasha and Tony were dumbfounded. But Zhang Qing said, "Actually, it's not gone. The Hulk cells are far more powerful than you imagine." "Oh right. I forgot you know how to tell fortunes, Zhang." "Fortune-telling? Who actually believes in that?" Banner gave Tony a contemptuous look. Natasha, however, didn't agree with Banner. Since Zhang Qing had already been confirmed to be a Taoist, and fortune-telling was one of the Taoist arts, it seemed reasonable that he could tell fortunes. "You don't believe it. He predicted that I would be able to create a new element. And what does that prove?" Banner voiced his doubt, and Tony wanted to continue describing all the twists and turns, but Zhang Qing stopped him. "Forget fortune-telling. You don't believe the Hulk is still in you. Then I'll help you draw him out." With that, Zhang Qing placed a finger on Banner's stomach. Tony immediately snapped his helmet shut and prepared for battle. Seeing this, Natasha shielded Gwen. Seeing their reaction, Banner couldn't help saying the Hulk should already be gone. Before he could finish, Banner felt his body boiling and his emotions surged violently. It turned out that Zhang Qing had transformed the gentle Ninetales chakra into a strand of malevolent chakra and injected a small amount into the Hulk's body. It dissipated almost immediately, but it was enough to rouse Banner's emotions. A few seconds later, Banner's muscles began to visibly swell, and his skin took on a green tint. At that moment, Natasha prepared to flee with Gwen, and Tony raised his hand to attack Banner. But Zhang Qing stopped them. He raised his hand and formed hand seals. 8 Trigrams Seal. His palm struck Banner's stomach and Banner instantly returned to normal, though a huge hole had been torn in his clothes. Banner soon woke up and recalled what had just happened. The Hulk is still alive. Banner felt a lingering fear. He had thought he was truly rid of the Hulk, but now... "Don't worry. I've sealed the Hulk away. When you're able to control turning into the Hulk, I'll remove the seal." "I see. Thank you so much." "Of course. The fee is $100 million. Banner was dumbfounded. A fee? And that much? Where was he supposed to get that kind of money? "What? Not going to pay. If you lost control and caused destruction, it would definitely cost more than $100 million. I'm even giving you a friend's discount. If you can't pay, then join the Avengers. If you're a teammate, it's free." "Good grief. You just wanted to trick me into joining that ridiculous alliance." Banner sighed, and could only agree. "Welcome aboard." Today Zhang Qing was in a foul mood, because the Black Egg had made his way to Zhang Qing's home ready to start exploiting him. After returning from Tony's place, Zhang Qing learned that Tony was planning to build a Stark Tower in the center of New York, and he immediately realized that the plot of the Avengers was about to unfold. In the evening he went home and found someone sitting on the sofa. Zhang Qing didn't need to guess. The only person who would make an entrance like that was Nick Fury, the guy who loved sneaking into other people's homes. "What's the matter?" Zhang Qing didn't look the least bit surprised. Instead, he casually poured himself a glass of water. Nick Fury watched him with that calm, detached air, and said, "I heard you can tell fortunes. It seems you already calculated that I was coming, didn't you?" "I don't waste my calculations on trivial matters or trivial people." Nick's mouth twitched, but he was the director, so he couldn't show it. "Then why do you look so calm?" Nick Fury remembered the look of shock on Tony Stark's face when he had bypassed Jarvis and slipped into Tony's house. "It was strange to see someone come in at first, but once I saw it was you, it was perfectly normal. After all, you do like sneaking into other people's homes. I think you have the wrong idea about me." Forget that. What do you want? Do you need me to work?" Zhang Qing didn't want to talk to a creep any longer, so he went straight to the point. Nick Fury, for his part, showed no emotion at all. After so many years on the job, he had grown used to all kinds of people. "I have a troublesome mission. I need your help investigating it." With that, Nick Fury took out a photograph. Zhang Qing leaned in for a look, his eyes widening. "Thor's Meow Meow hammer. Thor's Meow Meow hammer. Do you know it? So this strange hammer is called Thor's Meow Meow hammer?" "Of course not." Nick's face was already dark, and at Zhang Qing's words it turned even darker. "Then why did you look so shocked?" Zhang Qing rested his hands behind his head and leaned back on the sofa. "If I didn't look shocked, how could I fool you?" Zhang Qing wore a mocking expression. A vein bulged on Nick's forehead, but it vanished quickly. "I need you to investigate it and tell me if it's feasible." "Can do." "Good. Then this mission. $100 million. Zhang Qing cut Nick Fury off directly. $100 million? Why not just rob a bank? And you, a famous superhero, actually want money. Even superheroes have to eat. But robbing a bank isn't a bad idea if you're willing to cover for me. Don't worry, giving me the money will drive consumption and boost the American economy." "That's too much. 500,000. Nick didn't believe Zhang Qing really wanted $100 million. $1 million. "No. 500,000. $1 million. The extra 500,000 is a fortune-telling fee. It'll save you a great deal of manpower and resources. 800,000. Deal?" Nick felt he had been tricked. He doubted fortune-telling could cost that much. In fact, Zhang Qing had never expected $100 million. He had only wanted to raise the bargaining floor. One man was pleased, and another was pained after their talk. Zhang Qing happily planned what to buy while Nick worried about which budget to squeeze the money from. New Mexico. Led by Agent Coulson, Zhang Qing came before Mjolnir. He crouched down to examine it, while Agent Coulson stood nearby with his hands propped on his knees. After a long while, Coulson asked Zhang Qing, "Any clues? None of you can lift it, right?" "Right." Coulson wondered how Zhang Qing knew the hammer couldn't be lifted. Had director Nick Fury told him? Zhang Qing grabbed Mjolnir and pulled hard. Under Coulson's stunned gaze, the hammer still didn't budge. Coulson had actually thought Zhang Qing might really be able to lift it. He had looked so confident. But suddenly the hammer was actually lifted by Zhang Qing. What? Looking at the hammer in his hand, Zhang Qing reflected that he had actually used the 8 Trigrams seal on Mjolnir, trying to see if he could seal away Odin's divine power. To his surprise, it had worked. But the result wasn't perfect. Now anyone could lift the hammer because the 8 Trigrams seal had sealed away all of the hammer's divine power, just like sealing the 9 tails inside Naruto. Then Zhang Qing handed the hammer to Coulson. Coulson took it in bewilderment and realized he could lift it. He passed it to the other agents, and they all found they could lift it too. They were astonished. Just a moment ago, the hammer had been so heavy, yet now it could be lifted so easily. They looked at Zhang Qing, their eyes full of curiosity, wondering what he had done to the hammer. "Keep it safe for now. I'll still need it in a few days." "All right." Coulson had received orders from director Nick Fury to simply follow Zhang Qing in everything. Besides, none of them had made any further progress on site, and Zhang Qing had given them such a huge surprise the moment he arrived. Most importantly, they couldn't beat him anyway. He was the one who had defeated the abomination. In a small town in New Mexico, Zhang Qing came to a local restaurant hoping he might run into that kid Thor. This should be the right place. Paulson said this is the only town around. As Zhang Qing was thinking, a person beside him not paying attention bumped right into him while he was looking out the window. Oh, sorry. The person quickly apologized. By the voice, it was a woman. It's fine. Zhang Qing turned around and saw that she was actually a beautiful woman. Could this be Jane? He wondered. Hey. A stranger from Asia, how rare. Are you here sightseeing? Another woman beside her asked, her face full of curiosity. Zhang Qing's mind turned quickly. No, I'm here to do research. What a coincidence. So are we. I'm Daisy Johnson. What's your name? Daisy? With Daisy present, the beauty had to be Jane Foster. Jane immediately told Daisy to stop being so forward, then apologized to Zhang Qing, saying she had heard East Asians were quite reserved. Sorry, sir, she speaks too directly. It's all right. My name is Zhang Qing. What kind of experiments are you doing? Daisy couldn't resist asking again. Jane looked at her helplessly. About celestial bodies. Hearing this, not only Daisy, but even Jane was somewhat surprised. They were in the same field. We study celestial bodies too. Want to join us? Daisy? This needs Dr. Selvig's approval. You can't just decide on your own. I know, but don't you want to? Girls, let's head out. I've already bought everything we need. Daisy was interrupted by Dr. Selvig, who returned after buying the research supplies. Only when Eric walked up to them did he notice Zhang Qing. And who is this gentleman? Hello, you must be Dr. Selvig. I'm Zhang Qing. He's also here to study celestial bodies. Daisy interrupted him again. Can he join us? Of course. We can explore and study together. Meeting a fellow researcher in a place like this is a real pleasure. Yay. Handsome guy, let's go. Daisy ran ahead excitedly. Eric walked up to Zhang Qing and extended his hand. Hello, I'm Eric Selvig, a professor of astronomy. Hello. Thank you for letting me join. Don't mention it. Discussing the wonders of science together is a wonderful joy. Eric then walked off to catch up with Daisy and head to their van. Zhang Qing watched Dr. Selvig's back, thinking about how this professor would later go on to study something as dangerous as the Tesseract, and couldn't help feeling that the man was truly obsessed with research. Sorry. Jane felt embarrassed by Daisy's behavior. You don't have to keep apologizing. Don't worry, I'm not angry. There's no need to feel awkward. Don't you want to take me to see your research now? Oh, of course. Follow me. With that, Jane led Zhang Qing toward their van. In the car, what exactly is your research in astronomy? The most idle of them, Darcy asked. Even Dr. Eric was curious, and Jane behind the wheel couldn't help glancing over. Everyone wanted to know what Zhang Qing could possibly study in such a remote place, and whether it was the same as theirs. A meteor. A meteor. Darcy was bewildered. From when? Tomorrow. The day after. Or today. Going by the timing, it should have been a few days ago. The group was taken aback. How could a meteor from days ago be studied? It had already finished falling. Besides, no meteorite had been reported anywhere nearby. They began to doubt whether Zhang Qing truly studied celestial bodies, or whether Zhang Qing had come there to do research at all. But then Jane accidentally ran into something. Everyone except Zhang Qing panicked and hurried out of the car, while Zhang Qing broke into a smile. Found it. Thor woke up that morning to find himself lying in a bed surrounded by a group of oddly dressed people. He realized they had formed a circle around him, and were holding strange weapons, as if to subdue him. He began to struggle, desperate to break free, but he was outnumbered, and they pinned him down at the door. None of you is a match for me. A mysterious man in white injected him with something, and he sank into darkness. When he came to again, no one was around. He tore free of his restraints, escaped that strange place, and came to a road. Gazing at the unfamiliar scene, he thought, I will get my hammer back and returned to Asgard. Then he strode forward only to be hit by something from out of nowhere. Darkness closed in before his eyes. Zhang Qing and Dr. Eric carried the unconscious Thor to the car. Looking at the only 4 seats, Dr. Eric sank into thought. Just put him on the floor. He is after all the Prince of Asgard. Zhang Qing sat down naturally, hands clasped behind the neck. Eric looked at Darcy and Jane. Jane said she had no idea what to do. Darcy suggested just putting him on the floor because there really was no room. Let's take him to the town's hospital first. Jane then drove, leading the group toward the small town. But as she drove, Thor lying on the floor woke up, startling everyone except Zhang Qing. They had just seen for themselves that a man who had been hit by a car could simply wake up. What place is this? How dare it confine Thor, the god of thunder? No sooner had Thor woken than his first words made everyone want to laugh. The god of thunder had been knocked out by a car. Can you believe it? Zhang Qing patted Thor on the shoulder. You're mortal now. Face reality. Thor turned his head and saw a face he had never seen before. Who are you? My name is Zhang Qing. Hello, Prince of Asgard, son of Odin. Thor was stunned. This stranger actually knew who he was, even though these people clearly didn't believe him. And indeed Jane and the others didn't believe a word of it. They only thought Zhang Qing and Thor were joking around. Are you hungry, Thor? See that pretty lady over there? She's the one who ran you over. Go get her to buy you a meal. Jane saw Zhang Qing pointing at her, shot Zhang Qing a glare, then apologized to Thor and agreed. After all, this was the second time she had run him over. She then drove the car toward the small town. In a restaurant, they all watched Thor devour his food. He was the only one eating in the whole place. He picked up a drink and discovered that this mortal beverage could actually taste delicious to him. Thrilled, he hurled the cup to the floor. Another one. Jane gaped at Thor in shock, then apologized to the equally stunned waitress. She turned and glared at Zhang Qing. You're paying for this cup. No money. Zhang Qing refused coldly. Jane's hands balled into fists, as if she wanted to punch Zhang Qing. Meanwhile, Thor overheard a group of people nearby discussing a hammer. After the meal, he bade everyone goodbye and set out to find the hammer. First, he wanted to buy a horse, so he turned and walked into a pet shop. Zhang Qing elbowed Jane, who was about to turn and leave. Let's go help him. Why don't you? I don't have a driver's license. Left speechless, Jane, worn down by Zhang Qing's persistence, agreed to drive Thor to find his hammer for $10. Thor, however, had not gotten a horse, and was about to have a showdown with the pet shop owner, when Zhang Qing's voice came from outside. Thor, let's go. We'll take you to find your Mjolnir. Thor turned around. Zhang Qing had an arm out of the car window patting the door. Inside sat Jane, wearing a look of great reluctance. That night, with Jane's help, Thor finally reached the huge crater and went straight in. Jane was about to turn around and leave when Zhang Qing stopped her. Come on, let's go in. Do you know what you're saying? We can't get in there at all. You don't actually want to try that hammer that no one can lift to you. Just come with me. Zhang Qing then led Jane through a back door to a high spot, where they came across Hawkeye, bow drawn and ready to shoot Thor. Sensing someone beside him, Hawkeye immediately swung his bow around and aimed at Zhang Qing and Jane. Jane couldn't believe Zhang Qing had connections here. She followed Zhang Qing and arrived at the place only to encounter a man drawing a bow at them. She promptly raised her hands in surrender. Hawkeye saw that it was Zhang Qing, lowered his bow, then turned his aim back to Thor. Stand down. He's with me. Hawkeye lowered his weapon after hearing that since Zhang Qing's strength was unfathomable, Natasha had told him so. Why did you bring him here? Does he have anything to do with this hammer? This hammer is his. Hawkeye and Jane, who had simply been watching the show, were both stunned. The hammer is from Asgard. The man down there is Thor, the god of thunder, son of Odin. He was banished by Odin for being too childish along with the hammer. Hawkeye and Jane found what Zhang Qing said almost impossible to believe. Jane was shocked. Was that self-important kid really Thor, the god of thunder? Still, she couldn't fully dismiss it. After all, the bizarre hammer was right before her eyes, and it only made sense for it to have a bizarre story. At the bottom of the crater by Mjolnir, Thor had shaken off all the guards and reached the hammer. The hammer had been placed there in advance by Coulson and Zhang Qing's arrangement. Of course, it was the sealed hammer. Thor reached out and lifted it, secretly elated that the hammer still recognized him, and that his father had forgiven him. But just as he held the hammer and tried to unleash his divine power, nothing came out. While he was puzzling over this, a voice sounded from above. The power of that hammer has already been sealed by me along with Odin's power. Zhang Qing tossed a kunai in front of Thor, then placed both hands on Jane and Hawkeye. In an instant the world blurred before their eyes, and they found themselves inside the crater, both stunned. Jane was shocked that Zhang Qing actually had superpowers. Hawkeye was equally shocked. He had been patrolling up above, and now this kid had dragged him down here. He'd have to walk all the way back up, wouldn't he? Thor saw Zhang Qing and the other two, who had clearly been above just a moment ago, suddenly appear before him, and he stumbled back in fright. He watched Zhang Qing pick up the kunai from the ground and wondered whether Zhang Qing was also a spellcaster like Loki. Did Midgard have sorcerers now too? Are you a mage? Thor looked at Zhang Qing. More or less. You can think of it that way, but it's actually different. Don't worry about that. Don't you want to ask about this hammer? Oh right. How could you possibly seal this hammer? It is one of Asgard's divine artifacts. You don't believe me? Then I'll prove it to you. Zhang Qing, while speaking, took the hammer before Thor's astonished eyes. See? What did I tell you? You've also been acknowledged by Mjolnir. Seeing that Thor still wasn't willing to give up, Zhang Qing handed the hammer to Jane. At first Jane was a little stunned. Hadn't this hammer been impossible to lift? But when she took it, it wasn't as heavy as she had imagined. On the contrary, it was exceedingly light. Zhang Qing then twisted the knife even deeper by handing the hammer to Hawkeye. Hawkeye, however, wasn't that shocked, since he had already lifted it that morning. Now he simply held it and traced the patterns on its surface. Thor was stunned by the sight. Emotions thundered through his mind, refusing to settle. He was shaken that someone in Midgard could seal away the divine power of his father Odin. Can you undo the seal? Thor was now completely convinced. What? Do you want to see if the hammer finds you worthy, or rather if Odin finds you worthy? To be honest, you're not worthy enough yet. You still don't have the breadth of vision your father has. Thor felt a surge of anger at these words. Impossible. I'll prove it to you. I am Thor, the god of thunder. Zhang Qing smiled. He still released the seal, and under everyone's gaze the hammer crashed heavily to the ground. Thor stared at the hammer with blazing eyes, stepped forward, and reached out to lift it, only to find that he couldn't budge it no matter how hard he tried. His heart trembled. He sensed that his father still hadn't forgiven him, and in that moment helplessness and grief surged up from within. Without his power, Thor felt utterly useless. Drowning in grief, he shouted at the sky, pouring out his pain. Just then a torrential downpour began, as if to mirror his sorrow. Under the eaves of the makeshift research lab behind him, Hawkeye stood, with his arms crossed, watching. Zhang Qing and Jane crouched on the ground. As he lost his mind, Jane watched Thor going crazy in the pouring rain. I don't know. Maybe he's in shock. After all, his godlike power is gone, and he was sent here by his father. But right now he's like a mental patient roaring in the rain. Zhang Qing turned to Jane, his eyes narrowing. As Jane watched him staring at her, she wondered if she had said something wrong. Don't you like him? How could I like a god that weird? Don't you have any curiosity to know more about him? I just got to know him, and now it's gone. Zhang Qing was dumbfounded. Could his appearance have kept Jane from falling in love with Thor? But thinking back through the plot, he remembered that their feelings had warmed up while chatting by the campfire. I knew it. Come on, bring Thor along. What? Where to? Jane and Zhang Qing led the dejected Thor away. No sooner had they left than Loki appeared behind them. He watched the direction they had gone, then turned and looked back at Mjolnir. Jane brought Zhang Qing and Thor to their camp. After a short rest, the three of them sat by the campfire. Thor couldn't sleep, and neither could Jane. She was still excited after everything extraordinary she had just experienced. Zhang Qing felt like a third wheel, so he said, I'm going to bed. You two talk. Then I'll go too. Hearing that Zhang Qing planned to leave, Jane decided to leave as well. She wasn't about to stay with that idiot god. Zhang Qing felt utterly exasperated. If she left, who would comfort Thor? Who would fall in love with Thor, and make him fall for Earth? Him. So Zhang Qing sat back down. Seeing this, Jane also sat back down. Zhang Qing's head began to ache. Jane had clearly locked onto him, so he decided to break the ice. Thor, tell us about Asgard. Thor perked up at once. Asgard was the homeland he was proud of, and he immediately launched into an animated monologue about the 9 realms. After a long while, Jane felt herself about to doze off, but Zhang Qing listened with relish, feeling he had absorbed a great deal about the Marvel Universe's lore. In the end, Jane simply lay down on Zhang Qing and fell asleep. Zhang Qing could almost feel the anime-style black lines forming on his forehead. Thor noticed the scene and teased, aren't you two going to bed? Zhang Qing answered, a Sigma male never falls into a woman's trap. Thor was deeply confused, but he was grateful to Zhang Qing for helping him all these days, unlike that woman beside him, who always looked at him like he was garbage. He was Thor, the god of thunder, yet he was being looked down on by a mere mortal. The night passed without a word. In Asgard, Loki, just back from Earth, was furious. He had gone to Earth moments earlier, and seen his brother Thor unable to lift the hammer. He had originally planned to deceive Thor by telling him he had been banished to Midgard. But seeing that Thor could no longer lift it relieved his worries. Then on a whim he thought that as the king of Asgard, he could certainly lift the hammer himself, only to have reality slap him hard across the face. Meanwhile, Thor's friends had already planned to rescue him, and with Heimdall's accidental help they managed to open the Bifröst to Earth. When Loki found out, he used the casket of ancient winters to freeze Heimdall and send out the destroyer. But after thinking it over, he ultimately decided to send 2 destroyers. On Earth, Jane drove their party of 5 back to the small town to buy some daily necessities. Zhang Qing leaned against the wall outside a shop surveying the town. Before long he spotted 4 strangely dressed people running this way. There was no need to guess, they must be here for Thor. Thor. I think those 4 over there must be looking for you, right? Thor looked in the direction Zhang Qing indicated, and saw his 4 friends. From them, he learned of Odin's slumber and Loki's plot. But without his divine power, he felt helpless. Just then dark clouds gathered in the sky outside the town, and a pillar of light appeared. That's the Bifröst, Thor shouted. What's coming? Outside the town, Coulson arrived with his team of agents, and looked at the strange pillar of light. As the light vanished, 2 humanoid iron figures came into their sight. Coulson looked at them with a nagging sense of familiarity, and immediately thought of Tony Stark. He asked one of his subordinates for a megaphone, and was about to greet them. All of a sudden the 2 iron humanoids took aim at them, and fired beams crackling with destructive energy. Before long the 2 destroyers bore down on the town. With his powers gone, Thor couldn't possibly fight them, let alone 2 destroyers, so the group began evacuating the townsfolk. Thor and the others evacuated civilians while his 4 friends went up against the destroyers. The result was exactly as expected. No surprise at all, they were thoroughly defeated and knocked flat. Jane hid behind her car, watching the devastation in the distance. She asked Zhang Qing, who was sitting on the car roof eating a sandwich, aren't you going to help? Not yet. Jane rolled her eyes, but she was still uneasy. She had no idea whether Zhang Qing could defeat those 2 monsters. If it came down to it, she hoped he would run. Their fight had engulfed the whole town. As Thor looked at the carnage around him, he recalled Odin's words, those frail insignificant creatures must be just like him at this moment, wanting to be saved, refusing to be slaughtered. After thinking it over for a moment, he stepped forward resolutely, and said, Loki, your goal is to kill me. I am right here. I hope you will not lay a hand on these innocent people. The 2 destroyers stood still, seemingly waiting for Loki's order. A moment later they struck Thor down until he was barely breathing, then turned and walked out of the town. The people nearby immediately gathered around him. Seeing Thor so near death, they were all overcome with grief. Zhang Qing watched Thor and the departing destroyers calmly. He did not know why there were 2 destroyers, but the plot was still on track, because he could feel the flying thunder god mark he had left on the hammer, and the sensation was growing stronger. The hammer was flying toward him. Jane saw that Thor was dying and hurriedly asked Zhang Qing, "He's not going to die, is he?" "No, his power is coming back." Seconds later everyone heard the sound of something splitting the air and looked up. "That is, great, Thor is coming back." But to their surprise, the hammer flew past them and went behind them. Zhang Qing saw the hammer flying toward him and shouted, "Wrong way." "He's lying on the ground." The hammer seemed to understand and flew to Thor on the ground, and Thor raised his hand, like a corpse springing back to life. At once Thor, the god of thunder, was back where he belonged. The people around Thor cheered. No one paid any attention to this strange development. "Take them down." Thor raised his hammer, unleashing lightning into the sky and summoning dense dark clouds that threatened to form a tornado. Then he leapt into the air and dove straight down at one of the destroyers. The destroyer fired a beam straight at him, but Thor spun his hammer and deflected it unstoppable. But there were two destroyers, so the other one fired at Thor from the side and knocked him to the ground. Thor staggered to his feet and took a moment to steady himself. He looked at the two destroyers and charged forward bravely, but he quickly fell into a disadvantage. After all, they were beings Odin had praised as guardian gods. Even Thor found them hard to contend with. One could be finished off in an instant, but two were a problem. They worked together and were hard to deal with. Zhang Qing felt it was time for him to act. He tossed the plastic bag with his sandwich to Jane, and in an instant his figure vanished. Thor used his hammer to smash the arm of a destroyer reaching for him, then quickly swung at its head, but the other destroyer knocked him flying. Thor steadied himself and turned to face the two destroyers closing in around him. He scanned the situation, wondering how to split them apart and defeat them one by one. Just as he was lost in thought, Zhang Qing appeared beside him. "Need some help?" "You?" Thor eyed him doubtfully, then recalled that Zhang Qing was an accomplished sorcerer. "Can you help me trap one of them?" "I don't think we need to go to all that trouble." Zhang Qing hurled a mass of kunai at the two destroyers, then used the spiral flash super round dance howl third style. Amid a flurry of swishing sounds, he failed to so much as graze their skin. He then used the flying thunder god to return to Thor's side. "So what did you do?" Thor could not understand what kind of spell Zhang Qing had used to move with such speed, but it appeared to have caused no damage. He spun his hammer. "Just leave it to me." "No, attack me, with everything you've got." Thor looked at Zhang Qing in confusion, as he held up his fingers in the shape of a cross in front of his chest. "Come on, trust me." Seeing how confident he looked, Thor hurled the hammer at him. Just as the hammer was about to strike Zhang Qing, a destroyer appeared in front of Thor, collided with the hammer, and was shattered into pieces. Thor was not the only one stunned. Even the people watching behind him were shocked. The destroyer had appeared out of thin air in front of Zhang Qing. As the destroyer burst into fragments, its enormous body collapsed, revealing the person behind it. Everyone was astonished when they saw him. Two Zhang Qings. When Thor saw it, he thought to himself, "I know this trick well. This is the same clone technique Loki uses. You can use a clone technique too." As he spoke, he reached out to touch the clone Zhang Qing, only to be astonished again. "It's solid." Of course, if it weren't solid, how could it have caught it? During the attack just now, Zhang Qing had marked both destroyers with Flying Thunder God seals, then used the clone Flying Thunder God to seize one and teleport it to his side, where it was shattered by Thor. This was one of Minato Namikaze's signature moves in the games. "You can deal with the remaining one, right? I'm so tired. I'm going to rest for a while." With that, Zhang Qing turned and left. He felt exhausted and wanted a proper rest. He went straight to Jane's car, climbed in, and fell asleep, thinking he was the most laid-back transmigrator in history. Amid the fierce sounds of battle, Zhang Qing fell asleep and quickly slipped into a dream. In the dream, he vaguely found himself inside a resplendent golden palace. On the steps ahead was a throne, and upon the throne sat an old man. "You've finally come." Zhang Qing looked at the old man on the throne, white-haired and white-bearded, holding a golden spear and bearing a striking resemblance to Thor. "Are you Odin?" "Yes." How did you bring me here? Wasn't I asleep on Earth? You are indeed on Earth. I am merely inside your dream. Why did you enter my dream? How did you get in? It's a long story. It's all because of you. Me. Yes. I am the divine power left on Mjolnir, placed there to restrain the hammer, and temporarily forbid Thor from using it. However, that day someone unexpectedly sealed me into slumber. Then the seal was broken and I awakened. I realized it was you, so I took the chance to split off a part of myself and enter your body. You got in that easily. And I didn't even sense it. As expected of Odin the All-Father. Boy, don't mock me. I sensed a startling energy inside your body blocking me from entering. But you seemed unwilling to use that power, so you used another power instead. I followed the power you used and successfully entered your spiritual world. Throughout that process, the energy you were using also kept resisting me. That is why after you finished using it you felt exhausted and eventually ended up here. Zhang Qing did not know how to describe this strange old coot. Why would he come here for no reason? It made Zhang Qing think he had simply been overworking these past few days. No, that was exactly it, he really had been overworking. When he got back, he would ask Black Egghead for a raise. Do not worry, I mean you no harm. Over these past few days, I have observed you as well. I think you are most suitable to be Thor's teacher. Are you willing to instruct Thor on my behalf, so that he may become worthy of being Asgard's king? Is there money? There is, but Asgard doesn't use human currency. Then give me your Mjolnir. Agreed. But I cannot send it to you now, because I am currently asleep. After some time, I will have Thor bring it to you. Deal. But you're handing it over that easily. Thor's true power lies within himself. Besides, the Mjolnir does not suit him, and at present, he is not worthy of it. Zhang Qing woke up, and sensed the vehicle in motion, so he sat up. Zhang Qing's awake! Daisy noticed Zhang Qing sit up, and hurriedly called out to Jane, who was driving. You're finally awake. What happened? You've been sleeping for a whole day. A whole day. Zhang Qing was bewildered. Hadn't he only chatted with Odin for a while? So Thor had left. Where's Thor? He said he's going home, and will visit you when he has time. Daisy looked at Zhang Qing with a hint of grievance. The first thing he asked upon waking was about Thor. Were they that close? Could it be that Zhang Qing was? You wouldn't be. Daisy pointed a trembling finger at Zhang Qing, yet couldn't bring herself to believe it. What a waste of a handsome guy. I just met his old man. His father. Daisy snapped back to reality, and breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing her reaction, Zhang Qing said, You're not thinking ill of me in your heart, are you? Daisy didn't respond, closing her eyes instead. I can't hear you. Zhang Qing flicked her forehead directly. If you can't hear, why close your eyes? Jane, listening to their antics from the front, intervened, and then asked Zhang Qing, So where do you plan to go next? Can you drop me off in Queens, New York? My place is quite spacious, and you can stay the night. Come on, we're in New Mexico. New York is on the East Coast. Are you dreaming? Then just take me along. I don't have any money on me right now. Zhang Qing simply gave up pretense, and temporarily reverted to his most primitive self. By the way, where's Dr. Eric? He was summoned by that person for research. Seems like a pretty high classification level. Zhang Qing thought to himself, it must be the Tesseract. The plot of the Avengers was already imminent. Asgard Thor celebrated his victory with old friends, but as the protagonist, he couldn't bring himself to feel happy. He had watched Loki fall into the cosmic abyss with his own eyes, his fate unknown. Suddenly his mother Frigg informed him that Odin sought his presence, so he came to the throne room, half kneeling before the throne awaiting Odin's instructions. Odin observed the profound change in Thor since his return from Earth, and felt his decision had been correct. Thor! Father! It seems your journey on Earth has granted you deep insight and understanding. Indeed, Loki would make a suitable ruler of Asgard, but his inner darkness is too great. My expectations for you lean more toward a warrior, unleashing your full potential on the battlefield. Just like your sister. Odin murmured silently, looking at Thor, and recalling his other child Hela, who had once wielded this hammer to conquer the 9 realms, though she had been too extreme. Yes, Father. Since returning from Earth, I have deeply felt the desire of weak beings to live. Though they lack great power, they have cultivated noble qualities and birthed interesting souls. He recalled his experiences on Earth, those fragile mortals who fought desperately just to survive. With his own immense power and exalted status, he should better understand the preciousness of life, and should never trample upon it, whether his own or others. Yes, and it is precisely because of them that powerful individuals have emerged. The reason I summon you here pertains to that person from Earth. Who? Zhang Qing, the one who sealed my hammer imbued with power. Father, you know. Yes. From my observations, he possesses great power, though he seems reluctant to display it. Thor was shocked. Those whom the All-Father Odin deemed powerful could be counted on one hand. Yet Zhang Qing, whom he had hung out with daily on Earth, the seemingly frail individual who fought the Destroyer, was actually remarkably strong. I have already struck a deal with him. When you return to Earth, he shall train you to become a worthy king. Father, I believe you still. I am aged Thor. You should be able to sense it. My divine power is waning. The 9 realms have already begun to churn restlessly. With Loki's fate unknown, you are our last hope. That seal is already beginning to loosen. What seal? The time has not yet come to reveal it to you. With your current strength, you are not yet capable of suppressing her. Her? Thor felt unconvinced. Had he even with his hammer restored still foes he could not overcome? Earth, a research team in the Arctic Ocean discovered an aircraft, and found Captain America Steve Rogers frozen within. Having awakened, he escaped to the streets bewildered by the neon-lit modern metropolis. Nick Fury appeared before him. Captain, the war is over. A new war was about to begin. Manhattan, New York. Tony Stark Tower had been completed, towering in the city center, with a grand Stark emblem adorning its facade. Where did John go? Why can't I reach him? Jarvis, can you trace his location? I'm sorry, sir. He doesn't appear to have carried a mobile phone, so I cannot locate him via signal. Well, I wanted him to see the newly built Stark Tower. Looks like it'll have to wait. S.H.I.E.L.D. Eric was conducting research on the Tesseract, while Hawkeye Barton had been assigned here to assist with security. Unbeknownst to them, the Tesseract behind them flickered faintly. The Cosmos Chitauri fleet Loki stood before a throne, upon which sat a purple-skinned figure. They had struck a deal with Loki, assisting him in conquering Earth, and in return helping them obtain the Tesseract. To ensure success, they had also lent Loki the scepter. Loki took the scepter, stealing a glance at the figure on the throne, then looked back at the staff, recalling the Chitauri army he had seen upon arrival. He thought to himself, with an army like this yet, they dare not come to Earth to see something themselves. Are they afraid? Afraid of Odin. Or perhaps there is something on Earth even they fear. Loki fell silent for a moment, then said to them, I still need to keep a backup plan. S.H.I.E.L.D. Spaceship in a secluded room, after months of seclusion and cultivation, Banner was in meditation. After exhaling gently, he opened his eyes with a smile. He could now control his emotions, and all that remained was the seal upon his own body. I can go find Mr. Zhang Qing now. Somewhere dark and damp, Black Widow Natasha was on a mission, currently stealthily observing a group of people below. Suddenly, she felt a shiver in her heart, a sense of unease. It seems something troublesome is about to happen. I hope my instincts are wrong. With that, she continued gazing downward, though her thoughts had already drifted far away. Queen's Peter's home. Peter, obsessed with researching his suit, had received guidance from Tony Stark, upgrading the suit's material to superior fibers for enhanced flexibility. Of course, this was a friendly donation from Tony. He himself didn't have that kind of money. Finally complete, Peter gazed at the new suit before him. He had changed the color scheme from red and blue to black and red, increasing its concealment at night. He admirably appreciated the artwork before him. After a long while, he slowly set it down and looked out the window. It's been a while since I've encountered such a troublesome and peculiar enemy. Shouldn't you be taking me back to New York? Today Jane brought Zhang Qing to Prussia. I have a friend here who needs an academic exchange, so I brought you along directly." Jane said that aloud, but inwardly she thought, "If I sent you back to New York you'd just run away, wouldn't you? Here you can't leave, so you'll have to stick with me." Behind Zhang Qing's back a sly grin crept across Jane's face. "I'm heading out now." Zhang Qing didn't reply. All he heard was the sound of the door closing. They were now in a house Jane had bought in Prussia, just a temporary place to stay when they first arrived. What a rich woman, Zhang Qing thought, then suddenly remembered, wasn't Loki launching an attack around here? Was it the neighboring empire where the sun never sets? Forget it. I'll just play around for a few months. After all, someone else is footing the bill. A few months later. Stuttgart, Prussia. A banquet was held there. Loki, wearing a Midgard suit, observed his surroundings, deliberately exposing himself right under S.H.I.E.L.D's nose. With a string of maneuvers, Loki successfully caused chaos, secured an orb, and ultimately obtained the materials needed to research the Tesseract. To give S.H.I.E.L.D. enough time to arrive, he decided to stall a little longer. So he chose to play a game surrounding the crowd at the scene and ordering them to kneel. But one old man refused to yield to his authority and stood straight up. Loki then prepared to kill the old man to make everyone there understand just how fearsome he was. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the banquet hall, Zhang Qing and Jane stood by the window watching Loki below walking toward an old man. Jane felt a bit panicked, but when she turned and saw Zhang Qing's calm expression, she knew the old man would be all right. There was no particular reason. Zhang Qing always wore the look of someone who knew what was going to happen. He never made a move until the critical moment, just watching the show from the sidelines. He was even still holding a half-finished glass of wine from the banquet. "Jane, pour me another one." "Can't you pour it yourself?" Even as she said that, she obediently refilled his glass. This man truly had no shame. Just as the laser was closing, and a figure in blue descended from the sky and used a round shield to block the beam, reflecting it back at Loki. Steve Rogers turned to ask if the old man was hurt, and the old man replied, "I'm fine, thank you." Steve immediately turned back to face Loki, that big problem. He slowly walked down the steps and exchanged harsh words with Loki. Then Loki fired a laser at the aircraft piloted by Natasha, who had just arrived, to demand his surrender, and the battle officially began. Then Zhang Qing watched as Loki, a sorcerer, actually engaged Steve in close combat and even knocked him down. He couldn't help exclaiming, "What a melee mage." After that, the fight ended when Tony arrived and Loki surrendered. Just as everyone was about to pull back, Jarvis suddenly said to Tony, "Sir, Mr. Zhang Qing is over there." Tony then looked in that direction, spotted Zhang Qing talking with Jane, and walked right over. "Hey Zhang, what are you doing hiding up here? No wonder the domestic networks couldn't find you. So this is where you ended up." Then he saw Jane beside Zhang Qing. "My God. Have you got a new girlfriend again?" Zhang Qing took Jane aboard the aircraft back to New York. The aircraft was full of familiar faces, and just then, they encountered Thor, who had come to take Loki away. With Zhang Qing's mediation, Thor smoothly reached a consensus with the others, deciding to first take Thor to S.H.I.E.L.D. to be locked up. "Oh no, Loki. Hey, not bad, Thor. That cape of yours looks pretty cool. Last time was special, so I didn't get a good look. Now that I have, it's pretty nice. I want one too. This is the cape of the God of Thunder. But there's something I've been asked to give you. My father told me to bring it to you." Thor grabbed at the air with one hand, and a golden spear appeared in his palm, which he then offered to Zhang Qing. Zhang Qing took Gungnir and ran his fingers over it. Suddenly the system popped up a weapon binding prompt. Zhang Qing felt a connection with Gungnir, so he struck the golden spear against the ground, and a golden cape appeared behind him. "Oh my God, that's absolutely badass. Do you know how much I want one just like it?" Tony watched the transformation with envy, wondering whether he should get himself one when they got back. Zhang Qing tossed Gungnir into the air. It dissolved into golden light, and vanished, stored away in his system space. The cape behind him, however, did not disappear, so with a single thought, he willed it away as well. To everyone else it looked like magic, the spear, and the cape simply disassembled. Once everything settled, Zhang Qing walked over to Natasha and watched her piloting the aircraft. Natasha started teasing Zhang Qing first, and Zhang Qing teased her right back. "I do miss that butt of yours, soft and springy." Natasha's hand tightened on the controls for a moment before slowly relaxing. Then she cast a seductive wink at Zhang Qing. "We'll talk later." Zhang Qing smiled and walked away. Meanwhile, Captain Steve got to know Zhang Qing through the others' introductions. "Hello, I'm Steve Rogers. I know who you are, Comrade Sure, I mean. You're a septuagenarian who's lived from World War II to today." "Sure, I mean. Never mind that for now. I'm telling you, Bucky is still alive." "What?" Steve grabbed Zhang Qing's shoulders excitedly. "Captain, do you know how strong your arms are?" "Sorry. I won't go into details. You can figure it out yourself." "Natasha, I need to get off here." The aircraft carried Zhang Qing to New York, and Zhang Qing took Jane home. Steve wanted to keep asking, but Zhang Qing used Flying Thunder God to dash away, whoosh, and disappeared in an instant. Steve had no time to puzzle over Zhang Qing's strange ability, because the news that Bucky was alive hit him even harder, though he still wondered if it was true. By then the aircraft had reached S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Zhang Qing also used Flying Thunder God to return, then immediately went into S.H.I.E.L.D. to ask Nick Fury for extra compensation. Seeing Steve's skeptical look, Tony kindly remarked, "John can tell fortunes. If he says someone is alive, then that person is alive." Although Tony and Steve had their differences, a kind reminder here, and there wouldn't hurt. After Tony walked into S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha passed by and nodded as well, then also walked in. "Bucky, are you really still alive?" As Steve's closest brother in arms, Bucky was likewise a man from the World War II era. Perhaps their reunion could help Steve find a measure of comfort in an unfamiliar era. S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Nick Fury looked at Zhang Qing's sudden appearance, and for no clear reason felt a nagging worry. "Something bad is about to happen, I can feel it. This guy isn't here to ask for money, is he? I only wired him $800,000 last time." Aboard the S.H.I.E.L.D. Helicarrier, Nick Fury locked Loki in a huge cylindrical iron cage, and threatened that if Loki tried any tricks or attempted to escape, he would be dropped from an altitude of 10,000 meters and splattered into pulp. Loki looked at the cage before him, then at Nick Fury and Zhang Qing standing in front of him, and the corner of his mouth curved into a smile. "This thing is well designed. It wasn't meant for me, was it?" After hearing this, Nick knew Loki was referring to Banner, but he had already learned from Natasha that the Hulk inside Banner had been sealed by Zhang Qing. So he said, "What we intended to lock up was far more ferocious than you." "I've heard a thing or two." Loki interrupted Nick, then turned to look at the surveillance monitor, and said provocatively, "A raging beast, yet it pretends to be an ordinary man. How desperate must you be to need such a monster to protect you?" In the monitoring room, everyone exchanged bewildered looks. Some knew the Hulk had been sealed, some didn't even know what monster Loki was talking about. But no one spoke, and they all listened patiently to the exchange between Loki and Nick Fury. "How desperate am I? You threatened my world with war. You stole something you could never control. Deep in your heart, killing is your greatest pleasure. Let me tell you, you have indeed made me desperate, but I will make you regret it." Loki felt a flash of anger at being taunted by a mere mortal of Midgard, but he quickly fired back with the same mockery. "Having it all slip away at the last moment must enrage you. You almost had the Tesseract's power, unlimited energy. What was your purpose?" Loki smiled. "To let all of mankind share its warmth. Now you've witnessed its true power." Nick stared at him darkly, and laughed despite his anger without answering the question. "Your so-called true power is nothing more than wanting to be on a magazine cover." Seeing that Nick Fury, whose secret had been exposed by Loki, was about to leave, Zhang Qing called out hurriedly, "What about my pay? My hardship fee?" Nick nearly stumbled when he heard that. Didn't I give you 800,000 last time? That was for investigating the hammer. Settling the destroyer afterward doesn't count. The destroyer. Those two steel monsters. Didn't Thor take care of it? Doesn't count? With that, Nick Fury headed for the door. Seeing this, Zhang Qing quickly followed. Hey, I'm also the one who helped Thor get his power back. Loki watched the two walking away, his gaze lingering on Zhang Qing, and felt a sense of foreboding. That man, the one who helped Thor, seems to know a bit of sorcery. It may not be very powerful, yet it gives off an intense feeling of danger. Through the destroyer, Loki had observed Zhang Qing's fighting, and knew he had some sorcery. What is going on? Why does he seem so at ease? Only moments ago, he had nearly come to blows with Nick Fury, yet this man looked completely relaxed. Loki found it extremely displeasing to watch. This was not the effect he wanted. But he also feared the man might genuinely have real ability, and as the god of mischief, he had to remain cautious. Still, he smiled because the plan was unfolding exactly as he had envisioned. In the operations room, Natasha, Steve Rogers, Thor, and Banner were gathered around the monitors discussing heatedly, with Agent Hill standing nearby. Thor in particular had been adamant about bringing Loki back because he and Loki were brothers. But when the Black Widow mentioned that Loki had killed more than 80 people in 2 days, Thor immediately changed his story to adopted, and the room grew awkward. Just then the door to the operations room opened and 3 people walked in: Zhang Qing, Tony Stark, and Agent Coulson. Listen, Zhang, if you had told me earlier that you were short on money, S.H.I.E.L.D. might not even have as much money as I do. You could have come straight to me. Why settle for such a small sum? Tony genuinely couldn't understand why Zhang Qing wouldn't come to him whenever he had problems. He dared not claim he could handle everything, but anything that could be solved with money was never a problem for him. I already got a big villa, and you'd already given me so many dollars before. How could I ask for more? Don't say that. You've helped me a lot. Of course, and me too. Banner chimed in as well, so just let Tony pay you. Let him cover my fee too. Listen, Mr. Monster can pay his own 100 million. Tony still remembered that Zhang Qing had asked Banner for $100 million. It wasn't an enormous amount, but for some reason covering someone else's bill felt like a bit of a loss. Steve Rogers, meanwhile, was sitting on a stool. He hadn't understood a word from the beginning, but he decided to stay patient and wait for something he could understand. By the way, had the dollar devalued? How could they casually talk in amounts over 100 million? Tony then paced around the console, fiddling with things, secretly planting a data-stealing device in one corner of the console, and then started chatting with everyone again. Hey, there's someone over there secretly playing games. Nick Fury also made his entrance. Just as he was saying they needed to figure out how Loki had turned his 2 most reliable people into monkeys, prompting Thor to ask in confusion, Captain America cut in. I know this one. This time I got it. I can see that. You finally know something. Zhang Qing teased. Steve then covered his mouth with the web of his right hand and looked around at everyone awkwardly. Everyone fell silent. Tony rolled his eyes, and Banner looked down at his own feet. Let's get to work, Doctor. Right this way, sir. Tony and Banner headed toward the laboratory, and the others gradually dispersed. The agent Tony had called out for playing games, seeing that everyone had left, opened his game again. Suddenly a shadow fell over his screen. He turned and found Agent Hill standing behind him watching. Zhang Qing watched everyone go their separate ways, assuming they had all gone back to their own tasks. Of course, he automatically filtered out a certain flirtatious glance from Natasha. He felt he needed to make some preparations. Although the Hulk was no longer an obstacle, and the film's Natasha and Thor were already free to handle the explosion. But he decided to make preparations anyway. Right, first spread his flying thunder god across the entire helicarrier, making the ship his. At that moment in the S.H.I.E.L.D. research lab, Tony and Banner were enthusiastically discussing S.H.I.E.L.D's codes. Captain America walked in, and started bickering with Tony. As they were hotly debating who was the hero, and who was the zero, Tony spotted a familiar figure. "Zhang, what are you crouching in the corner for?" The other two looked over, and saw Zhang Qing crouched in the corner with his back to them. Zhang Qing turned his head. "I'm doing insurance work." Captain America walked out of the research lab. Recalling Tony's words just now, he fell deep into thought. S.H.I.E.L.D's research on cosmic magic and the Mind Scepter had also stirred his suspicions, so he slipped into S.H.I.E.L.D's secret room. When he opened the door and went deeper inside, he gradually discovered the strange weapons S.H.I.E.L.D. had developed. Suddenly from the corner ahead came a clatter, the sound of a metal object falling. He quickly pressed himself against the wall. Could they be keeping some kind of monster here? He stealthily poked his head around the corner, and was taken aback. "Mr. Zhang, what are you doing here?" Steve hadn't expected to run into Zhang Qing here. Just as in the lab, Zhang Qing was tinkering with something with his back to him. When Steve saw the metal weapon in his hand, the same as before, he asked, "Are you planning to do insurance work here too?" "Of course. There are so many usable, dangerous weapons here." Zhang Qing would never tell him that with the Flying Thunder God, he could take the weapons here for his own use or secretly sell them. Steve didn't press further because the urgent matter at hand was the weapons before him. He picked one up and headed for the door. Inside the S.H.I.E.L.D. research facility, all the Avengers had gathered, and under the influence of the Mind Scepter they gradually began to quarrel. However, with the whole problem already resolved, their argument centered on S.H.I.E.L.D. as secret development of lethal weapons. As a member of S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha naturally sided with the agency, while Steve and Tony formed opposing factions, this age-old rivalry gradually revealing their mutual disdain. What they did not know was that the controlled Hawkeye and Dr. Eric were en route to rescue Loki. In the room where Loki was caged, Loki sat leaning against the bars, with his eyes closed, lost in thought. After a long while he opened his eyes, and saw someone smiling at him. Yes, it was the one person about whom Loki had no information whatsoever. "This cage looks quite impressive. Can't you just phase through it?" Zhang Qing observed the cage. Loki remained silent for S.H.I.E.L.D. agent had just come to test him, only to leave in apparent disappointment, even though she already knew the Hulk's fury was part of a plan. A Midgardian mortal possessing remarkable sealing magic and teleportation abilities. After being controlled by him, Hawkeye Barton had already revealed his abilities to Loki. "It seems Barton told you everything. But that hardly matters. Did he also tell you that the Hulk has already been sealed?" Loki's eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, Barton had not informed him. Barton had gone directly to assist with the Tesseract research after dealing with Mjolnir, and was subsequently controlled. The matter of the Hulk's seal was known only to Director Fury and Natasha with an S.H.I.E.L.D. "You truly know how to surprise me. A Midgardian mortal, you may possess some minor tricks, but you are hardly sufficient to act recklessly before the future king of Asgard and Midgard." Zhang Qing smiled and clenched his fist in the void. A Gungnir appeared in his hand. "You should recognize this, correct? You have wielded it before." Loki was shocked. Why would Odin's Gungnir be in the hands of a Midgardian? Doubt flickered across his eyes. Although Zhang Qing had conjured it from thin air, it could not be ruled out that he used illusion magic, a technique even Loki himself employed. "Judging by your expression, you don't believe me. Very well, let me dispel your doubts." Zhang Qing activated the power within the golden spear. A golden cloak materialized upon his shoulders, and an overwhelming divine energy erupted from his body. Loki's eyes widened. His thoughts raced. Divine energy. The real Gungnir. But why? Loki could not fathom it. If even Thor was unworthy of the Gungnir, why would Odin bestow it upon this mortal? Did he defeat Odin? Impossible. If that were the case, Thor would have reacted. It must be that Odin gave it to him, but for what reason? Loki felt a pang of despair. His desire for the throne burned intensely, yet for now, he had to continue with the plan. Although the Hulk was no longer useful, he had already sensed the Mind Scepter being activated. The Avengers were surely falling into infighting. At this thought, a smile returned to his lips. Seeing Loki smile again, Zhang Qing said, "Are you expecting Hawkeye's ship to come pick you up? Don't worry, I'll let you go. After all, without your escape, how would the Avengers ever unite?" Zhang Qing offered a mysterious smile, then sheathed the Gungnir and departed. Loki watched his retreating figure. Though his face remained impassive, his mind churned with turmoil. How could he possibly know that? As Zhang Qing stepped through the doorway. Oh right, there's one more thing to attend to. Inside the research facility. By now they were arguing furiously, exchanging sharp blows, Captain America and Tony Stark proving to be the most venomous. Captain America believed Tony was nothing without his armor, a man who fought only for himself. Tony in turn considered Steve merely a laboratory experiment, all his abilities derived from a tiny vial, a clown of a hero. Wait! Where's the scepter? Natasha's question struck like a thunderclap. Everyone turned to the table, where the colossal scepter had been sitting moments before, now completely gone. They suddenly snapped back to reality, wondering why they had erupted into such a furious argument, still entirely unaware that the Mind Scepter had influenced their minds. At that moment the results of the search for the Tesseract also came in. Looking at the data, Banner looked up and exclaimed, "Good heavens!" Suddenly the floor exploded. Everyone was thrown back by the impact. It was Hawkeye's arrow. They hoped to provoke the Hulk this way, but alas, the Hulk was absent. Therefore, Shuri, quickly search the ship and stand by. Check whether Loki has escaped. Locate the scepter. Armed personnel stand ready. Nick Fury immediately issued orders to the ship while Natasha rushed to check on Banner. Are you all right? You're not turning into the Hulk, are you? No. Though I feel immense anger, as though something is trying to break free. It's as if a cork has sealed the bottle, unable to vent. The seal must be working. Steve quickly helped Tony up and urged him to suit up. Tony then received word that an engine had failed, so he followed Steve to perform repairs. By the way, where did John go? Meanwhile, Hawkeye had already led his team aboard the deck, preparing to split up. But suddenly armed agents surged onto the deck. Hawkeye left a few men behind and charged straight into the ship's interior. Outside the S.H.I.E.L.D. armory, Coulson prepared to enter and retrieve a weapon, then check whether Loki had escaped. Just as he finished collecting his arms and exited, he encountered Zhang Qing at the doorway. Coulson, I need to speak with you. Thor, go check on Loki immediately. Nick Fury ordered Thor to guard Loki while he rushed toward the command center. Thor walked for a long time, for he did not know the way to the containment cell. He had only seen it on surveillance footage. But after running about, he finally found it and burst inside with his hammer in hand. Loki had just been released by his subordinates when he saw his brother Thor coming to welcome him out. He greeted him with a grin. My dear brother, have you come to welcome me? As expected, Thor was tricked by Loki and fell into the cage. Loki looked at the furious Thor thrashing inside, and at the cage trembling from Thor's hammer blows, and taunted. Look, a new monster. Loki approached the control console, about to press the button, when a voice rang out from ahead. Stop, or the weapon in my hand will show you what true pain feels like, and send you straight to your god. Do yourself a favor and... Suddenly a blade pierced Coulson's chest from behind. It was the dagger Loki always carried. The Loki, holding his hands up in surrender before him, suddenly turned transparent until he vanished entirely. Thor looked at Loki standing behind the fallen Coulson and roared. No! They all treat us as gods, but they do not know whether we are truly immortal. Loki withdrew his dagger. Coulson slumped against the wall. Loki flashed the dagger at him in mockery, then beneath the gaze of a Thor trembling with rage pressed the button, and cast Thor down from nearly 10,000 meters above. Loki watched the void slowly close his face, unreadable, lost in thought. Then he followed his controlled subordinate toward the ship. But as he approached, he recalled Zhang Qing. Could he have some scheme? Never mind. It means nothing to me. At least for now I have succeeded. He boarded the ship and looked at the S.H.I.E.L.D. vessel he had directed his followers to dismantle. A smile spread across his face, but then he seemed to glimpse something. The smile vanished instantly. He closed his eyes and looked again, confusion washing over him. I thought I saw that mortal watching me, but now he's gone. Could I have been mistaken? I suppose I am being overly suspicious. By the way, what happened to the Mind Scepter? In the command room, Steve Banner and Tony sat at the table in silence, because Nick Fury had just announced Coulson's death before them, and tossed a set of photos in front of Steve. He was a capable man. He was excellent and dutiful. This was found inside his jacket. Steve stared at the photos scattered across his table for a few seconds, then flipped over one stained with blood, the one of him performing in that military uniform during World War II. At that moment, he truly felt like the clown in the photo. He can't ask for your autograph anymore. Steve set the photo down with a heavy heart. Seeing their expressions, Nick Fury felt he could stoke the fire further. Yes, I used the Tesseract to develop new weapons against unknown enemies. That was a huge bet for me, but it wasn't my biggest bet. As he spoke, Nick Fury slowly walked to a chair beside Steve, gripping its back with both hands. My biggest bet. Tony knows what that is. Tony trembled, then stood up abruptly and left the command room. Burning with rage and confusion, he unconsciously wandered to the room where Loki was being held and stared at the large hole in the middle. A moment later, Steve was not far from him. He was married. No. He had a girlfriend who played the cello. They fell silent for a while. Steve continued. I'm sorry. He seemed like a good man. Steve was not only grieved by Coulson's death, but also apologetic for having just spoken harshly to Tony. Tony had risked his life to enter the engine, yet Steve had called him selfish. He was too foolish. Why? For conviction. Tony didn't understand Coulson's actions. Because he went after Loki alone. He was just doing his duty. Tony sneered dismissively. He was beyond his capabilities. He should have waited for backup. He should have. Sometimes you can't help yourself, Tony. Steve cut Tony off. I've heard that before. First time you've seen a soldier die. Tony turned, glaring at Steve. But we're not soldiers. Tony's eyes were sorrowful. I wasn't planning to listen to Nick Fury. Neither am I. He and Loki both bear responsibility for Coulson's death, but right now, we need to focus on the bigger picture. As Steve was about to continue, laughter from nearby cut off the conversation. Tony! Steve! There you are! Look who's here! Tony and Steve turned to the voice. It was Banner speaking, and beside him stood someone they could hardly believe. What? Coulson! Yes, gentlemen, I'm alive! Tony's mind was reeling. He scratched his head with one hand and waved the other at them. Wait, give me a moment. He had just been so grief-stricken, and now they were telling him it wasn't needed. In broad daylight, a dead man resurrects. What the hell? It's true, Tony. Jean did it. He anticipated this. Oh my God! I almost forgot. We've got a formidable intelligence agent. I wondered why we rarely saw him after boarding the ship. So the insurance work he mentioned was this. Ha. Tony lavished praise on Zhang Qing, then realized something. How did Zhang bring you back? Was it his Taoist arts? No, you probably won't believe this, but when I was about to die, my wounds healed rapidly. Actually, Zhang Qing had hidden a strand of Ninetales chakra inside Coulson, and Ninetales chakra possesses powerful healing abilities. Wait, does Nick know about this? He found out after I was taken away by the medical staff. So that means he was lying to us just now. Yes, and Mr. Zhang supported it. Why? Tony and Steve looked baffled. Banner himself didn't quite understand either. He said the newly formed Avengers needed a little motivation, needed to be stirred up. Tony and Steve froze. Just now in the lab the two of them had been the most aggressive toward each other, and they understood that Loki wanted to sow discord among the Avengers. After a long silence, Steve asked, "Where's Zhang? He said he'd wait for you at the jet. Loki is at Stark Tower." Steve looked puzzled, not yet understanding why Loki would be there, but Tony immediately guessed it. "Power." "That bastard." Tony rushed out of the room. Steve immediately understood after hearing this, ran a few steps, then looked back at Banner. Banner met Steve's gaze, spread his hands, and smiled. "So is Hulk making his move?" Stark Tower. The control DR. Eric was on the top floor adjusting the Tesseract's data while Loki stood on the balcony below gazing at New York City. Before long, Tony arrived in his nearly wrecked armor. Unable to shut down the Tesseract, he spotted Loki and prepared to switch to a new suit. Looking at Loki, he thought, "What's going on? Isn't the Mind Scepter with him?" On the jet, Steve thanked Zhang Qing for saving Coulson. Zhang Qing looked at him silently. "Captain, you sometimes focus too much on the big picture. You should look at what's in front of you. Sometimes relying solely on teamwork isn't enough." Later, Steve opposed Tony's idea of arming Earth, believing that as long as the Avengers existed they wouldn't lose. Little did he know that once they shouldered the responsibility, all the weight of it truly fell on them together, just as he would say in Avengers Age of Ultron. They had had the chance to win. Steve didn't grasp Zhang Qing's meaning at the moment. As a soldier, he couldn't understand what enemy could not be defeated by teamwork. To him, Zhang Qing's words seemed like a prophecy, so he could only nod in agreement. Seeing his skeptical expression, Zhang Qing thought, "You'd better have understood. This ship is really slow." Zhang Qing complained to Natasha. "It's already at top speed." Natasha, seated beside Zhang Qing, said to him, "They're about to start over there." "Start what?" Just as Natasha was puzzled, Barton's voice came through. "We're here." Through the front view, a massive wormhole appeared in the New York sky. Natasha walked to the cockpit and looked out. A dense swarm of something was coming out of it. "That's the Chitauri army. Geez, if this jet were faster, we could have taken care of it before the wormhole even opened." Natasha ignored him and contacted Tony. "Stark, we're on your right heading northeast. Did you come by Oxcart? Head to Park Avenue. I'll lead them over there." Then Tony and Natasha worked in tandem to shoot down several Chitauri soldiers. Zhang Qing watched the buildings being hit and couldn't help remarking, "By the way, who's going to pay for all this? Forget it. It's not us anyway." Afterward, Barton flew the jet to the top of Stark Tower and saw Loki and Thor locked in combat. Normally Loki would have knocked him down with a Mind Scepter, but at that moment he didn't have it. Then the jet lurched. Because Barton was watching Loki and Thor, the jet was hit by a Chitauri soldier and was about to go down. Barton prepared to steer it toward an empty plaza. However, Zhang Qing used his shadow clone to grab Banner and Steve, and then placed his own hands on Natasha and Barton. Barton had no mood to care whose hand was on his shoulder. "Whoever you are, just let me land the jet first." Then he felt the world spin, that familiar feeling. Yes, Zhang Qing had teleported him out again. He was still in his seated flying position, so after the transfer, he landed square on the ground. "Wait the jet." Barton looked down below, but there was nothing. A voice came from behind him. "Stop looking. It's over here." "Stop looking, it's right here." Barton turned around and saw that the fighter jet had likewise been transported to the floor above by Zhang Qing. "How did you do that? You can move something this big besides people." After narrowly escaping death, Banner asked Zhang Qing, "Do you believe I could even move S.H.I.E.L.D. Helicarrier? It would just take a bit of effort." "My God. That's amazing." Steve couldn't help but marvel at Zhang Qing's ability. At that moment, Natasha suddenly called out for them to look at the top of Stark Tower. The portal expanded once more, and a colossal, half-mechanized whale-like reptilian beast emerged. Leviathan. Zhang Qing spoke its name. Barton beside him remarked, "That thing has a name." No sooner had the Leviathan appeared than it brought with it a horde of monstrous foot soldiers. In the sky, Chitauri forces were bombarding the streets. Seeing this, Steve said, "They need help. Zhang, take us down." On the street, Steve directed the police to evacuate the crowd, only to be questioned by the captain in charge. Why should we listen to you? Then, after watching Steve subdue several Chitauri soldiers in just a few moves, the captain turned without a word and carried out the order. Nice. What are you muttering about? Aren't you going to make a move? Natasha said, as she picked up her twin pistols and fired at the nearby Chitauri soldiers. Are those pistols even useful? They'll run out of ammo in no time, won't they? Natasha frowned as well, because Zhang Qing was right. She had fired several shots just to take down a single Chitauri soldier. This is useless. We need to shut it down, understand? That's true, but there are too many of them right now. We can't handle them. At that moment a great sound came from afar as Tony lured the Leviathan over. Hulk's about to make his move. Banner, who had been crouching behind a car with his head in his hands, suddenly looked up. He stood and walked over to them. Come on, John. I'm absolutely furious right now. As Zhang Qing released the 8 Trigrams Sealing, Banner's skin gradually turned green. He threw a punch at the oncoming Leviathan and knocked it into a 180-degree flip Tony, then blasted it apart with a single shot. The Chitauri soldiers around them let out furious roars as they watched the Leviathan being defeated. On the ground, the Avengers slowly formed a circle, keeping their eyes on the alien monsters around them. You're in good spirits, aren't you? Circling up like that. Guys, I think we can throw this buzzkill out. Tony voiced his displeasure. I agree. Natasha and Barton both nodded in agreement. Hulk let out a roar, though his meaning was unclear. Thor, who had been a bit tense, was suddenly amused by Zhang Qing and laughed. At that moment a Chitauri soldier was kicked down from above, and a figure in a red and black bodysuit leaped down from the sky. The backup I called for is here. Is that Spider-Boy? Long time no see. Everyone present except Zhang Qing and Tony had no idea who the man in the bodysuit was. His fashion sense is better than yours, Captain, Tony teased. You're making such a racket around here that it's reached the sky. Peter spoke first, then quietly said to Zhang Qing, Where have you been lately? Gwen kept coming to me asking about you. I forgot to get in touch with her. Whatever, we'll talk about it once this is over. Steve didn't hesitate any longer. Seeing the Chitauri soldiers closing in, and Hulk raring to go, he issued the order directly. They then split up. Steve asked Peter about his abilities, and assigned him to deal with the enemies in the sky along with Tony. He, Natasha, and Zhang Qing took the ground. Zhang Qing eliminated several enemies with the Flying Thunder God, but he kept his gaze fixed on the sky, waiting for the wormhole to grow bigger. Natasha fell back on hand-to-hand combat while dealing with the soldiers, but there were simply too many, and she was soon overpowered. Zhang Qing couldn't bear to watch and was just about to say something when Natasha shouted at him, Behind you. Natasha saw a Chitauri soldier fire at Zhang Qing, the blast flying straight toward him. Moving with incredible speed, Zhang Qing used his tail beast cloak to withstand the shot. Although it absorbed some of the damage, his back was still wounded, but it recovered swiftly under the effect of the Ninetails chakra. What? Natasha watched in disbelief as Zhang Qing took the blast head-on, and his wound healed in an instant. Zhang Qing formed a Rasengan and obliterated the soldier who had fired at him. Then he turned to Natasha. Give me your hand. Natasha was stunned for a moment. Seriously, we're in the middle of a battle. What are you doing? But she still placed her hand in Zhang Qing's. Then a surge of red energy spread across her body. Looks like it worked. As Zhang Qing had expected, there was no need to consider whether a person without chakra matched his chakra structure. He could simply pass on the tail beast cloak formed from his own chakra structure. Feel it. Natasha felt a surge of power within her, and her wounds all healed. Then several Chitauri soldiers landed beside her, providing the perfect opportunity to test her strength. With just a few punches she shattered the Chitauri soldiers. This is genuinely astonishing power. She admitted that she had misjudged him. In the distance, Steve came running back and looked at the red thing covering Natasha with confusion. So Zhang Qing gave him one as well. Steve felt his strength increase even more, and his shield flew farther than ever. Peter and Tony also returned. With Peter joining in, the soldiers in the sky were eliminated quickly, leaving only those on the ground. The two of them then put on their new clothes. Boss, I'm detecting a massive energy source. The armor was instantly fully charged again. Meanwhile, Natasha and Steve coordinated in an attempt to commandeer a Chitauri soldier's flying vehicle and go shut down the wormhole switch. Zhang Qing called her back. Wait, take this. Everyone present except Peter looked stunned. The Mind Scepter, so it's been with you. You've really thought of everything. Oh, and tell Nick Fury to watch out for a nuclear missile. Too late. Tony had just received Nick Fury's message and immediately took off into the sky. Moments later they saw Tony in the distance flying over with a nuclear missile. Then Natasha's voice came through. I can close it. Can anyone hear me? Wait. Steve was just about to tell her to shut it when Tony stopped him. I know where to send this thing. Tony then flew the missile into the wormhole and fell back to Earth where Hulk caught him. Just as people were celebrating the victory, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s vessel detected an intense energy signal above New York. Suddenly a colossal warship appeared above New York. This was Loki's contingency. He had originally possessed only one Chitauri warship, but to keep a backup plan, he had asked for an additional one. It turned out that Tony had not come through the wormhole alone. A colossal warship had also emerged merely with a slight delay. Tony, now conscious, cried out, "My God! Do you have any idea what I saw in there? Two colossal warships. Our nuke only blew up one." Yeah, we saw it. For the Avengers, nothing was more terrifying than the realization of insufficient strength. At that moment Tony's armor was depleted of power. He struggled to his feet, looked up at the enormous ship looming in the sky, and could not help but feel a surge of helplessness. Zhang, give me that red energy from just now. I'll charge the armor and take us out of here. Tony had barely finished speaking when the Chitauri mothership let out a deafening roar. Everyone stared at it intently, sensing that some part of the ship had moved. Through J.R.V.I.S. Tony realized that the ship had even extended a cannon, aimed precisely at where the Avengers now stood. Run. Move. It's locked onto us. Zhang, what are you standing there for? Tony was about to drag the stunned Zhang Qing away, but the ship's cannon was faster than him. A beam charged with the aura of destruction shot straight toward them. For Steve and the others had been quicker to move, but they were still thrown away by the shock wave. After struggling to his feet, Steve looked toward Zhang Qing and the others only to see a cloud of churning dust. Tony. Zhang. Are you two okay? Thor charged straight over. When the dust settled, a light slowly expanded and spread before Thor and Steve, leaving them stunned. Oh my God! What is that? Thor stared at the golden fox head, wondering if it was the power of Mjolnir. But he soon realized something was wrong. What it radiated was not Asgardian divine power, but a power he had never felt before. Are you all right? Zhang Qing stood with his back to Tony and Hulk. Hulk looked at the golden barrier beside him and roared at the sky, feeling his strength return. Tony stared at the astonishing readings. J.R.V.I.S. was displaying, utterly stunned. Zhang, did you do this? Steve and Thor ran over, Steve being the first to ask. Yes. Stay back. Can you shoot that ship down? Of course. If I don't make a move, we're going to die here. After all, your precious partners. Partners, huh? Steve smiled, feeling as if he had been brought back to the days when he fought side by side with Bucky. Yes. I don't want to see any of you die in front of me. Steve's mind jolted. He thought of Bucky falling into the ravine. Meanwhile, through her earpiece, Natasha asked Barton, who had just arrived on the scene, what was happening. We're fine. We might actually win. Stay back. What's wrong? Is it about to fire again? No. Then why? Because I'm about to start showing off. Huh? Tony saw J.R.V.I.S. warned that the energy readings around them were soaring. Then everyone saw droplets that looked like golden water begin to surge upward. Then, before everyone's eyes, Zhang Qing's body slowly transformed into golden light. Golden liquid clung to his body, his clothes became covered with strange patterns, and golden energy slowly wove a golden trench coat around him. "Fuck you, how can you be this cool?" Tony demanded. Then under his astonished gaze the fox head slowly grew a body. In their eyes Zhang Qing kept rising until he reached the same height as Stark Tower. "It can still transform." Tony was stunned for the second time. "You transforming is one thing, but your fox head transforms along with you. Man, are you a transformer? Usually it looks just like an ordinary person." Natasha, standing on the roof of Stark Tower, gazed at the colossal golden nine-tailed fox that appeared before her, then saw Zhang Qing inside it. She was stunned at first, then delighted. That guy really was hiding his strength. Meanwhile in the sky the Chitauri mothership had finished charging and fired its laser. Zhang Qing hurled a tail beast bomb straight at it. The tail beast bomb broke through the laser and hit the ship dead center. In a flash the vessel exploded and fell down in pieces. Zhang Qing then cancelled his Ninetales mode and landed beside Tony and the others. "By the way, those pieces aren't going to hit anyone, are they?" I don't know. I thought you were going to say something else." "What did you want me to say?" Something like, "If it were me, I'd say we don't need to go to work tomorrow, take the day off. Have you ever tried shawarma? There's a place about 2 streets away. I don't know how it tastes, but I want to give it a try." Tony's words made everyone laugh. Zhang Qing put an arm around his shoulder. "Your treat." "Fine. Eat as much as you want." After the Battle of New York, facing the wreckage left in the city, public opinion of the Avengers was sharply divided. Of course, the hottest topic was the giant golden fox that had appeared in the city with devastating power. Next was Tony carrying the nuclear missile into the wormhole. People with that kind of power should be brought under control. They're too dangerous. That giant fox was so cool, radiating golden light. According to the people who hid there, it was probably Queen's honorary police officer Shadow. Can just anyone become a police officer now? The one in the red and black suit over there seems to be Queen's Spider-Man too. Don't you guys think billionaire Tony Stark taking a nuke through the wormhole was cool? I'm more curious how the government is going to handle this mess. The president will probably have to step down because of the nuke. S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters. In the command center, agents were cheering for the victory and talking enthusiastically about the Avengers. Meanwhile, Nick Fury went into a communications room and opened a video conference with the counselors. The counselors wanted Nick Fury to tell them where the Avengers were, but Nick Fury said he didn't know. Then where did the Tesseract go? It went where it was supposed to go. We couldn't stop it. You have no right to make that decision. I didn't make a decision. I was only following the will of God. So you let him take the Tesseract and the war criminal Loki away. I believe he will receive justice. The counselors hurled threats at Nick Fury, but Nick Fury was not afraid of these hypocritical politicians at all, because the Avengers initiative had been an overwhelming success. No one could deny his achievements. An unnamed plaza. Thor stood beside Loki with the Tesseract in one hand and his hammer in the other, saying to Zhang Qing, "Zhang, you have my father's Mjolnir. Once I go back and repair the Bifröst, you can use it to come to Asgard. We welcome you anytime." "I will." Thor grinned at that, then immediately put away his smile and looked at Loki. He nudged Loki with the container holding the Tesseract. Loki took the hint, grabbed the other side, and under everyone's gaze they left Earth. Then Zhang Qing suddenly clapped his hands. "Oh no, I think I forgot to ask how to use it." Tony laughed heartily, draping an arm around Zhang Qing's shoulder. Natasha passed by, elbowed him, and then walked away, followed by a grinning Barton and Steve. "By the way, Banner, do you want me to seal Hulk away for you again?" Banner hesitated for a moment. "I don't think that's necessary." "What? You've decided to accept him?" "Because the S.H.I.E.L.D. Helicarrier was damaged, including my quarters. I can't go back to S.H.I.E.L.D. now, and out in the world I'm afraid of running into enemies. Your seal is so strong that I'm afraid Hulk won't be able to get out." "Fine. If you lose control, call me." "How am I supposed to call you if I've lost control?" "Good point." Forget it. Take this. With that, Zhang Qing took out a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God's seal. With this, I can get to your side anytime. But is it really okay to carry a knife with you? True. Tony saw the two hesitating, and decided to exercise his clever little brain. I suggest you give him a pair of pants. Hulk never tears his pants anyway. The two rolled their eyes at him, but they still thought it made sense. Every time Hulk came out, the only thing left on his body was his pants. In the end, after thinking it over, Zhang Qing gave him the watch bearing his Flying Thunder God's seal, and told him to take good care of it. Seeing how much Zhang Qing treasured it, Banner asked how much it had cost. $2 or $3. Tony and Banner were dumbfounded. Only $2 or $3, and he treasured it so much. This is an overseas limited edition digital watch imported from Mongwa. It's really hard to find here. I got it from one of my hometown folks. S.H.I.E.L.D. Command Center. What should we do, sir? They've all scattered in different directions, some even far away. How should we handle such situations if they arise again? They will return. Are you that certain? Hill did not know whether the Avengers could ever reunite as they had that day. Yes. Why? Hearing Hill's words, Nick glanced toward the sky outside the window, as if he could perceive the enemies lurking in the cosmos. Because we need them to come back. Hill was somewhat surprised upon hearing this reason, yet it made sense. All the more so because the Avengers' reason for returning could indeed be this simple. Just then Nick Fury's private phone rang. He picked it up, and saw Zhang Qing's name on the display. After answering, "Hey, isn't $100 million worth something for defending New York from those space bastards?" Aye. Before Zhang Qing could finish, the other end hung up with a series of beeps. At S.H.I.E.L.D. Hill noticed Nick Fury hang up immediately, and his expression darkened further, so she asked, "Sir, did something happen?" Just then Zhang Qing called again. Nick Fury answered and activated the speaker. "Director Nick, if 100 million feels excessive, how about 50 million? A friend's discount after all, I saved the Earth." Hill's lips twitched slightly. "Do superheroes need money? Don't superheroes need money? Hey, is that Agent Hill?" "In that case, Director Nick, give me Hill's phone number, so I can ask her out, and I'll throw in an additional discount, 5 million. Just as Hill was about to protest, Nick suddenly spoke. "Hill is my trusted subordinate." Hearing Nick say this about her, Hill felt a wave of warmth. "So, the discount must go further. $1 million is the maximum. All right, you've got a bargain. Deal?" Hill felt as though she had just been sold. Laughter erupted around her, and she immediately spun around and shouted, "Get back to work." The agents who had been laughing shut their mouths at once. Hill turned her head, and found that Nick Fury had already hung up. "Sir, listen, Agent Hill, this is an order. You've been working too long. It's time to take a break." Hill hung her head weakly. "Yes." Who didn't know that Hill was a workaholic, devoted her entire life to the agent's profession. Zhang Qing had just received Hill's phone number when Nick Fury informed him that Hill had been granted weekend leave, and asked Zhang Qing to take her out to rest. "A beauty trap. You're testing cadres with this. I'm the strongest Avenger. Any Avenger could withstand such a test." But the system, absent for dozens of chapters, had finally appeared today. Ding. Congratulations, host. Recognition has reached 10%, renowned far and wide. Reward all ninja techniques and Sharingan eyes of Uchiha Madara alive. Long time no see, system. Bringing me such good rewards this time. System, open the panel. Ding. System panel loading. System panel updating. Update complete. Name Zhang Qing. Gender male. Recognition 0. Ninja techniques: Flying Thunder God technique, Rasengan Shadow Clone Jutsu, Sealing Jutsu, Wind Release, Vacuum Bullets, Fire Release, Great Fire, Annihilation, Fire Release, Dragon Flame Song, Susanoo. Others: Ninetales Chakra, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. I can finally pilot mecha. From now on I can layer Susanoo over the Ninetales, directly entering 6-path Susanoo mode. He then took out the Spear of Destiny, and began to ponder its mysteries. Weekend? Hello, Miss Hill. Please come in. Let's talk inside. Hill had completely shed her usual agent demeanor, dressed in casual clothes, and walking in with obvious reluctance. Still, she couldn't help but be stunned by the villa Tony had gifted to Zhang Qing, thinking to herself, "Such a magnificent villa, yet the owner is so stingy." A renowned superhero, famous both domestically and internationally, actually haggling over hundreds of thousands of dollars with the S.H.I.E.L.D. director. "Hello, Mr. Zhang Qing. Aren't we going out?" Reluctant as she was, one still had to give face to someone who had single-handedly destroyed an alien spaceship. "No need. I have ingredients at home. I'll cook personally." Hill looked at Zhang Qing, slightly astonished. The strongest superhero actually had time to practice his cooking skills. What a surprising thing. Aside from his greedy nature, he was nearly a perfect man. At that moment, the front door suddenly swung open, and Gwen walked in. Seeing Zhang Qing actually at home, Zhang Qing also seemed to have forgotten that he had intended to contact her. "Zhang, you're back. If Peter hadn't told me about this, I would have thought you'd been sold to the Middle East as a mercenary." Gwen looked at Zhang Qing playfully, then glanced at Hill beside him. "What? Haven't seen you in a few days, and now there's another colleague." The woman he'd met the previous time was named Natasha, whom Zhang Qing said was his colleague. The last one was named Jane, who claimed to be his colleague as well. And this time, another colleague. "She's my colleague." Zhang Qing's reply was exactly what Gwen had expected. Gwen sighed helplessly, knowing full well her own status, and said, "It's been so long. Let's grab a meal, my treat." "You don't need to treat us this time. I'll cook a dish from my hometown myself." "You can cook?" "Of course." "Are you talking about Longwa cuisine? Trying to introduce us to new flavors?" "No." Both Gwen and Hill were stunned. If not that, then perhaps Zhang Qing was simply skilled at it. "Why, I only know how to make this one." As expected. London. At that moment, Jane and her companions followed a strange signal from scientific equipment to a supernatural location for investigation, only to suddenly be pulled into a dark tunnel. She felt a flicker of fear, pulled out her phone, and tried to call Zhang Qing, who was far away in the States, but the call wouldn't go through. Bracing herself, she stepped forward into the darkness. Asgard. After weeks of busyness, Thor finally managed to find some rest. He came to the Bifröst and found Heimdall striking up a conversation with him. "Remember that celestial convergence I told you about?" Heimdall set down the sword he used as the Bifröst's activation device slowly descended the steps, and stood at the windowsill gazing at the star-filled sky. "I remember. The kingdoms will align and align. It's almost here, isn't it? This cosmic appeared before I began my watch. You can sense it, even fewer can see it. Though it may bring danger, it is truly breathtaking." Starlight twinkled in Heimdall's eyes. "I cannot see anything. Perhaps it is not the beauty you wish to behold." Thor glanced at Heimdall and smiled. "I'd quite like to see it. By the way, how has Zhang been lately? When he was on Midgard, he asked me to keep an eye on Jane." "He's fine, but she's disappeared." Heimdall paused, realizing he could no longer perceive Jane's location. "Tell me her last known position. She may be in trouble. Zhang entrusted her to my care." After Thor asked, Heimdall gazed out at the cosmos for a moment, then climbed the steps, preparing to activate the Bifröst to teleport Thor there. Several months after the Battle of New York, Zhang Qing decided to visit Tony's residence that day, knowing that the events following the battle would likely usher in Iron Man's third chapter. When he arrived at Tony's home, he found Tony seated on the sofa, clad in his Mark armor, and laughed. "Why are you walking around your own house in armor?" But as he took a closer look, he noticed the Mark 42 designation on the suit and immediately understood this was what some call the prodigal son, the so-called anti-Tony armor. However, Pepper had no idea about this. She went up and affectionately greeted the armor. Just then Tony emerged from his research lab. When Pepper glanced between the Mark 42 and Tony, she quickly lost her composure and fled in embarrassment. Tony watched Pepper run off with a puzzled expression, then turned to ask Zhang Qing, What was that about? Nothing much. She probably had something to attend to. Indeed, I've been so occupied developing the new armor that she's been handling everything at the company. I've been a burden to her. Zhang Qing wore a knowing smile and patted him on the shoulder. I can't tell you. I'd lose all face. Why have you come today? Here to see my latest creation. This Mark 42, right? Zhang Qing approached the Mark 42 and studied it. To his surprise, the armor seemed to observe him back with something almost human. Judging by the bruises on your face, this armor has given you quite a rough time. Tony's face was indeed marked with purple and yellow bruises, likely caused by the Mark 42. Yes, but this is my best work so far. It can be summoned at any moment, and its artificial intelligence has been enhanced, allowing me to handle more situations. Not bad. By the way, is the mark I left on you still there? Of course, the bracelet you gave me is always with me, though it's currently stored in my lab. Zhang Qing had left marks of the Flying Thunder God technique on Tony's smart bracelet, Banner's electronic watch, and Gwen's keychain pendant. After all, two of them didn't need keys. One never came home, and the other had nowhere to return to, while Gwen needed her keys to leave for school, making the keychain pendant the perfect choice. He wondered whether he should equip everyone with one. You need to stay alert recently. Your enemies are likely coming for you. Enemies? Yes, something about a research project. Extremis virus, I believe. Meanwhile in Queens, Peter, disguised as Spider-Man, dismantled a criminal gang that had stolen plutonium from Oscorp and rescued Max, taking a moment to calm his nerves afterward. Max was a rather unremarkable guy who usually went unnoticed. Seeing Spider-Man had saved him, he was overcome with excitement. Noticing Max's unusual emotional state, Peter delivered an inspired speech before saying, I need you. Those 3 words would echo throughout the rest of his life. Having settled everything, Peter finally rushed back to school for the graduation ceremony, where he encountered Gwen, who was assisting with the diplomas. Seeing him arrive at last, she teased, being a hero again at this hour. The teachers nearby and the audience below all chuckled. Peter grinned awkwardly, took his diploma, and walked away quickly. After the ceremony, Gwen found Peter. Aunt May and Uncle Ben watched as she approached, their eyes gleaming with curiosity. Peter, have you told Zhang Qing? Oh, I forgot. I'll call right away. Gwen sighed, utterly helpless. Peter was always so busy, constantly fulfilling his duties as an honorary officer. Just the day before, her father had witnessed scenes from the Battle of New York. He was stunned to find Peter and Zhang Qing were both at the scene, and even more astonished by Zhang Qing's power. He wanted to have a proper conversation with Zhang Qing to learn more about the Avengers and determine whether this organization was good or bad for law enforcement. Peter hurriedly called Zhang Qing to inform him that Gwen's father had invited both of them for a family dinner. Zhang Qing agreed without hesitation, since it meant saving a meal. Uncle Ben, overhearing that Zhang Qing was joining Peter's family dinner, suggested to Peter that they invite Zhang Qing over for a meal a few days later. Gwen, however, directly invited both couples, and they happily accepted. Chinatown, New York. The Stacy family decided to enjoy Cantonese dim sum. Since Zhang Qing hailed from the Dragon Nation, perhaps it would make him feel more at home. Zhang Qing had been in this city for several years, and hadn't seen his family in a long time. The restaurant owner, surprised to find a Chinese face among a table of Americans, switched to Cantonese to test Zhang Qing. To the owner's astonishment, Zhang Qing was indeed a fellow countryman and responded in fluent Cantonese. Delighted, the owner immediately offered a discount. But George Stacy refused, insisting that a host should not let guests haggle over the bill. The two families, along with Zhang Qing, chatted freely. George asked the owner for several drinks, then hinted that Gwen had important matters to discuss. He leaned close and whispered a few words to Gwen, who replied, It's getting late. These men want to drink. I think I should take you all home first. One of Gwen's younger brothers protested. Sis, I'm a man too. Be quiet, you're still a boy. She managed to convince Aunt May, her own mother, and her younger brothers to leave, since George and Zhang Qing needed to discuss serious matters. Aunt May and the others were unaware of Peter and Zhang Qing's secret, and to spare them worry, Gwen chose not to tell them. George noticed Uncle Ben had yet to leave and formed a guess in his mind. Mr. Parker, you too. Yes, Captain Stacy. Just call me George. I'm Ben. The two middle-aged men exchanged polite pleasantries before turning their attention to Zhang Qing and Peter. George spoke first. What kind of organization is the Avengers? Seeing George go to such lengths, Zhang Qing immediately understood this was about superheroes. The only thing that had recently captured his attention was the Battle of New York. Captain Stacy probably learned about it through the Battle of New York, correct? So you call it the Battle of New York. That does make sense. Earth people against aliens. The Avengers are a temporary organization assembled to defend Earth. Temporary? So you've all disbanded? More or less. Everyone has their own business. Just like Peter, he's back in Queens picking up his vigilante work again. Peter was mid-bite into something called tripe. It was his first time trying foreign cuisine, and he was pleasantly surprised that something that looked so repulsive actually tasted wonderful. When the conversation turned to him, he put down the chopsticks he was struggling with, and nodded affirmatively. Fair enough. So that enormous golden fox in New York, that was you, wasn't it? Zhang Qing smiled and nodded. George fell into contemplation. As time passed, this world seemed to be transforming beyond recognition. Criminals no longer relied solely on firearms, and those possessing superpowers were a double-edged sword. He harbored deep concerns about the Avengers. If they ever turned to crime, the police force would be utterly powerless against them. Zhang, do you truly believe the Avengers are a force for good? Gwen also returned and took her seat beside Zhang Qing. Then Parker noticed George's worry, which mirrored his own, so he spoke it aloud. Hearing this, Zhang Qing turned to look at Peter. Noticing Zhang Qing's gaze, Peter said, I think it's a good thing. It was brief yet lacking reasoning, so Zhang Qing continued. Let me be honest with you, uncles. Earth is undergoing a transformation unseen in a century. A transformation unseen in a century. George and Ben both looked bewildered. Why did those words sound so familiar? Yes, we have been thoroughly drawn into the competition for cosmic resources, becoming merely one part of it. Extraterrestrial advanced forces are now eyeing Earth, which is precisely why the Avengers were formed, to gather the world's superhumans and lead the resistance against humanity's common enemy. But haven't you already disbanded? You've all gone your separate ways. What if we face this situation again? Will you come back? George voiced his concern about the current situation to Zhang Qing, while Peter froze as well. Indeed, they had already scattered. Could they ever reunite? Although Captain America Steve and Tony had both declared themselves Avengers at the time. Yes. Why? Because Earth faces a crisis, and because people need the Avengers. All four present were dumbfounded by Zhang Qing's response. They never expected such a simple reason, yet it somehow felt undeniably true. Hearing this, Peter felt a fire ignite within him, and went to the shop owner to order more beef tripe. George saw this, and reminded him, You're paying for these. Peter was dumbfounded. Wasn't George footing the bill? George couldn't help but laugh at Peter's bewildered expression. Just kidding. I'm treating. Gwen also chuckled at Peter's innocent demeanor. Then Parker smiled, and patted Peter's head, but his eyes revealed deep thought, perhaps contemplating Peter's future. Asgard Odin had heard that Thor had brought back a mortal from Midgard to be treated, but he believed interfering with mortal life would disrupt the order of the 9 realms. He decided that mortal must be sent away. However, upon discovering something unusual on Jane, something resembling the ether particles described in ancient books, he could no longer remain calm. This was precisely what his father had personally sealed away, and now it had reappeared. He then brought them to where the ancient scrolls were stored, and told them about the history of the 9 realms, and the Dark Elves. The substance within Jane was the Dark Elves' weapon, the ether particle. My father bore ultimately prevailed, ushering in thousands of years of peace. When Jane asked how the ether particle could be removed as mentioned in the book, Odin replied, There is no way. Odin then left. Jane wore a helpless expression. Was she truly going to die? What John said, perhaps there is a solution. For suddenly asked Jane, who looked puzzled. She didn't understand why Thor thought so highly of Zhang Qing. Moreover, Jane did not wish for Zhang Qing to know that she was being drained of her life by the ether particle. Before Jane could respond, Thor headed straight toward the Bifröst. Earth, New York, Chinatown. As Zhang Qing and Peter stepped out of the shop, a pillar of rainbow light appeared before them. Then Parker immediately retreated in fright. George instinctively reached for the pistol at his waist, but he hadn't brought it since they were out to eat. Peter quickly shielded them both behind him, staring at the light column. Zhang Qing recognized the familiar phenomenon as the Bifröst and guessed that Thor had come looking for her. Predictably, when the light faded, Thor emerged from within. "What brings you here? Did something happen in Asgard?" "Nothing would happen to Asgard as long as my father lives. I came today because it concerns Jane." "Jane? You mean the ether particle, right? I knew you'd know. Can you remove it? Then I'll leave Jane's matter to you. I'll bring her back and you handle the rest." Thor believed Zhang Qing would have a solution and prepared to leave to bring Jane back. "I'm sorry, but I have no way to do that." The ether particle was the reality stone wielding the power of cosmic laws. For ordinary matters, a Bagua seal might work, but this was beyond that. "However, there is a solution. It requires a trip to the Dark World." "The Dark World? The Dark Elves' stronghold?" "Yes. We must not delay. Let us go." As Zhang Qing was about to leave with Thor, Peter spoke up. "Can I come along?" "Who is he?" "The Spider-Man from last time." "Ah, it's you. Of course you can come. Asgard welcomes you." Peter was thrilled. He could finally travel to space. But Uncle Ben immediately refused. "Peter, you don't have time for fun right now. You need to prepare for your university exams." Peter gave an awkward smile. It was true. He had skipped too many classes fighting crime and lacked a recommendation from any professor, so he had no choice but to take the exam. "You'd better stay. This mission is rather troublesome. Protect Gwen in New York." With that, Thor activated the Bifröst and vanished before the stunned eyes of onlookers. People around chattered about who these individuals were, prompting Peter and the others to quickly slip away. Gwen watched the spot where Zhang Qing had disappeared, feeling a hint of jealousy. "Jane, isn't that the woman I met last time? I heard she has 3 doctoral degrees in astrophysics. Annoying. I at least have a key to Zhang Qing's house." She clung to the one advantage she had. Asgard Jane was overjoyed to see Zhang Qing, yet also deeply sorrowful knowing she was dying. "Zhang says he has a way to resolve the ether particle inside you." "Huh?" Jane was bewildered. Even the gods of Asgard had said there was no solution yet. This mortal from Earth claimed to have one. But then she recalled Zhang Qing's extraordinary power, as if Asgard were the place with more mortals than heroes. "What kind of solution?" Jane asked eagerly. After all, the prospect of not dying was thrilling. Her research, her celestial movements, her Zhang angle problem. "Only the one who tied the knot can untie it." "What do you mean?" "We must have the Dark Elves remove it themselves." Hearing this, both Jane and Thor were shocked. "Find the Dark Elves." "But the Dark Elves died out thousands of years ago." Thor cited the records from the ancient book, thinking Zhang Qing's method was clever but impractical. "They did not die. They merely entered slumber. When the ether particle was activated by Jane, they awoke." "You mean?" "Yes, they are coming." Suddenly they heard crashing and sounds of battle outside. Thor immediately summoned his hammer and charged toward the entrance. Thor rushed out of the palace and ran into his mother, Frigga, the All-Mother. He told her about the dungeon, then took off on Mjolnir and sped toward it. Shortly after he left, Zhang Qing emerged with Jane. Seeing that Zhang Qing had actually brought Jane straight out, Frigga hastened to say, "Why did you bring her out?" "Take her back inside," Frigga said, pulling Jane away. Dragged along, Jane looked back at Zhang Qing and noticed that he neither objected nor looked back. She couldn't help wondering, was an enemy coming? That was exactly what happened. The Dark Elves used the chaos in the dungeon to lure away a number of Asgardian soldiers. Meanwhile, a cursed warrior who had infiltrated the palace destroyed its protective barrier, all to allow the soldiers piloting the ship to bring their leader into the palace. Zhang Qing meanwhile needed to wait for them right there. Frankly, he might be able to stop the All-Mother Frigga from dying. Then he could capture a Dark Elf ship, so that when he went to the Dark World, he wouldn't need to borrow one from Asgard. At the entrance to the Bifröst, also called the Gate of Asgard, Heimdall was keeping watch over the 9 realms, as usual, when he heard something unusual. Suddenly he charged out. A Dark Elf ship, seemingly cloaked, but not completely invisible, was flying along the Bifröst bridge. Using the terrain of the bridge, Heimdall took out the intruder. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a huge crash sounded behind him. He spun around and saw a ship even larger than the first right there, breaking apart into several smaller ships that flew toward the palace. Seeing the number of invaders, Heimdall hurried back to the Bifröst control mechanism and raised the defensive barrier with his sacred sword. At the palace, the Dark Elf ships flew straight at it in force. The Asgardian soldiers, caught off guard, nevertheless fought to the death. Yet a few slipped through and charged into the palace. Just as they were about to break in, a golden figure blocked the way, Zhang Qing in Ninetales mode. The Asgardian soldiers' morale surged at the sight. The Dark Elves meanwhile felt a flicker of fear before the colossal giant, but at Malekith's command, they could only steel themselves and press forward. The Dark Elves, for their part, intended to use sheer numbers, sacrificing ship after ship, if necessary, to break into the palace and reclaim the ether. Dozens of ships circled Zhang Qing. He grabbed one at random and crushed it with his bare hands. But the ships were as annoying as mosquitoes. If not for the Asgardian town right beside him, he would have started blasting tail beast balls everywhere. So Zhang Qing decided to destroy their mothership first. Using Ninetales mode, he sensed the dark energy around him and found the strongest concentration at the Bifröst entrance. He began charging a tail beast ball to fire at it. The Dark Elves seemed to notice. A ship flew straight into the fox's head and self-destructed, interrupting the attack. Damn it! If I had the Raisin Shuriken, this wouldn't be so troublesome. The ships were too fast. Fighting them in Ninetales mode was like swatting mosquitoes. There were too many to finish, and it made you want to scream. Just after Zhang Qing's charge was interrupted, he saw several ships had already broken into the palace. The palace's defense system seemed to be malfunctioning and could not activate its protective barrier. Damn it, someone got in, he muttered. He crushed a ship with a casual flick of his hand, then cancelled Ninetales mode and entered the palace. Inside the palace, Jane had followed Frigga's advice and hidden herself in a secluded spot. While she was worrying about the situation outside, Zhang Qing suddenly appeared beside her. She quickly gave Zhang Qing a brief rundown of the situation. Zhang Qing then recalled that Malekith had slipped a cursed warrior into Asgard. He immediately rushed to where Frigga was. When he arrived, he saw the cursed warrior just about to seize Frigga by the back of her neck. He promptly hurled a flying thunder god kunai at it. The cursed warrior grabbed Frigga's neck and Zhang Qing's kunai struck its arm at the same time, but the wound was of no consequence. Just as it was about to tighten its grip around Frigga's throat, it felt its body being pierced through. Its strength failed, and the hand gripping Frigga's neck loosened helplessly. Freed, Frigga immediately ran backward, keeping as far away from the others as possible. Under the gaze of the 3 onlookers, Zhang Qing merely stood before the cursed warrior, staring at it. Then the warrior's body was pierced through, hanging suspended in midair. While they watched in shock and confusion, blue bones began to emerge around Zhang Qing. A blade formed of blue bone extended from them and thrust straight into the cursed warrior's abdomen. Who are you exactly? Malekith panicked. He backed toward the balcony, watching Zhang Qing warily. At his question, Zhang Qing turned to look at him. His Sharingan was spinning in his eyes. Do you want to dance too? Seeing those eyes, Malekith trembled for a moment, but he gritted his teeth. He believed that as long as he had the ether, he could contend with such an enemy. So he turned and ran toward the railing, preparing to jump down. Seeing this, Zhang Qing instantly wove hand seals and spat out flames. Fire released great fire arrow. But the cursed warrior, whose body had been pierced by Zhang Qing, suddenly moved. It threw a punch at Zhang Qing, but the fist did not land. Instead, it was blocked by a blue barrier. Thus Zhang Qing's great fire arrows still seared Malekith. Hit but not stopped, Malekith succeeded in leaping down and was carried away by a ship that had been waiting. Thor arrived just in time. He hurled Mjolnir at the ship but missed, the ship was too fast. You could have used lightning, you know, Zhang Qing said. Shit, I was in too much of a hurry to think of it, Thor replied. Zhang Qing sliced the cursed warrior into killing it for good. The next moment Odin arrived. Seeing Frigga safe and sound, he immediately pulled her into his arms and murmured, thank goodness, you're all right. Rest assured, thanks to Zhang Qing's timely arrival, I wasn't killed, Frigga said. Thor found this side of his father almost amusing. It was the first time he had ever seen him behave that way. As if sensing Thor's amusement, Odin let go of Frigga and asked Thor, have you taken care of things in the dungeon? Of course, father. Humph. Odin snorted and left with Frigga. Yet as he passed Zhang Qing, he still offered a word of thanks. After they left, Jane, who had been hiding behind the wall, came out. Zhang Qing pulled Thor aside. For the Dark Elves actually struck all the way at Asgard. Think about it, your grandfather defeated them in the Dark World once. Now they've come to invade your home. Don't you find that shameful? Enraged by the thought, these Dark Elves had killed so many Asgardian soldiers and nearly murdered his mother, Thor declared, I will go to the Dark World and make them know the wrath of the God of Thunder. Zhang Qing gave him a thumbs up. That was exactly the reaction he wanted. Thor then went straight to the main hall to find Odin and ask for his approval, which would secure them a ship. In the palace, Odin and the minister responsible for the palace's defense were discussing the palace's defense systems. Our cannons can't detect them. The man speaking was the minister chiefly responsible for guarding the palace. He looked at the virtual map of the palace before him, then said helplessly to Odin, Your Majesty, we have completely lost our defensive capability. Odin fell silent at this. Just then Thor arrived. Odin dismissed the men as they left. They glanced at Thor, and the look Thor returned seemed to say, Can't you see we're busy? Thor didn't want to dwell on it. He wanted to go to the Dark World and destroy Malekith's lair directly so Asgard would never be invaded again. I want to pursue Malekith. The ether is in our hands. Malekith will come to us. Odin walked down the steps and headed outside, with Thor following behind. Yes, and he will destroy us. You overestimate those monsters. Odin didn't think that a Dark Elf, who had already been defeated, could destroy Asgard, even though Asgard had already been heavily weakened. No. I just value the lives of our people. Zhang Qing, and I will take Jane to the Dark World to draw the enemy away from Asgard. When Malekith removes the ether from Jane's body, he will be exposed and vulnerable, and then I will destroy him as well. Odin stopped. Thor watched him from behind, and then Odin slowly turned around. It was Zhang Qing's idea, wasn't it? This is a gamble. If it fails, the weapon will fall into enemy hands. If we just sit and wait, we'll only be in greater danger. His fleet might be hovering above us right now, and we would have no way of knowing. Once he comes, his men will fall to the blades of tens of thousands of Asgardian soldiers. Then how many more of us will have to die? No sacrifice is too great. Odin was furious. This war was about Asgard's honor. As the center of the 9 realms, they had been invaded, and they could not defend themselves. Thor fell silent. The moment the shout died, Odin felt unwell. The ever-accumulating years were slowly breaking apart his ancient divine body. Seeing this, Thor moved forward to support him, but Odin held his ground and did not fall, like an old white poplar still determined to protect Asgard. We will keep fighting, to the last Asgardian, until Asgardian blood runs dry. Thor seemed dazed and shook his head. Then what difference is there between you and Malekith? Odin chuckled. My son, the difference is that we will ultimately be victorious. Then Odin turned and walked away, leaving Thor deep in thought. In a tavern outside Asgard, Zhang Qing and Jane found a table and waited there. Are we really going to that so-called Dark World? What else can we do? Can't you take it out of me? No. Jane resignedly took a sip of the wine on the table, while Zhang Qing pushed his cup over. Jane rolled her eyes at him, but still poured him some wine. Actually, just now in the castle, I suddenly saw the entire sky turn blood red, and the roads and houses all turn black. It's the ether's doing. It can alter reality. This is just the world it wanted to show you. Probably the Dark Elves used it to make this happen, so it was recorded. You seem to know what this is. Zhang Qing didn't say anything more. Of course he knew that the ether was the reality stone capable of altering reality. If that Malekith actually got his hands on it, things would get troublesome. However, the movies never made it seem as over the top as the comics did. They either didn't use it or only used it briefly, as if it had been nerfed. Could it have some backlash, or was there a cooldown? Just then Thor came over and sat down shaking his head. Jane looked to Zhang Qing since Zhang Qing was the most reliable one now. What do we do? This guy Thor can't even manage anything in his own home. Can we still go? Of course. See. There's your helper. Thor, I'll leave it to you. Jane, let's go. Thor watched Zhang Qing and Jane leave, then saw Heimdall walking toward him from another direction. Heimdall came to the table, chose a stool, and sat down. Didn't you attend Odin's war council? Your father ordered the Bifröst closed. No one is permitted to enter or leave Asgard. As he spoke, Heimdall slowly removed his helmet. Thor looked at the helmet, nodded thoughtfully, and understood what Zhang Qing had meant. If even I can't see the enemy, then what use is this guardian? Malekith will return. You know that very well. Thor glanced around cautiously. I need your help. I can't defy the king's command, not even for you. That's not what I mean. The 9 realms need an all-father who is strong and can command respect. But no matter the circumstances, he can't see reality. Heimdall hatred and grief have blinded him. Aren't we all? I see very clearly. The risk is too great. From now on, every step we take carries risk. We have no choice. Heimdall fell silent. The Dark Elves had devastated Asgard. Countless Asgardian soldiers had been killed and many people had been hurt. What do I need to do? What I'm asking you to do is high treason. Even if we succeed, we will be banished. If we fail, death is certain. Malekith knows the ether is here. He can sense its energy. If we do nothing, he will attack again, and this time they will destroy Asgard. In a secret chamber, Thor and some of his companions, with Jane and Zhang Qing among them, and Heimdall discussed the plan. The Bifröst is closed, and the Tesseract is locked in the vault. There are other ways to leave Asgard. After the meeting, everyone dispersed. Zhang Qing said to Thor, You all go ahead. I already know the location. I'll catch up later. Thor didn't know what Zhang Qing planned to do, but he had already decided to risk everything. He had to think first about how to deal with Malekith, so he nodded in agreement. Thor walked through the night dressed in black. He recalled how Heimdall had asked him why he would take such a risk, and his answer had been, He almost killed my mother. Frigga the Allmother was far more merciful than the stern Allfather Odin. She showed kindness to both Thor and Loki, which was why they both loved their mother deeply. Early morning. Thor and the others set out. Back at Odin's palace, Odin and his ministers were still holding a meeting when Zhang Qing suddenly entered. Seeing him, Odin dismissed the ministers. The minister thought, Damn, who's interrupting now? Oh, it's that big shot. No problem then. The minister had personally seen Zhang Qing transform into a giant golden monster. Odin saw him arrive and said, It's about Thor, isn't it? I think they've already set off, haven't they? It's for Thor, isn't it? They've already set off, haven't they? Odin smiled. Zhang Qing had saved his wife Frigga, and as a Midgardian with such formidable power, the teacher Odin himself had chosen to shape Thor into a worthy king. He deserved to be treated as an honored guest. You knew all along, didn't you? Zhang Qing smiled too. Of course. Come, let's sit and talk. Odin led Zhang Qing into a room furnished with luxurious tables and chairs. On the table lay some of Asgard's specialties, strangely shaped fruits. Why are you doing this? Is it, as my son said, to reduce Asgard's sacrifices? That is secondary. It's to make him understand the responsibility of a king. I think you've already made him understand that. Odin pondered in silence for a moment. Why? What are you now in his eyes? Perhaps a fatuous king. Indeed, for the sake of Asgard's future, I must present myself in this way, so they will believe in Thor all the more, and help him take the throne. Indeed, he believes you are a fatuous king, so this is also a lesson for him. He has already begun to form his own standard of kingship. I am old after all. Even though my lifespan is enormous, time has only slowed its erosion of me, not stopped it. I hope you can make Thor a worthy king. I will. Every word you have said to him. At some moment in the future he will suddenly come to understand, because by then he will already be a king. Odin smiled, feeling a little relieved. Time may bring erosion, but it also lets saplings grow. Time will prove everything. And the queen. She is at her window. She will watch over the children for me. Just then a soldier came to report. Your Majesty, Heimdall says there is something important to report. Odin nodded, then turned to Zhang Qing. You should go now too. Go and protect them. The Dark World. By using a diversion, Thor managed to shake off the Asgardian soldiers pursuing him, then piloted a prepared Asgardian ship through a secret passage. Of course, it was Loki who had told him. Thor had brought Loki along because Loki knew of the secret passage to the Dark World. We have arrived in triumph. The ship flew through a tunnel and emerged into the Dark World. The dark clouds above seemed to swallow the whole sky, and the earth lay barren and silent. The sun was veiled by storm clouds, and an oppressive feeling settled over the hearts of the three. In the air not far from Asgard, aboard the Dark Elves' flagship, Malekith recovered his strength through a healing device. Although it could not fully heal him, it was enough to allow him to fight. However, he sensed that the ether had disappeared from Asgard and appeared in a place he knew well, the Dark World. His subordinates wanted to help him up and continue onward to Asgard to retrieve the ether, but he stopped them. There's no need to go to Asgard. He turned his head toward one direction. The ether has delivered itself to my doorstep. The Dark World. Loki flew the ship aimlessly, wandering for a long while with Jane and Thor. Growing bored, he turned back to look at the sleeping Jane. If that power were given to me, think of all the things I could do. You would be devoured by it. She's fine, isn't she? For now. Thor didn't want to say more. It drains life. Don't even think about it. Better to think about how we'll face Father when we get back alive. Isn't that monster coming too? Who? Your good teammate. John. You've met him. Of course. He came to me earlier. How else do you think he knew the way in? Thor nodded. Loki looked at him, and couldn't resist mocking him. He's very steady, like an old monster. He's only a Midgardian with a pathetically short lifespan, but compared to him you, a child of a few hundred years, are like a hot-headed brute. Thor shot him a glare, then looked ahead. Loki went on, as expected of Odin's son, you have the exact same look in his eyes. I'm not only Odin's son, I'm also my mother's son. She loves me just as she loves you. Since Frigga had not died, the two did not fall into a senseless quarrel. Loki only let out a snort and turned away. Even though Loki refused to admit it, he had genuinely felt a mother's affection from Frigga, and he was just as furious that she had nearly been killed. Loki, I really hope that one day I can trust you, Thor said suddenly. Loki, whose back was to him, twitched slightly, so subtly that Thor didn't notice. London, Earth. Daisy and her assistant Ian brought Dr. Eric out of the mental hospital, where he had been treated as insane. Why should I be the one stuck with this? And no one pays me enough. There isn't even that much money. The three walked on while Daisy kept complaining. She still had to involve S.H.I.E.L.D. And at this moment, she also wanted to ask S.H.I.E.L.D. for some money, just like Zhang Qing. At that moment, Ian, who was carrying equipment nearby, also began to voice the same complaint. I'm Ian, Daisy's assistant. Nobody pays me either. Eric didn't want to deal with the two grumblers. All that filled his mind now was the convergence. When they reached the door, Ian noticed that the instrument he was carrying for Dr. Eric was going off. He hastily said, Dr. Eric, this device is ringing. It truly has begun, earlier than I calculated. Wait, what has begun? Daisy didn't understand what Dr. Eric meant. But when they came out and saw the sky, they were shocked by the sight. Flocks upon flocks of birds, like sesame seeds scattered across the sky, appeared in dense, countless numbers. But this girl, Daisy said, so the birds are starting now. Those are starlings. When I was little my dad used to take me birdwatching. Dummy, nobody asked you. Then Dr. Eric suddenly said, look. They saw all the starlings vanish into a distorted space. Where did they go? Then the starlings burst out from beneath their feet, making Daisy jump. Afterwards Eric asked them to take him to Jane's laboratory. The Dark World. After some time of flying, Thor and the others finally encountered Malekith. Malekith had brought a large host of dark elf soldiers behind him. Because he feared the red-eyed demon he had seen before, and because the cursed warrior was already dead, he had pulled in a few extra grunts to fill out the ranks, for he had to recover the ether. Loki raised his shackles and suggested Thor unlock them. After Thor released Loki's shackles, the two exchanged a glance, each understanding the other's plan. Then Loki staged his betrayal of kin, casting Jane before Malekith, and as Malekith had no choice but to believe it, he began drawing the ether from her body. Just as Thor and the others were about to strike, the sound of a ship came from behind. They turned to see an Asgardian soldier piloting a vessel carrying Zhang Qing to them. Looks like the fight hasn't started yet. Zhang Qing walked over to the three with a smile. He then looked ahead and saw that Malekith had already finished absorbing the ether. Damn, I should have just rammed straight into him. Seeing Zhang Qing's arrival, Malekith immediately boarded his ship. He had no intention of lingering here. He needed to harness the ether at once and plunge the entire world into darkness. Zhang Qing turned and shouted at the Asgardian soldier who had brought him. Hey buddy, hurry up and blast him! Turning around, he found the ship that had been there was already gone. After all, who would take a fishing boat to fight an aircraft carrier? Certainly not that Asgardian soldier. Zhang Qing turned back helplessly, while Thor spun his hammer ready to wipe out the swarm of dark elf soldiers before him. They're nothing but a bunch of small fry. Zhang Qing struck first, lunging out with an indescribable motion and launching into close-quarters combat. Seeing that they couldn't win through sheer numbers, the soldiers pulled out distortion grenades and prepared to throw them. Thor hurled his hammer in response, leaping into the fray. Zhang Qing immediately activated his Ninetales mode, using shadow clones to hit every dark elf with a Flying Thunder God technique plus a Rasengan. Using Ninetales mode to take out minions was as absurd as Naruto chasing a train in the same form, but it cleared mobs fast, and Zhang Qing found himself rather enjoying this breezy feeling. With the two working together, the field was soon cleared of the remaining enemies. As they prepared to head to Earth, Loki spoke up. I'm not going. I'm returning to Asgard. Forget him. Let's go. Zhang Qing naturally knew what Loki was planning. Odin's age was weighing on him more heavily than ever, and once Loki returned, he could pose as Odin and ship the real one off to a retirement home on Earth. A truly filial son indeed. Thor nodded. Then under Jane's guidance, Zhang Qing set off for Earth. Along the way he asked a question. So you're Thor Odinson, right? Yes, why? Is Odinson your surname? By the way, why are you called Zhang Qing? Is Qing your surname? It's Zhang. Why? And your facial features seem quite different too. Maybe we just aren't under your jurisdiction. Aren't we all on Midgard within the 9 realms ruled by Asgard? Well, the Dragon Kingdom doesn't believe in Odin, and besides, dangerous aliens never enter the Dragon Kingdom. Jane suddenly felt enlightened. Huh, that actually makes sense. So who governs you? Let me think. It seems heaven governs us. After all, we receive the mandate from heaven above and serve the people below, inheriting heaven's decree, may it endure forever. They say, receiving the mandate from heaven and bestowing the mandate upon heaven are two different meanings. One means heaven commands the emperor, the other means the emperor commands heaven. Does the latter really exist? What does that mean? Long live the people. Earth. Daisy was in the London house she shared with Jane, organizing her remaining research materials, when suddenly the door swung open. Jane, how could you just leave like that? The whole world's gone crazy. Those anomalies we saw before are everywhere now. Did you go to a party? Jane ignored her. Turning around, she spotted Dr. Eric. Eric! Jane, thank goodness. Eric had been brushing his teeth studying the anomalies in the video trying to find some clue. Hearing the voice, he looked up, saw Jane, and hurried over to embrace her. Ian, standing off to the side, spotted Thor, and asked in surprise, "You went to Asgard. Where are your pants?" Jane didn't pay Ian any mind because she noticed that Dr. Eric was only wearing a pair of trousers. "He says it helps him think." Jane quickly asked Eric for his research results, then headed further into the house. Thor greeted Eric, and Eric, after responding, noticed Loki was absent. "Didn't your brother come?" "No." "That's great." Thor looked puzzled but soon understood. Yet Eric added, "He's actually still alive." Thor looked confused again. Meanwhile, Daisy and Ian noticed Zhang Qing following behind him. "Oh, you came too? Awesome. Looks like things are about to get a lot more interesting." Daisy spoke up first. "Oh my god! You're that shadow. The one that can turn into a giant golden fox. So cool," Ian said excitedly. Zhang Qing looked at the two of them, a pair of total goofballs, sure enough, like a track sled. The two were equally unhinged. Asgard. Disguised as a soldier, Loki returned to Asgard, and made his way to the palace where he met Odin alone. "My king, we found no trace of Thor, or that weapon in the dark world, but we did find a corpse." Odin narrowed his eyes. "Loki." The word Loki could have referred to the corpse, or to someone else entirely. Earth. The next morning, Thor, Zhang Qing, and the others arrived at the place with the greatest influence when the 9 realms converged, the central square of Greenwich. They prepared to face Malekith and the Ether here. Daisy and Ian were responsible for setting up the instruments. After giving many instructions, Daisy asked him, "Do you know what these instruments are for?" "No." Daisy glanced at him. "Me neither." Eric and Jane went to a library beside the square while Thor stood atop a building waiting for Malekith's ship. Zhang Qing stood right beside him. Before long, an enormous, oddly shaped vessel slowly descended onto the river. Its distinctive silhouette was reminiscent of a cosmic warship from a sci-fi film, delivering a powerful visual impact. The ship was pitch black, its surface covered in a mysterious metallic shell that gleamed with a cold light. The moment it appeared, it drew the attention of the sightseers on the shore. They stopped in their tracks, looked up at the sky, and their faces filled with surprise and curiosity. Some even pulled out their phones to capture this once-in-a-lifetime sight. However, as the ship drew closer, an inexplicable dread rose in their hearts. "Run!" someone shouted, urging the others to flee the area at once. The crowd erupted into panic, scattering in every direction, scrambling to escape the dangerous behemoth. Some turned pale with terror, their limbs weak and frozen in place. Others stumbled and fell in their haste, but didn't bother with the pain, scrambling back to their feet to keep running. The whole scene collapsed into chaos. Shrieks and cries rose and fell continuously, mingling with the ship's roar into a deafening cacophony. "Here they come," Thor said, turning to look at Zhang Qing, only to suddenly find him standing inside a golden fox head, its jaws open as energy gathered within. "What the?" "A sneak attack. They haven't even finished making their entrance." With a slight tremor and the hum of machinery, Malekith's spaceship landed steadily on the plaza. Next, a huge sealed black platform extended from the top of the ship. Malekith stood on it, dressed in a black trench coat, his face marked by old burns, arms crossed, radiating confidence and authority. As the platform lowered, Malekith descended slowly to the ground on its built-in elevator. Boom! Malekith heard a deafening explosion, and a tremendous shockwave blasted him off the elevator. He wrapped himself in the ether, crashed heavily onto the ground, and tumbled several times. After Malekith picked himself up and surveyed his surroundings, 2 figures suddenly leaped in front of him, while dark elf soldiers streamed out of the gaping hole in the ship behind him. Seeing Malekith's sorry state on the ground, Thor whispered to Zhang Qing, "That move of yours is excellent. Look how pathetic he is. I'll have to try that next time." In war, nothing is too deceitful. Warfare is the way of deception. What does that mean? Don't show him any mercy. Meanwhile, with the ether now inside him, Malekith felt far more confident when he saw the two of them. He had merely been caught off guard by a cowardly sneak attack. "Asgardian warrior and unknown red-eyed demon, you really followed me all the way here. Don't worry, Death will welcome you soon." As he spoke, he summoned the ether. Seeing this, Zhang Qing clapped his hands together and instantly entered Ninetales mode. The golden light of Ninetales mode was like a blazing sun, dazzling and radiant, shining in all directions. It gave off a powerful and warm presence, filling everyone with boundless strength and hope. This golden energy seemed able to dispel all gloom and darkness, bringing light and vitality. In contrast stood the darkness of the ether, mysterious and perilous, inspiring dread. This darkness seemed able to drown everything within it, leaving no one able to escape its grasp. The golden light of Ninetales mode and the darkness of the ether formed a stark contrast. A battle to the death was about to unfold. In the library beside the square, the people inside were watching the drama unfold. When they saw Zhang Qing transform into Ninetales chakra mode, one of them said, "Look, he's like the sun. He's glowing." Another person said, "He's more like a light bulb. Look at the thing around that man. It's terrifying, kind of creepy." That other guy is pretty dark too. Thor saw how impressive the two combatants looked and felt a little lacking in comparison, so he raised his hammer, summoned lightning, and began charging up. Seeing this, Malekith summoned the ether to attack, but a golden fox head protected Thor and blocked the ether. Thor gave Malekith no chance to react. A bolt of lightning struck Malekith squarely, sending him flying. Then Thor charged forward and grappled with Malekith. Meanwhile, Jane and Dr. Erik Selvig were calibrating the equipment, waiting for the right moment. If they could hold Malekith off for just a few more minutes, they could finish everything in one stroke. At that moment, Zhang Qing sensed that Darcy and Ian had finished installing the device. He turned around and saw the two of them hiding behind a wall, watching the scene. When Darcy saw Zhang Qing turn to look, she waved at him. Seeing Darcy wave, Ian also waved at Zhang Qing and let out a loud shout. That shout was a terrible idea. The moment it sounded, the dark elf soldiers surrounding Zhang Qing looked over and split off a group to chase them. Seeing this, Darcy whacked Ian on the head, then pulled him along as they ran back. Zhang Qing used a shadow clone to rescue them. At the same time, Thor was hurled by the ether and flew right in front of him, knocking over several dark elf soldiers before Zhang Qing caught him with one hand. Malekith walked toward them, the ether swirling around him and swelling relentlessly, murderous intent surging in their direction. Zhang Qing held nothing back and went straight into his full Ninetales mode. He threw a punch at Malekith on the ground, not daring to use a tail beast ball for fear of blowing up the entire place. Malekith hadn't expected Zhang Qing to turn into something so enormous. He was stunned for a moment, then was punched straight through the floor by Zhang Qing's fist. Just then the device in Jane's hand began to beep. The gravitational fields and the weak points between the 9 realms were slowly converging, and space around them began to distort. Both Zhang Qing and Malekith were swept away by spatial forces and scattered across London. News cameras caught a colossal golden fox appearing in the sky and over the streets, while Thor ended up in a subway station. A pile of cars was dragged into other realms. If future humans ever excavated there, they would certainly believe that humans had once lived there, and were the ancestors of all the races of the 9 realms. On the way, Zhang Qing cancelled his great Ninetales mode and fired a tail beast ball Rasengan at Malekith. Malekith answered with an all-out blast of ether, which filled the sky as it surged toward Zhang Qing. But Zhang Qing immediately called forth his full Ninetales chakra mode and blocked it. Malekith rose to his feet as the ether entered his body, slowly restoring him. Staring at Zhang Qing, he shouted, "Who exactly are you?" "An Asgardian warrior." "Me?" Zhang Qing looked at him impassively. "I am Madara, a god." "A god?" That hammer wielder also called himself a god, but where is there any true god? "I am stronger than you, so I am the true god. Have you ever seen my power at its peak?" As he spoke, blue Susanoo armor enveloped the Ninetales chakra body. A great blade materialized in his hands, and Zhang Qing gripped it with both hands and drove it down toward Malekith. Malekith saw this and felt an overwhelming sense of crisis. He hurled the ether at the descending greatsword, hoping to stop it. But the ether was cleaved apart by the blade. It drove straight toward him, and as he watched the huge sword grow ever larger in his vision, Malekith shouted in despair, "No!" He died beneath the blade at once. Yet without Malekith to control it, the ether began to run rampant. Perhaps because of the alignment of the 9 realms, it swelled endlessly, and started to form a storm. The 9 realms were about to align in the sky. At that moment Thor arrived safely by subway, and met up with Jane and Eric. They watched the rampaging ether in despair. Thor volunteered. Taking the instrument Eric had prepared, he charged into the storm, where he found Zhang Qing. Zhang Qing had deactivated his full form, but he was still shrouded in Ninetales chakra mode, glowing like a lamp amid the dark crimson storm. "You old coot, what are you doing here?" "I'm here to send the ether off." "Who taught you that phrase? Besides, the ether has no solid body to bind to right now. How do you plan to send it off?" Thor fell silent. That was a good point. Zhang Qing spoke again. "Doesn't Asgard have a vessel for holding things like this? I already told Loki to deliver one, but he still hasn't brought it. You even calculated that." "I wouldn't call it calculated. I planned to retrieve the ether right here, but it went berserk. Maybe the ether's power is too great. It interfered with my calculation." Zhang Qing thought to himself, "I'm not going to tell you that I already know the plot, and that Loki is taking so long because he's busy moving Odin to a retirement home." Thor was about to speak when a rainbow bridge appeared beside them. Seeing it, Zhang Qing said, "Here it comes." After the Bifröst's luminous pillar gradually dissipated, 4 of Thor's closest companions emerged: Baltiger, Hogun, Fandral, and the Valkyrie Sif. Sif retrieved a container resembling an oil lamp, and slowly made her way toward Zhang Qing and Thor. Thor nodded to them in greeting. After the 4 exchanged pleasantries, Sif lifted the container, which gradually hovered in midair, yet it failed to absorb the cosmic particles. "Is it ineffective?" Thor asked, gazing at the still container. Sif replied, "Well, not exactly. The cosmic particles' energy is chaotic, so we require a powerful force to drive their absorption." Upon hearing this, Thor raised his hammer, and directly channeled continuous lightning energy into the vessel. As expected, bolstered by the energy, the container began absorbing the cosmic particles. Zhang Qing observed the cosmic particles being slowly drawn in around him. After a moment's contemplation, he clenched his fist in empty air, and the eternal spear materialized in his grasp. Zhang Qing then channeled energy from the eternal spear into the container as well. True to his expectations, the container's absorption accelerated dramatically, completely drawing in all the cosmic particles within moments. The 4 Asgardians nearby were utterly astonished. They had just witnessed the eternal spear. Odin himself had proclaimed, "Whoever wields the eternal spear shall be the ruler of Asgard." They speculated whether Odin intended to pass the throne to a Midgardian, an unprecedented notion utterly beyond imagination. What power did this Midgardian possess? Well, he was undeniably formidable. But would such a Midgardian live long enough to rule over them? At most, he was merely strong. Would this Midgardian use force to subjugate them? After all, he was extraordinarily powerful. Like many Asgardians, they had not forgotten that colossal golden figure before the temple. The sight was absolutely staggering. Could a Midgardian truly achieve such a feat? Were they constantly evolving? If so, would not the Asgardians inevitably be surpassed? In the end, who would truly be the gods? Zhang Qing watched them retrieve the container holding the cosmic particles, pondering whether he should keep some for himself. But perhaps it was unnecessary. Was this to prevent Thanos? Ah, what a dilemma. Sif, holding the container, noticed Zhang Qing gazing intently at the cosmic particles within. She immediately addressed him. "Midgard already possesses more than one Infinity Stone. If another is added, Earth will become a target for all factions in the cosmos." Zhang Qing contemplated this, and nodded in agreement. If he kept this Reality Stone combined with the Mind Stone from Loki's scepter, and the Time Stone from the Ancient One's sanctuary, Earth would hold 3 Infinity Stones. 3 Infinity Stones on a single modest planet would inevitably draw every alien race in the universe to their doorstep. Later, Thor departed with his companions via the Bifröst, leaving Earth behind. Zhang Qing and Jane prepared to leave London and return to New York. "Where has Thor gone?" Eric asked Zhang Qing. "He has committed treason and must return to explain himself to his father," Jane replied. Upon hearing this, Daisy, Ian, and Eric all wore expressions of shock. "He will be fine," Zhang Qing assured them. After all those four who assisted Thor emerged unharmed, so too shall he. Zhang Qing's words brought them some relief. However, he knew that the current Odin on the throne was actually Loki in disguise, and Loki would welcome Thor's exile to Earth with open arms. En route back to New York, Zhang Qing received a call from Peter. "Zhang, I need your help." Asgard Odin sat upon his throne waiting for Thor. He had seen through Loki's treachery. Frigga lived, and therefore there was no need for him to allow Loki's schemes to succeed. Though his body grew frail, he felt no anxiety, for even without a king, Asgard still had its queen. Thor had much on his mind. Since bringing Loki back to Asgard, his father Odin had repeatedly urged him to claim the throne. But Thor, who had always felt he had not yet enjoyed life enough, had refused each time. Midgard held countless differences from Asgard, in cuisine, customs, and traditions. Though its people were weak, or rather the majority were weak, they still possessed a brilliance of culture that captivated him. He found himself drawn to return to Midgard for further exploration. Yet Thor decided to heed his father's counsel. He entered the temple, and beheld Odin seated upon the high throne. After Thor reported his journeys to the Dark World and Midgard, the conversation gradually turned toward the matter of succession. "You once declared that no ruler would surpass you. You were mistaken. The 9 realms united witness you risk your life to save them. Your judgment was sound. So how shall Asgard reward its new king?" Odin well understood that Thor's heart was not truly set upon the throne, yet he felt compelled to offer this reminder. Thor thought of Earth, of the Avengers, who had fought alongside him during the Battle of New York. Then, considering Asgard, he replied, "I shall ascend the throne and fulfill the responsibilities of Asgard's king. However, I believe Loki might be better suited. The struggle for the throne is always drenched in blood. I would rather remain a good man." Odin studied his son. Thor had refused once more. He asked, "Is this truly your conviction?" "Yes, father," Thor confirmed. Odin fell silent, recalling Zhang Qing's words. He found peace in the knowledge that time would reveal all. It would ultimately teach Thor that Loki lacked the capacity to bear the heavy burden of ruling Asgard. "I previously believed you possessed sufficient ability to rule Asgard, and I still do. Yet you have committed treason, and you must face punishment." "Punishment?" Thor was taken aback, yet he accepted it calmly. Though a sting of reluctance lingered, the Odin before him was still his father, still the king of Asgard, who loved every Asgardian subject equally. "Father, I accept the penalty." "Very well, Thor. I hereby sentence you to exile upon Midgard. But this time, I shall not seal your powers nor withhold your weapon." Odin had decided to entrust Zhang Qing with guiding Thor properly. Upon hearing this decree, Thor's eyes lit up with radiance. This was no punishment, it was a reward. His father truly understood him. "Yes, father. Henceforth, I shall dedicate my life to defending the 9 realms." As Thor turned to depart, his father's voice reached him from behind. "Though I am proud of the son I have become, I cannot voice these words aloud, but know that I praise you in my heart. Go, my son." These words had once been spoken by Loki, yet perhaps they mirrored Odin's own heartfelt sentiment. "Thank you, father. By the way, where is Loki?" "He has been returned to the dungeons. Would you wish to visit him?" Thor hesitated for a moment, then agreed, though he decided to visit his mother first. Watching his son's departing figure, Odin's lips curved into a smile of quiet satisfaction, upon reflecting on how Thor had handled the Dark Elf crisis. On Earth, Zhang Qing waited for Jane and her party to finish packing so they could take him with them. Watching their leisurely pace, and remembering Peter's plea for assistance, he briefly considered simply using the Bifröst to make a swift escape. Yet he felt it would be awkward, using someone's elevator as a portal anchor while Heimdall stood watch at the doorway. Just then a Bifröst column materialized before Zhang Qing. Have they heard my thoughts?" As the Bifröst's light pillar dissipated, Thor stepped out from within, a broad smile on his face, as he regarded the gathered crowd. Upon seeing his expression, Zhang Qing asked, "Are you ready to have some fun on Earth?" New York, Queens. After successfully defeating Electro with a high-pressure water cannon, Peter quickly noticed an improvement worth making to his web fluid, increasing its resistance to high voltage. After a night of research, he was so exhausted, he was about to fall asleep. He grabbed a bedsheet, and like a true spider hung his whole body on the wall to sleep. Suddenly he received a phone call. It was his best friend Harry Osborn. After hanging up, he washed up briefly, and arrived outside Osborn Corporation. Looking at the building, Peter couldn't help recalling the time he had defeated the lizard here. After a brief flashback, he entered Osborn Corporation. Led by one of Harry's men, he reached a conference room, where Harry sat staring at the large screen ahead. "What's the matter, Harry? You made it sound so serious. Come on, Peter. I want to show you something." Harry wasted no time. Using a high-tech table, he played a video for Peter, footage of a project Peter's father had once helped develop the mutated spiders. The project had originally been a preliminary attempt to cure patients with terminal diseases such as cancer. Yet no human trials had ever been conducted. Still, Peter knew in his heart that he was the only human test subject. Harry described the project to Peter, and told him that the spiders involved had already been destroyed because of Dr. Connors. But Harry needed that spider blood because it might be able to cure his hereditary disease. Harry pointed to a newspaper on the table bearing a photo of Spider-Man, one Peter had actually taken of himself. What does he have to do with it? Peter felt a flutter of panic. He understood perfectly that Harry wanted to use his blood, but he couldn't expose himself, so he played dumb. He was bitten by one of the spiders, and the mutation took. I don't know the exact science, but he can do everything a spider can do, including healing himself. Harry wore a hopeful smile. I need to find him. I need his blood. Peter was silent for a few seconds. You need the spider's blood. Peter's voice trembled slightly, but Harry didn't notice. Peter slowly sat down, trying to calm his racing heart. Seriously, discussing yourself in front of someone, while trying not to be exposed, is really awkward, dude. It could save my life. Harry sensed Peter's resistance. He knew Peter had a way to contact Spider-Man. That won't work, Harry. It may not be that simple. You know what happened to Connors, right? That's because he was weak. I'm different, Peter. Harry had already lost his reason for the spider blood was his only hope. I don't think he'll obediently come donate blood just because you drive up in a bloodmobile. I mean, with needles everywhere, he'd be sharply aware of it. Peter rambled a clumsy explanation, while Harry smiled and played along. Or maybe with that sharp perception of yours you can just tell me where he is. I'll go and beg him myself. What? Then, citing the fact that Peter had photographed Spider-Man, Harry insisted that Peter knew where Spider-Man was and begged him. In the end, Peter agreed to inform Spider-Man and try to get him to see Harry. The next day, Peter arrived at Harry's home as Spider-Man. Harry was overjoyed to see him, and quickly poured himself a drink. Knowing the tight suit made it inconvenient, he didn't pour one for him. Then Harry and Peter began to talk. The result was predictable. Peter tactfully refused. I can't give it to you, at least not now. Harry flew into a rage, and hurled his glass. Peter dodged it, and Harry ended up hurting himself. Then he ordered Spider-Man out. Peter said he was sorry, and jumped out of the window. Harry leaned over the windowsill searching for his figure, then turned back, and angrily smashed things, cursing Spider-Man as a liar. But Peter hadn't left. Hanging on the wall outside the window, he heard every word clearly. Listening to Harry's curses, his heart was no less heavy. It wasn't that he couldn't help, it was that his blood might kill Harry. What if he asked Zhang Qing for help? The day before, Zhang Qing dealt with the ether. Tennessee, far from New York. After escaping danger, Tony called Pepper from a phone booth to report he was safe, then tried to call Zhang Qing for help, but the phone showed no signal. At that time, Tony didn't know Zhang Qing was in Asgard. If he had, he would have found a way to set up a signal tower in Asgard. So he found a guest house and snuck inside, curing a hereditary disease. When Zhang Qing received Peter's call, Peter asked whether she could cure a hereditary disease. Zhang Qing thought for a moment. It should be that Green Goblin Harry Osborn. Is your friend named Harry? Did you just do another fortune reading? Then did you figure out a solution? Not right now. But you said he wants your blood. Yes, but I know that if I give it to him he'll die. True. But he's already gone mad trying to cure himself. He'll find every possible way to get that blood. But aside from me, is there any blood? There is. Where? At Osborn Corporation. On the rooftop of Harry's place, Peter sat on the edge staring at the disconnected call, deep in thought over whether he should tell Harry. According to Zhang Qing, if he told Harry now, he might be able to persuade him to wait patiently for the research and strive for a cure. But with Harry's current state of mind, perhaps. If he didn't tell him, though, Harry would find out eventually, and in desperation inject the blood. The result would be unimaginable. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to try persuasion anyway. He jumped off the rooftop and went back inside. Mr. Osborn, I have a suggestion. Later that night, Peter returned home and called Zhang Qing again. Zhang, I failed. He's frantically trying to find the spider sample blood in the company. Just as I expected. After all, it's the only chance to cure himself placed right before him, naturally different from a vague distant promise spoken in words. Then what should we do? If you want to save him, steal the blood. Better yet, ask Captain George Stacy to help and search the company on the grounds that Osborn Corporation never completely destroyed the samples. I'll do my best to get there. You might have a major battle ahead. If we directly involve the police, won't it be called illegal enforcement? After all, the blood was stolen. The police simply don't have to say the blood was stolen. They can say an anonymous person handed it in. As long as the blood is genuine, the police can investigate. All right. Zhang Qing tried calling Tony, but no one answered. Then she browsed the news and found that Tony's home had been blown up. So the new plotline had already started. Still, Zhang Qing wasn't worried about Tony being in danger. He was Iron Man after all. By the way, Thor, is there anywhere you'd like to go? Thor, in plain clothes, had turned Mjolnir in his hand into an umbrella. He stroked his chin. I want to look around everywhere. Let's start with your country. It seems very different there. The next morning, Harry hurried to Oscorp. To avoid detection, he used the secret key left by his father Norman to locate the blood storage facilities within the company. He accidentally discovered that Max had been transformed into the Electric Man after an accident, and that the company had secretly used its authority to bring him in for research. However, his access privileges were suddenly revoked. A board member arrived with several police officers and informed him that he had been impeached. It turned out that a board elder had framed Max's accident on Harry. But Harry, who still hadn't obtained the spider blood, kept struggling. Now in his eyes, only his life mattered. Tennessee. Early in the morning, Tony used the little money young Harry had to purchase some equipment, then used his technical skills to assemble makeshift gear, preparing to head to Mandolin's stronghold. A few days ago, he had discovered the truth behind the explosion through Rhodes' account using the latter's simplistic password. He was determined to handle this himself, even at the Armor of Power, because Iron Man was not the suit, it was Tony Stark. That afternoon, Zhang Qing returned to New York and immediately called George Stacy. Oscorp. Dr. Connor's company from before. Yes. We'll likely need you to evacuate civilians again. The opponent this time is particularly troublesome, so Gwen probably shouldn't get involved. Understood. However, Gwen has been interviewing at universities recently, so she won't be coming. University. Oxford. No, it's MIT. Seems not too far away. After hanging up, Zhang Qing thought to himself. It seems Peter didn't manage to steal the blood. If Peter could hear this right now, he would surely say, how was I supposed to know where they stored the blood? Oscorp. Having infiltrated through special means, Harry found Max, who was being secretly studied by the company. He first deactivated the sedatives injected into Max's body, then looked at him and said, Hey, I can get you out, but we're running out of time. Max opened his eyes and looked at the stranger before him, asking, Who are you? I'm Harry Osborn. I want to make a deal with you. Harry kept a smile on his face, hoping to appear friendly. However, Max, who had suffered long torment, could listen to nothing. I'm going to kill you. Harry's lip twitched, but remembering his own condition, he restrained his anger. Don't be like this. Have some ambition, Max. What you really want to kill isn't me, it's Spider-Man. At the mention of Spider-Man, Max couldn't help but grow agitated, his previously composed demeanor suddenly tensing. Harry continued, I can help you catch him, but I need you to do me a favor first. Harry stared into Max's eyes. Help me get back into Oscorp. Help you get in. That's your company. It isn't anymore. Harry shook his head with a self-mocking laugh. Oscorp betrayed both of us. So without me you can't get in. Without you I can't get out. Just as they were speaking, the monitoring room had already detected the alarm and notified the staff. Someone triggered the isolation zone alarm. Send the security team up immediately. On the monitor behind them, Harry and Max's conversation was clearly visible. Harry continued trying to persuade Max, but Max replied, You wouldn't understand what I want. Harry quickly interrupted. You submitted a design for an electrical grid, and they stole it. You want it back. You just want to reclaim what belongs to you. How? That's the entire city's power grid, Max, and it's within your grasp. If you shut it down, Spider-Man will come for you, and you can make him pay. Outside the door, security guards rushed toward the laboratory, preparing to arrest Harry directly. This could serve as another excuse for the higher-ups to impeach him. Hearing the commotion approaching from outside the door, Harry's heart began to race, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Max, we don't have time. Tell me why I should trust you. Listening to the increasingly close footsteps behind him, Harry cried out in a panic. Because I need you. Max froze. You need me? Yes, I need you. You are my only hope of surviving. You need me. Max couldn't quite believe it and repeated the question. Yes, I need you. The guards had already reached his floor and were charging toward him. I need you, please. Harry didn't hesitate and directly used the electric gun he had prepared to shock Max. One of the guards lunged forward and grabbed him, but even while being held, Harry continued shouting. Please! I know what it feels like to be abandoned. Please, Max, I need you. I need you. One guard threw a punch at Harry's face while Max broke free from his restraints, and in the blink of an eye took down all the guards in the room. After regaining consciousness, Harry looked at Max, whose form was continuously coalescing with electric energy, and a smile spread across his face. That afternoon, after Tony rescued the high-ranking official through remote operation of his armor, Rhodes informed him of the location where the President and Pepper had been taken. He summoned his full armor suite through J.R.V.I.S. But wanting to be safe, he requested backup. J.R.V.I.S. Help me contact Zhang. Yes, sir. Zhang Qing, who had just arrived in New York, received Tony's call. Zhang, I need your help. Tony briefly explained the situation involving the extremist soldiers and informed him that both the President and Pepper had been kidnapped. Thor watched Zhang Qing hang up and immediately asked what happened. Tony asked me to help. But didn't that Spider-Man Peter also ask you to help? Tony sighed. I'll go there. All right. Oscorp. Under Harry's threats, he was finally brought to the secret room containing the remaining spider blood, where he saw the last reserve of spider blood. Meanwhile, in the city, Max had destroyed the electrical grid, cutting off power across the entire city and causing a crisis in hospital emergency operations. Before a towering building, Max's silhouette was reflected on the glass. I know you can see me, Spider-Man. It's time for fate to end everything. Peter crouched against the wall, pounding it with one fist. No matter what, he was going to take down Max this time. Then he focused his eyes and saw Max launching himself out of the building with Peter hot on his heels. The two of them wove through the city at incredible speed. Peter glanced at the direction Max was leading him and realized, it's the main power station. Peter understood this might be a trap, but he had to go, because he was Spider-Man, and he carried the hopes of the entire city on his shoulders. Power station. Peter leaped onto the roof of the main control room, gazing down at Max suspended among the shattered cables below. You're too late, Spider-Man. The grid I designed belongs to me. I'm taking it back. I will control everything. To them I shall be God. Before him stood an endless array of devices forming the electrical grid, all interconnected by a tangled web of circuits. Yet Peter's attention wasn't fixed on Max. He glanced at the apparatus below, contemplating his next move. God called Spark, huh? Upon hearing this, Max grew agitated, instantly gathering a sphere of lightning between his hands and hurling it at Peter. Peter swiftly dodged, and the spot where he just stood was shattered to pieces. Not bad power. Peter launched himself onto a water pipe below, using his web to yank it loose and fire it directly at Max. Don't even think about it. Max immediately used his lightning to block the oncoming water, then wrapped the water in electricity and charged straight at Peter. Peter executed a massive leap to dodge, then navigated through the complex terrain of the electrical grid to circle around behind Max, landing a successful kick. Enraged, Max frantically struck Peter with continuous lightning, but Peter evaded each attack. Peter then used his web to fling a debris fragment from the explosion, striking Max. Max was sent flying backward, and Peter pressed his advantage, using his web as a slingshot to quickly close the distance and attempt a kick. However, Max anticipated his move, grabbing Peter mid-air and reversing their positions. The two tumbled through the air and crashed to the ground, with Max pinning Peter beneath him. Max tightened his grip around Peter's neck, his blue aura gradually shifting to orange as he appeared to be gathering power. Ready to concede? Peter taunted Max, who wasted no words. Opening his mouth, he unleashed a bolt of lightning directly at Peter's head, attempting to overload his mind. Unable to withstand the surge, Peter kicked Max away and immediately shot a web line to grab him, trying to pull him down. Max chose to hover in the air, instead condensing energy in his hands that traveled through Peter's web to his shooter. Peter's current shooter hadn't been magnetized with Gwen's help, so it was directly destroyed by the voltage. The web snapped and Peter stumbled backward from the force. Taking advantage of the opening, Max fired a lightning strike at Peter. Meanwhile, Zhang Qing, approaching Peter, activated his Ninetales chakra to heighten his sensory perception, quickly detecting the Flying Thunder God mark on Peter's body. Max's lightning was deflected by a golden fox head. Peter looked closely. Zhang! Who are you? Max narrowed his eyes, studying Zhang Qing draped in golden divine robes. You don't need to know who I am, nor will you ever have reason to. Zhang Qing's calm demeanor enraged Max, who began gathering energy in his hands. Zhang Qing dispelled his Ninetales mode, rotated his neck, and said, I don't need to use my full power against you. He then drew several kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God symbol and threw them toward Max and the surrounding area. After Max dodged one kunai, he quickly hurled the lightning sphere from his hand at Zhang Qing. Zhang Qing used the Flying Thunder God to evade, appearing on a pillar to Max's left, and immediately formed hand seals. Wind release vacuum burst. Max was struck by a powerful invisible force and knocked down. Seeing this, Peter swiftly kicked Max mid-fall and landed on a pillar, causing it to collapse. Peter watched the motionless Max and exhaled lightly. Just as he was about to say something to Zhang Qing, a pillar suddenly began to glow. Oh no! The special electrical pylon normally used to bear power transmission had become a conduit for Max in his lightning state. Using the pylon, Max moved rapidly and sent Peter, who had just kicked him, flying into the power station's control room. He then shot straight toward Zhang Qing at high speed. Zhang Qing used the Flying Thunder God to continuously relocate, launching a kunai midair at the incoming Max, but it passed right through him. Non-corporeal. How familiar. Quickly observing his surroundings, Zhang Qing formulated a countermeasure. After dodging another attack from Max, he stood on an electrical pylon and prepared to form hand seals. Max noticed Zhang Qing's strange hand gestures and decided to strike first, sending Zhang Qing flying and unleashing a barrage of attacks. Max drove Zhang Qing into the ruined electrical grid, using its power to bind Zhang Qing's limbs, then materialized into a solid form and hovered before him. Staring at the immobilized Zhang Qing, Max's hands crackled with lightning. This ends now. You won't be able to perform any techniques. But Zhang Qing smiled. No. It succeeded. Boom. Max watched as Zhang Qing dissolved into smoke before him, then felt a tremendous force strike him from behind, as though his body might shatter. It was Zhang Qing, having deployed the Rasengan. He pressed the spiraling sphere downward with one hand, and in the instant he released it, his other hand activated the 8 Trigrams Sealing method, successfully sealing Max's power. Max crashed to the ground unconscious, as the blue glow faded from his body, revealing his natural skin tone. Peter jumped out and saw Max had reverted to his normal human form. Confused, he asked, "How did he turn back?" "I merely sealed his power. His energy was too chaotic, which is why his entire body turned blue." Just then a police car pulled into view and both Peter and Zhang Qing exchanged puzzled glances. Chief George stepped out of the vehicle. "It's really you. Our inspection reports showed the entire city's power was cut off, then that electrified guy appeared. Thinking about it, you must have fought here. I guessed correctly." "As expected of a chief," Zhang Qing remarked. "But our troubles aren't over yet, Chief. Please take Max away. I've already sealed his power." "All right, but you need to restart the power system quickly. This city requires it." As George approached Max on the ground and was about to cuff him, a voice came from above. "Hello there, Spider-Man." Harry arrived piloting the Green Goblin's armor, a sinister smile on his face. "Chief, get him out of here now," Zhang Qing urged. George wasted no time hoisting Max into the police car and starting the engine. Harry, infuriated by such disregard, swooped toward the vehicle. Peter seized the moment, using an electrical pylon to launch himself and grab onto the aircraft, while George accelerated away in the police car. Harry piloted the aircraft, swerving left and right, shaking off Peter before casually tossing a bomb toward him. Peter had no time to dodge and was blasted away by the explosion, crashing into the ruins. "Hiss!" Peter groaned, pressing his hand against his bleeding abdomen. He tried to shoot webbing onto his wound to stop the bleeding, but his web shooter was broken. "Shit!" Meanwhile, George took advantage of the opportunity to escape the power station using Zhang Qing's Flying Thunder God technique. Just as Zhang Qing was about to teleport Peter out, Harry grabbed her hand with one hand while flying and pulled her into the air. "Huh?" Zhang Qing froze, and Peter momentarily forgot his pain. Harry saw Spider-Man's reaction, and a wave of triumph washed over him. "Spider-Man, weren't you a friendly neighborhood hero? And an honorary police officer, weren't you? Now you can't even move, can you? What do you think would happen if this man fell from here?" Harry climbed higher, his sinister smile growing wider. Zhang Qing watched the ground recede further and further below, then looked up to see Harry still grinning at Peter. His eyes dropped and landed on the bomb strapped to Harry's waist. Peter desperately wanted to laugh, but the wound in his stomach made him uncomfortable, so his expression became incredibly complicated, wanting to both laugh and cry, ending up in a state of helpless amusement. Harry couldn't see Spider-Man's face, but from the struggling movements, he could sense the pain. "That's it, Spider-Man, despair. Just like you made me lose all hope, ha ha ha." Harry suddenly burst into manic laughter. After laughing for a while, he said, "Well then, game over, Spider-Man. Live in despair." Harry let go suddenly, and Zhang Qing plummeted downward. She played along, crying out loudly, "Aw, help! I'm going to die!" Hearing the cry, Harry didn't even glance at Zhang Qing, keeping his eyes fixed on Peter. Yet several minutes passed without the sound of impact, so he looked down, only to see Zhang Qing standing safely below, wearing a mocking expression as she looked up at him. "What's going on?" Harry couldn't comprehend why someone falling from such a great height had survived. Moreover, Spider-Man had remained within his field of view the entire time without making a move. Why? Zhang Qing didn't give him time to continue thinking. She pulled out the bomb she had taken from Harry and threw it toward him. While Harry was still processing the situation, he spotted the incoming bomb and immediately maneuvered his aircraft to evade. However, he was still caught in the blast wave and nearly lost control. He glanced back down at Zhang Qing, then shot forward. Zhang Qing turned and ran straight toward the clock tower, using a series of sharp turns and leaps to draw Harry above it. Zhang Qing instantly activated the Flying Thunder God, appearing directly above him, and delivered a powerful kick that sent him falling. The mark had been placed on Harry the moment he had grabbed her. Before Harry could react with surprise, Zhang Qing kicked him off the aircraft, and he crashed down into the massive gears of the clock tower. Zhang Qing didn't give him time to recover. She tossed the second bomb she had taken from him and detonated it near Harry, blasting him against the gears once more and knocking him into a coma from the head trauma. Zhang Qing used the Flying Thunder God to return to Harry's side, grabbed him, and brought both him and the aircraft back to Peter, who was still bleeding. You? You're so fast. Cut the crap. Take off his gear and put it on yourself. Why? Look at Harry. He clearly had spider venom injected into him. The fact that he's still alive proves this equipment is keeping him going. It must possess healing abilities and powerful ones at that. Upon hearing this, Peter immediately stripped the gear off Harry and put it on himself. Wound detected, initiating healing, process ongoing, complete. Whoa! You can keep this suit for yourself. Huh? Isn't that appropriate? You need to break out of your mindset. Why wouldn't you take what the enemy prepared? But what if someone from Oscorp sees it? Just take it apart, remove the useful components, then repaint it. Who's going to sue you? Oscorp is probably under investigation right now anyway, considering the whole incident about imprisoning Max and hiding the spider blood has already come to light. You're right. The pier. Rhodes and Tony watched as extremist soldiers gradually surrounded them, yet they somehow managed to strike up a casual conversation. Bet they're gonna get their asses kicked in a minute. Believe it. Tony kept his eyes scanning the surroundings and spoke in a low voice to Rhodes. Did you call in backup? I hope it's not just a bunch of toy soldiers. Heh? Tony offered a contemptuous smirk. He had called in Zhang Qing, and he also had his own family portrait. Suddenly the power went out at the pier, startling everyone present. They looked toward the distance, where a massive burst of energy had just exploded in the city. Looks like Zhang Qing's running into trouble over there. We might have our work cut out for us too. I hope he calls in more backup. Even toy soldiers would be acceptable at this point. As they chatted, the extremist soldiers had closed in and were already firing at them. Holy shit! This is hands down the most dangerous mission of my career. Because they didn't explode back then, right? Boom. Tony and Rhodes heard a deafening crash behind them, and Thor appeared at the epicenter of the explosion. Thor. Looks like we can wrap this up sooner than expected. And my boys are here too. In the distance, a squadron of Iron Legion armor was hurtling toward them. One extremist soldier aimed his weapon at Thor and shouted loudly, Who are you? I am Thor Odinson, the God of Thunder. The God of Thunder. Bullshit. I'm the one with the gun. Who the hell are you? Since you insist, I'll show you the full might of a god in his prime. Thor raised Mjolnir, spinning it rapidly as lightning gathered, then struck down the soldier who had dared to speak to him. I bet he picked that up from Zhang Qing. They were definitely together earlier. Tony quipped while suiting up. Why? Because he's acting just like Zhang Qing right now, full of himself. Huh? For the first time, Rhodes genuinely found Tony's joke funny. Together, Thor and Tony easily dispatched the extremist soldiers and rescued the President and Pepper. Although dealing with their leader proved somewhat troublesome, they handled it with ease. Tony then asked Thor about Zhang Qing's situation and learned that she was engaged in a fight far more dangerous than theirs. However, he had no idea that Zhang Qing had actually resolved her battle quite easily. In the end, Tony detonated all of his armor suits, having come to understand the true meaning of being Iron Man. When Thor asked why, he simply paused and thought before answering. Because these suits are merely vessels. I am Iron Man. Captain Rogers had some valid points, but I am absolutely not a coward hiding inside armor. It is I who gives these suits purpose. After hearing this, Thor glanced down at the weapon in his hand. His conviction within grew stronger. He knew that one day the power of the God of Thunder would no longer come from Mjolnir, but from Thor Odinson himself. The next day. Oh heavens, these pieces of equipment have inspired me. Tony gazed with burning enthusiasm at the Green Goblin armor that Zhang Qing and Peter had brought. A healing function. Not bad, not bad. I can equip myself with that too, just in case. Tony, I intend to strip these parts off and install them on Peter's suit. Do you have any recommendations? Of course I do. The moment you said that, I was intrigued. Tony picked up the thruster removed from the glider and pointed at it. This can go on the back of the suit as a flight unit, and it can also deliver a burst acceleration for an even more powerful strike. Tony then pointed to the arm of the Green Goblin armor. This suit enhances strength. If we install it on Peter's suit, perhaps his power will be even greater. Peter propped his chin on one hand and nodded. "Leave it to me. I'll build you a brand new suit." Tony was delighted, but Peter was slightly flustered. "But Mr. Stark, I don't have that much money." "Don't worry. This one won't cost you anything. The working principles of the armor you brought back are already clear to me, and they'll also improve my own suits by no small margin. Don't worry. You just wait for your brand new suit." Zhang Qing patted Peter on the shoulder. "Then I'll be counting on you, Mr. Stark." "HM. It's nothing. We're the Avengers." After speaking, Tony winked his right eye at Peter. In the afternoon, Captain George, together with 2 honorary officers, had apprehended the culprit behind the citywide blackout and uncovered Oscorp's illegal concealment of spider blood, for which the mayor bestowed an honor upon him. To celebrate this success, George deliberately chose an upscale restaurant and cordially invited everyone to dine together there. At the dinner table, Ben Parker and George Stacy chatted with great congeniality. For one thing, as Oscorp was investigated more deeply, its plot to weaponize spider blood was discovered, and the case involving Peter's parents was closed, clearing both of them. Of course, the evidence had been provided by a certain honorary officer. On the other hand, Gwen had passed her MIT interview, and this gathering was equally meant to celebrate Gwen's enrollment. "You 3 should follow your sister's example." Gwen's 3 younger brothers nodded, then resumed eating with their heads down. "What a hassle, going all the way over there. I won't be able to come home often," Gwen complained. "This is for you." Zhang Qing produced a jade bangle bearing the Flying Thunder God's seal, though it was somewhat hard to make out. "What is this?" "A gift for your admission." Gwen accepted it joyfully. Zhang Qing then asked Peter which university he had been admitted to. "In New York." "Not bad." It seemed Spider-Man's war on crime would go on in New York City forever. At S.H.I.E.L.D. "A man shrouded in electricity?" Nick Fury asked with a stern face. "Yes," his subordinate answered. Nick Fury stared at the findings from the investigation into New York City's massive blackout, sent back by the agents he had dispatched, and sank into thought. "He can actually absorb electricity for his own use. I wonder if we can recruit him into the Avengers. So his powers are currently sealed by Zhang Qing." Nick Fury continued his questioning. "Yes, but Director, here is a document from Agent Natasha," the subordinate replied, handing him the file. Nick Fury took the file and opened it. When he saw the few words on the page, ripples stirred even across his ordinarily unruffled face. "Hydra." The next morning at Stark Tower. "See, here is the new suit." Tony opened the suit display platform. The original red and black suit now had a soft cottony texture around the head, and its eye area looked far more vivid. Unlike the sunglasses Peter had originally installed, the new lenses had a white core bordered by black edges, forming a sleek, elegant look. "I took out the old sunglasses and put in the new lenses. They can adapt to your eyes and can widen or narrow your field of vision." Tony pressed the remote and raised the new spider suit. "Your knees and elbows are all fitted with red guards. On one forearm there's an AI transplanted from the Green Goblin armor, responsible for healing the body and monitoring its condition." Tony then pointed to the other arm and smiled at Peter. "If we're making a suit, let's make it perfect. I've installed the AI Friday on your other arm. It may not be as intelligent as Jarvis, but it's enough. It can analyze combat and retrieve the general knowledge recorded by all Stark satellites." Finally, moving to the back of the spider suit, Tony integrated a large thruster assembly into it, ready for flight at any moment. On the calves, as if outfitting the suit with a pair of metal shoes, Tony placed 2 thrusters inside for acceleration. Looking over the whole suit, Tony had installed metal guards on the hands, chest, calves, knees, and head, effectively reducing damage. "With a pair of gauntlets added, you'll be able to put your strength to better use. Otherwise, you always complain about pain and kick with your feet." Peter nodded in agreement. He had always relied on his feet. Now he could use his hands and save the time of shifting moves while swinging on web lines. "Want to try it out in real combat?" Zhang Qing asked Peter. Peter nodded. Tony then asked Jarvis whether there were any experimental targets nearby, as he was eager to test the effects as well. Right away, boss. Searching. There's a criminal in Queens wearing rhino-like armor and causing destruction. The address has been sent to the suits. Great. Put on the suit, Peter. I should get into mine as well. After a while, Tony summoned the new Mark 43, and it appeared before the two of them. This is the Mark 43 newly developed from the upgraded Prodigal Son, and the extra functions of the Green Goblin armor. The armor that opened, it seems Tony stepped inside, and it fitted itself onto him directly. Alright, let's go. Zhang Qing etched the Flying Thunder God seal onto Peter's and Tony's armor. You two go ahead, I'll follow right behind. In Queens, on a main street, Alexei Sitsevic, known as the Rhino, was wreaking havoc in his steel rhino armor. The police officers behind him were unable to do anything. They contacted the captain hoping to reach Spider-Man or Shadow to handle it. George was about to hang up and call Peter when the officer on the phone suddenly shouted, Spider-Man. Relieved, George hung up and began handling a new case. Spider-Man. The crowd at the scene erupted. Spider-Man had returned, and he flew in, knocking the Rhino down with a single punch. Zhang Qing and Tony watched from atop a high-rise. Tony was thoroughly pleased with the new armor and praised Peter's strength as truly formidable. Wow, it's the new Spider-Man! A child in the crowd shouted. Peter felt an unprecedented comfort in the new suit. The Rhino charged and punched at Peter, who raised his arm to block. Support legs extended from the suit's feet, stabilizing Peter as he braced against the force. This ends now. I guess I won't need most of these functions. Good thing I didn't have to toss that manhole cover. Peter leaped into the air. Using Friday, his AI system, he analyzed the weaknesses in the Rhino's control pod, then used the suit thrusters to deliver a devastating punch directly at the cockpit. Rhino's armor shattered. Peter shot webs to pull him out. That's it. Piece of cake. On another street, Nick Fury was driving when several police cars blocked him at a corner. After trading heavy fire, Fury escaped the encirclement and sped ahead. Suddenly, a hooded figure with long hair appeared and blew up his car. Fortunately, Fury reacted in time and used an escape ability to evade through the ground. Bastard! Fury cursed under his breath as the ambush caught him off guard, then climbed into Steve's house. By the time Steve returned home, Fury hadn't even caught his breath before the hooded figure attacked again, blasting him through the air. Before losing consciousness, Fury handed Steve a USB drive warning him not to trust anyone, and that there was a mole with an S.H.I.E.L.D. Steve immediately grabbed his shield and jumped through the window. Spotting the hooded figure, he threw his shield to take him down. To his shock, the man caught the shield with one hand and hurled it back. Steve barely managed to intercept it, taken aback by the sheer force, and staggered backward. The man tossed the shield aside and leaped downstairs. When Steve gave chase, the figure had vanished. Steve recalled Bucky's words from Zhang Qing. Bucky. 2 days later. Steve, Natasha, and Sam Wilson, who had joined the investigation, were driving to S.H.I.E.L.D. to stop the Helicarrier from launching, as Hydra planned to use its advanced weapon systems to eliminate all threats. On the road, they encountered the hooded figure. He stood on their car, tossing Hydra spies out before riddling the vehicle with gunfire. Steve braked hard, throwing the man off, but an armored truck collided with them from behind, sending them flying. The hooded figure seized the opportunity, climbing onto the roof and ripping out the steering column with his bare hands. What the hell? Sam nearly yelped. What kind of mess had he gotten himself into? Before the car went fully out of control, Steve used the doors as shield, sliding several meters across the asphalt before coming to a stop. As they split up to scatter, the enemy opened fire with a cannon, shelling the car. One blast knocked Steve off a bridge. Peter, who was nearby testing his suit, received a warning from Friday. He noticed explosions in the distance and hurried toward the site. Meanwhile, Natasha was locked in combat with a hooded figure, but was clearly outmatched. She managed to paralyze him with a taser, preventing him from firing, then escaped. Steve grabbed his shield and charged forward to engage the figure, kicking the rifle from his grasp. They clashed in hand-to-hand combat. After trading blows, the hooded man struck Steve's raised shield with tremendous force. Steve felt a numbness spread through his arm, and looked up at his opponent. Seeing the figure's eyes, Steve confirmed it was Bucky. Bucky! But in that moment of hesitation, the man drew a knife, and stabbed Steve in the leg unprotected by the shield, then kicked him away. As the figure raised his rifle to finish Steve, Peter arrived. Peter used webbing to snatch the rifle from Bucky, and pinned it to a wall. He ran to Steve's side, and helped him up, asking if he was alright. "I could stalemate him for a day," Steve said, forcing himself to stand, though pain forced him back to one knee. "Captain, you should rest. I'll handle this. Miss Natasha, you should rest too." Peter launched himself into the air. Bucky broke free from the webs, watching as Peter charged. He threw a punch. To Steve's astonishment, Peter caught the punch with one hand. Bucky was equally shocked and swung his other fist. Peter dropped low, coiled his legs, and delivered a powerful kick that sent Bucky flying into the air. 2 strands of webbing latched onto him, and Peter slammed him down, burying him in rubble. Bucky looked up, blood streaming down his face, as his mask cracked open, revealing his true identity. "Bucky! You're still alive! I'm Steve!" But Bucky seemed unresponsive. He threw a smoke grenade, enveloping Peter in darkness. When the smoke cleared, Bucky was gone. "Bucky!" Steve limped over to Peter, watching his friend vanish once more. His heart ached with conflicting emotions. Joy that Bucky lived. Confusion that he didn't acknowledge him. Lostness that they were enemies now. Just then Natasha approached and delivered shocking news to Steve. Nick Fury was still alive. After saying goodbye to Peter, Steve and Natasha drove to the cave where Fury was hiding. There they found him recuperating from his injuries alongside Agent Hill. After a brief exchange, Fury gave Captain America his mission: replace control chips on 3 helicarriers. Then, to prevent further complications, Fury followed Hill and Natasha's advice, and called Zhang Qing for backup. He'd initially considered how expensive hiring this big shot would be, but remembering that Hydra still controlled the helicarriers, he gritted his teeth and made the call. After Fury explained the situation, Zhang Qing quickly realized this was the plot of Captain America, the Winter Soldier, and wondered if events from Avengers Age of Ultron might also be approaching. Will I be seeing those twins soon? I wonder if Vision and Ultron will be created again. Are you listening to me? Huh? Fury suppressed his frustration. He was the one begging for help. Wait, this kid actually charges money. Son of a bitch. Sir, why are you swearing? Just tell me, can you handle this mission? Yes, but the fee. How much? 100 million. $1 million is all I can spare. The address is already sent. Contact Natasha, and she'll brief you on the rest. Fury hung up immediately. Hill watched Fury's already dark face grow even darker. Looks like the director's budget just got worse. The next morning, clouds shrouded the sun, and the overcast weather seemed to portend an approaching storm. Steve stood on the bridge of a dam, gazing into the distance at the river flowing endlessly away, his thoughts carried back by the departing waters to the days before World War II, to him and Bucky. I will stay by your side until the very end, brother. In his memory, Bucky patted Steve's shoulder in promise. Steve had been thin and small back then, and he had believed him. He will definitely be there. Sam found Steve and slowly walked toward him. I know. Steve's thoughts were pulled back to reality by Sam. Regardless of who he was before, the man he is now is no longer your friend but your enemy. Sam feared Steve might hesitate to act when the time came, unable to bring himself to fight Bucky. Steve glanced at Sam, then quickly looked away. I may not be able to do it. He may not give you another choice. He doesn't remember you anymore. But he will. Sam thought this was exactly as expected. Dealing with this enemy might prove troublesome. He will, Sam repeated. Sam fell silent. How could he never seem to get through to him? Don't you dare die. When the time comes, I'll be watching from your left. Steve looked at Sam with confidence. And this mission will be a breeze. Why? Because we have Zhang Qing. Steve turned to gaze at the river where water crashed against the rocks with a crisp sound. Bucky would definitely come back. It's time. Let's move out. Steve turned and walked away. Sam shouted after him.
You're going in that? No. If you're going to war, you wear your uniform.
Steve answered gravely without turning around. And so a Captain America uniform went missing from a World War II museum dedicated to the legend. The security guard felt his job was surely going to be on the line. S.H.I.E.L.D. Building. Agents unaware of the truth chatted idly following launch commands that they believed came from S.H.I.E.L.D. but which were in fact orders from Hydra. Alexander Pierce was boasting before a group of key figures.
I know there have been a few bumps in the road. Some of you would have liked to see me thrown from this car. But we made it. The world should be grateful to us.
Just as he was about to continue, Steve interrupted over the broadcast addressing every S.H.I.E.L.D. agent.
All S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, this is Steve Rogers.
Pierce took a sip of wine to steady his nerves, sensing that his cover was about to blow.
You've heard a lot about me these past few days. Some of you have even been ordered to hunt me down. Now you need to know the truth.
All S.H.I.E.L.D. agents at work came to a halt listening to Steve's speech over the broadcast.
S.H.I.E.L.D. has changed. It has been taken over by Hydra, and Alexander Pierce is their leader.
The people in the office receiving Pierce's hospitality turned their heads to look at him.
The strike teams and the Insight Project as well.
In the broadcasting room, Zhang Qing watched Steve delivering his speech with deep focus, so he told Hill and stepped away. He arrived at the S.H.I.E.L.D. building and used chakra to scale the exterior walls, waiting to apprehend their top figure, Pierce, directly.
But freedom always comes at a price, as it always has. I am willing to pay it. And if I am the only one doing so, so be it. But I believe I will not be alone.
Both Sam and Hill were stirred by Steve's words. Sam teased him, asking whether he had written a script or was just improvising. In Pierce's office, under fire and accusation, Pierce remained unfazed. He knew the Hydra agents were already mobilized. What could one captain possibly do? Break through the window to arrest him?
You self-important son of a...
As he spoke, several agents entered. Pierce ordered them to arrest the intruders, but instead the agents raised their guns and pointed them at him.
I call the shots on this floor.
Pierce only had time to hear the sound of shattering glass. The agents threw themselves in front of Pierce, raising their weapons toward Zhang Qing, who had kicked through the reinforced window. Someone actually came through the window to grab me, and that was bulletproof glass. Pierce realized he was the one now panicking. The man ahead was clearly the highest priority target for assassination, for his power was absurd. Zhang Qing had simply used his chakra to sense the weakest point on the window, and kicked it open. In the same motion, he tossed several shuriken, and immediately unleashed the Spiral Flash Ultimate Will Dance Roar Style 3. Pierce looked at the agents collapsing at his feet, and immediately raised his hands in surrender.
Don't kill me! Don't kill me!
Zhang Qing grabbed Pierce, and vanished in a flash of the Flying Thunder God technique. Just then a middle-aged woman suddenly called out to Zhang Qing, and removed her disguise.
Natasha, how did you get involved in my mission?
Natasha was puzzled. Had Steve not assigned Zhang Qing a task?
The captain didn't give you orders. I took the initiative and went ahead.
Natasha stared at him for a moment, then said nothing.
Fine, no harm done.
Meanwhile, after hearing Steve's speech, S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel split into two factions and erupted into an intense firefight. Steve and Sam, fully geared up, sprinted toward their respective helicopters to replace the control chips. Zhang Qing brought Pierce to Hill's side.
Well, I expected it, but you were fast. But isn't this Natasha's mission? Never mind that. Just tie him up. I want to finish this and go home.
Hill looked exasperated. Zhang Qing truly had no stress at all, Was it because he was simply powerful enough? When would she herself be this relaxed?
Oh, by the way, can I blow up the helicopter? No. What if it becomes absolutely necessary? Then make sure it doesn't crash in a populated area. So troublesome. With you here, things are a lot easier for me.
Zhang Qing decided to head to the building first and deal with the mutinous Hydra agents. Meanwhile, Steve had already replaced the chip in one helicopter while Falcon was being pursued in the skies. After several evasive maneuvers, he finally took down one. Only two remained. On the deck, Bucky was holding off S.H.I.E.L.D. agents attempting to reinforce Steve. Zhang Qing arrived first using the Flying Thunder God technique to rescue the agents. However, he had no intention of fighting Bucky, for he saw Steve approaching.
Captain, hand me the chip. You can take your time with him.
Steve nodded and handed the chip to Zhang Qing, who immediately turned and departed. Seeing this, Bucky hoisted a nearby rocket launcher and fired, but Zhang Qing vanished in an instant using the Flying Thunder God technique. Bucky paid no attention to Steve, for he could not allow Zhang Qing to succeed. That was the organization's order. Then a shield came flying at him. Clearly someone else wanted to stop him.
It's been a while since I last updated.
Steve stood before Bucky, both locked in a tense standoff. Steve hoped Bucky could remember him, so that the two of them might avoid this fight. No matter how hard we struggle, there will always be things in life beyond our grasp. That is what it means to be at the mercy of fate. Many people will die, Bucky. I can't just stand by. Bucky looked at Steve in silence, but seeing Steve still stirred a familiar feeling in his heart. Please don't force me to do this. Steve looked at him with pleading eyes, but when Bucky remained silent, his gaze gradually turned resolute. Steve hurled his shield forward, and their battle began in earnest. Elsewhere, Zhang Qing tossed a Flying Thunder God kunai beneath the airship. The next second, he appeared at the chip. Just as he was about to install it, the Ninetales chakra made him sense overwhelming malice. Zhang Qing dodged aside, a bullet striking the exact spot where he had just been standing. Several pursuers had caught up. Using Flying Thunder God, Zhang Qing dealt with them in an instant, then turned and swapped out the control chip. On the airship, Steve and Bucky, locked in their grapple, suddenly slipped as the airship came to a halt. Seizing the chance, Steve lunged forward and put Bucky in a chokehold. Steve used every ounce of his strength and finally knocked Bucky unconscious. At the same time, Zhang Qing got a call from Natasha telling him to bring Pierce. In Pierce's office, Natasha was using the computer there, attempting to disable the security protocols and send every classified file out over the internet. Both S.H.I.E.L.D.s and Hydras. Moments later, Zhang Qing appeared before them, Pierce in tow. Though they had already witnessed it, his abrupt materialization was still unsettling. You're disabling the security protocols. Aren't you afraid your secrets will be revealed to everyone? Pierce tried to provoke Natasha, but she only glanced at him and went back to work. Zhang Qing leaned in. Are these Hydras? And S.H.I.E.L.D.s Pierce put in, answering on Natasha's behalf. Yet the next second a sharp pain struck his calf, and he instantly fell to his knees. What do you think you're doing? Pierce glared at Zhang Qing, only to receive a slap. Did I say you could speak? You? Smack. You wouldn't dare. Smack. Pierce didn't dare make another sound. But, smack. I didn't say anything. I don't like the look of you. And you just spoke again. Smack. Pierce fell completely silent. The surrounding senior officials all swallowed hard. Natasha had watched the entire scene. When Zhang Qing turned to look at her, she smiled. At that moment, the sound of a helicopter came from outside. Pierce looked out, hoping for reinforcements. Everyone looked out the window. A black helicopter landed on the helipad. Its door opened and Nick Fury stepped out. Seeing that it was Nick Fury stepping off the helicopter, Pierce's heart skipped a beat, because Nick Fury was not dead. Nick Fury walked up to Pierce with a grim expression. Why are you so pretentious? Zhang Qing asked casually. Surprised? I didn't die. Nick Fury ignored Zhang Qing's teasing and cut straight to Pierce. What are you talking about? I'm glad you could come. Really? Wasn't it you who had me killed? You'll understand these things soon enough. Why did you make me the director of S.H.I.E.L.D? Because you are the finest and most ruthless person I've ever known. Everything I did was to protect people. Nick Fury cut him off. Pierce was silent for a few seconds. Our enemies are your enemies. Zhang Qing watched the two of them arguing in the distance, and asked Natasha about her progress. It's done. But Fury has some things he needs to settle with Pierce. Then once these secrets are uploaded online, will you be afraid of your past being exposed? Natasha fell silent. Then slowly she said, I would be. Don't worry. People who truly like you won't stop liking you because of your past. Everyone in the Avengers is your partner. Hearing that, Natasha turned to Zhang Qing. After a long moment she said thank you. The two of them were chatting, which made the surrounding senior officials miserable. They dared not speak, having all watched Zhang Qing slap Pierce moments ago. They exchanged glances, the thought crossing their minds, maybe the rest of them should chat as well. Then a brief false impression of harmony settled over the office, until retinal scan initiated. 2 retinal verification prompts appeared on the glass. Natasha drew her gun and aimed it at Pierce. The other officials, who had been chatting, instantly shut their mouths. Seeing Natasha aiming a gun at him, Pierce suddenly feigned ignorance. What are you doing? Pierce then turned to Nick Fury. Did you think we would forget to revoke your access? I know you would erase my passwords and remove my retinal scan records. But if you want to outplay me, Mr. Secretary, you better keep both eyes wide open. Nick Fury turned and walked to his retinal scanner, lifting his eye patch, thankful he had kept a card up his sleeve. Pierce, on the other hand, was pressed onto the scanner by Zhang Qing, who simply wanted to wrap things up and get paid. Hey, easy. Shut up. Pierce immediately fell silent. Level A confirmed. Encryption code accepted. Security protection disabled. Nick Fury smiled. Though he could not personally act against the secretary in the open, someone as monstrous as Zhang Qing could, and who could possibly deal with him. Sir, would you mind letting me go first? I promise I won't move again. Zhang Qing looked at him with amusement, then took out a phone-like device from Pierce's person and handed it to Nick Fury. Nick Fury flipped it over, then turned his gaze to Pierce. As expected of the secretary, you kept one more card hidden. Is he still useful? No. Why? Nick Fury replied. Zhang Qing grabbed Pierce, then vanished. Only a kunai remained stuck in the ground. A moment later, Zhang Qing reappeared. Where did you take him? The secretary went up to fight the enemy, and tragically died in an explosion aboard the airship. No sooner had Zhang Qing said this than the 3 airships outside the window exploded. It was the secretary himself who went up there, right? Zhang Qing asked with a smile, looking at a few bystanders. They quickly shook their heads, then sensing that was wrong, hurriedly nodded. Nick Fury also asked the reason. Why keep pests around? Nick Fury froze for a moment, then put his hands in his pockets and left the office. Zhang Qing stood by the window. Natasha walked over to him. What's wrong? The mission is over. Shouldn't you be happy? You can go home and rest. So why the furrowed brow? I think I left the captain up there. On the airship. Steve was thrown about in the explosion, all while dragging an unconscious Bucky. After the Hydra incident, Steve was hospitalized to recover, having survived the explosion of the Helicarrier, while Bucky escaped. Nick Fury faked his death and left the United States, and S.H.I.E.L.D. was disbanded, with no one knowing whether it would be reorganized in the future. All the classified intelligence Natasha had leaked also came to light, and law enforcement used the identity records to arrest the Hydra remnants who had not escaped in time. Of course, Natasha, who had caused the intelligence agency S.H.I.E.L.D. to be disbanded by releasing those secrets, also drew the attention of the military, which subjected her to an interrogation-like conversation. The session was open to the public, with a great many reporters present to record it. As the conversation neared its end, why hasn't Captain Rogers come to give a statement? I don't know what more he needs to say. The wreckage drifting in the Potomac River has already explained everything. Natasha responded calmly. Can he explain how national security is supposed to be maintained after he destroyed this country's intelligence agency? What Hydra sold you was not intelligence but lies. And quite a few of those seem to have been told to us by you yourself. An officer interrupted Natasha, and then another politician cut an agent. Some members of the committee believe that since you have both served this country and betrayed it, you should be imprisoned rather than talking back to us at the Capitol. She betrayed only you, so your shame has turned to rage. Natasha turned and looked at the speaker. It was Zhang Qing. So you're the shadow. A wary voice rang out as if scrutinizing something. Then another person said, just as dangerous a character. The word seemed tinged with worry and unease. But just then another person interrupted them, saying in a snide tone, should we be grateful that you're an Avenger? The remark made the atmosphere tense. Everyone turned toward the speaker, confusion written on their faces. The identity of an Avenger piqued the reporter's interest, but it also brought even greater shock. This person was actually the Shadow. You're not going to lock me up, and you're not going to lock up any of us. Do you know why? Natasha cut off the politician's questions. Zhang Qing activated his Sharingan after Natasha finished speaking. He directly seized control of these people and made them his puppets. That was also why he had come here today. Please enlighten us. Because you need us. Natasha smiled with confidence. Yes, this world is a fragile place. Granted, we bear part of the responsibility for that, but we are also the ones most capable of protecting it. If you want to arrest someone, arrest me. You know where I am. The reporter's camera flashes kept flaring across Natasha's face. The officers and politicians present all seemed unable to look her in the eye, as though their eyes had been dazzled by the light. Natasha looked around at the people there, then simply turned and stood up, dragging along Zhang Qing, who had remained frozen in place. Just before being pulled away, the Sharingan whirling in Zhang Qing's eyes had already reverted to his natural pitch-black eyes. The reporter's main focus shifted from the politicians and officers to Natasha and Zhang Qing, and they kept pressing the shutter. This time a relaxed smile appeared on Natasha's face. She was no longer afraid of her past. In an unnamed cemetery, Steve and Sam stood before a tombstone bearing the name Nick Fury. When Zhang Qing and Natasha arrived, Nick Fury and Steve were standing in front of Fury's own tombstone chatting. This really is a bit odd. Natasha had come to give Steve the file on Bucky, while Zhang Qing's purpose was simple, to collect a debt. Nick Fury turned to leave, but then heard the familiar voice demanding payment. He moved even faster. After all, director though he was, he had once been an agent, and he vanished in an instant. Zhang Qing stared at the spot where Nick Fury had disappeared in the blink of an eye, stunned. After all this time, his reflexes are still that sharp. Zhang Qing did not chase after him, because Nick Fury would soon come back. Steve looked at the file on Bucky in his hand, stared at the photo, and fell into deep thought. Sam walked up beside him. Are you going to go after him? You don't have to come with me. I know. When do we leave? Steve said nothing. Zhang Qing walked over. No need to search for him. He'll come on his own. Steve turned to Zhang Qing and smiled. Yes, since you said so, we don't need to go looking. Come on, let's head back. Sam smiled too, glanced at Zhang Qing, then left with Steve. A few nights later, Steve was resting at home when he suddenly heard a faint noise. Alertly, he picked up his shield and walked to the window. Outside, a figure stood silently. When Steve looked closely, it was Bucky. Steve opened the window, and Bucky silently stepped into the room. They looked at each other for a long time without speaking. At last, Steve broke the silence. Long time no see, brother. A few days later, at Tony's invitation, Zhang Qing arrived at Stark Tower, having heard Tony say over the phone that he had something to show him. Hey Zhang, you finally made it. Come look at this. Tony led Zhang Qing into his research lab, where a row of Iron Man suits came into view, although they were somewhat different from the one Tony wore. Robots. You can tell. Yes, they're robots, an Iron Legion, so to speak. Not bad. But tell me honestly, is it because of the Chitauri army in the Battle of New York? Yes. They made me see enemies that were more advanced and more dangerous. Ever since then I've been living in anxiety." Zhang Qing was silent for a moment. "That's because you've made protecting the Earth your responsibility. That burden is too heavy, so when you see a stronger enemy you worry whether you're capable." "Yes, maybe that's it. All right, Tony, remember this, you still have partners and comrades. On this Earth you are not the only one, and we are not the only ones. Perhaps one day we'll get to know them, even fight alongside them." "Fine, then why don't we have a few drinks? I recently got my hands on some new fine liquor. I'll have one with you." "Then you have to drink your fill. It's a deal." Tony led Zhang Qing over to the bar and poured him a glass. "By the way, has Thor left?" Zhang Qing took a sip and tasted something he couldn't quite name. "He left long ago. I helped him get a passport. The god from Asgard boarded a mortal's airplane for the first time." Tony tilted his head back and finished the drink in his hand. The calm before the storm often heralds the coming danger. Though S.H.I.E.L.D. had been disbanded, the agent's mission still went on. Natasha once again threw herself into hunting down the remaining Hydra bases scattered across the world. Agent Hill had joined Stark Industries and found a temporary job. S.H.I.E.L.D's helicarrier had been secretly taken in for repairs, and Nick Fury waited for the day it would soar back into the sky. The Avengers also continued with their own lives aside from occasionally coming out to play superheroes. At Kamartaj atop the Himalayas, a person with a serene face, piercing eyes, gentle movements, and a brisk stride sat cross-legged, floating in the air. In front of them a pearl-sized stone was glowing green, and every gesture radiated an awe-inspiring ethereal transcendence. Indeed, one glance at that gleaming bald head identified her, the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One. With the day of her successor's arrival drawing near, she thought of obtaining more specific information from the stone to find out who that person was. A few minutes later, she slowly descended from the air and opened her eyes. The future has changed. From the time stone, the Ancient One learned that her successor was Stephen Strange, now a highly renowned surgeon. But she had long known she would die in the future, and from the timeline she sensed an aura that did not belong to this world, one that seemed even greater than this world. The Ancient One felt she could no longer remain here waiting for her successor. She had to go out, find that person who did not belong to this world, and test what they thought of Earth. Because the Sorcerer Supreme had guarded Earth for generations, she had to suppress the danger before it emerged. In New York. Peter had made quite a bit of money selling photos of Spider-Man, but Zhang Qing now had no money at all because of a certain fugitive director. She really shouldn't have let Nick Fury go back then. So Peter, delighted, invited Zhang Qing out to eat. Today he had picked a barbecue restaurant. But how could Zhang Qing, with her real face exposed, keep rabid fans at bay? By using the transformation jutsu, of course. One of the basic techniques tested in the Ninja Academy's Genin graduation exam. It was something every ninja could do, except Rock Lee, let alone the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. Peter and Zhang Qing sat in a secluded corner where almost no one could see them. Even the security camera could only capture a sliver. There really was no need to worry about being spotted doing anything in the restaurant. This one and this one. After Peter ordered with the waiter mentioned there was a promotion today, couples got a discount. Peter merely smiled awkwardly and said they were not a couple. It turned out Zhang Qing had used the transformation jutsu to take on Gwen's appearance. It had to be said, turning into Gwen was a relatively low-key choice, since she was a familiar face. Among the few people she knew, only a handful were obscure. Apart from Peter, who wore a mask. But Peter was right there. Could she transform into Peter and pretend they were twins? That might work, but never mind, it would draw even more attention. Why not just transform into some random passerby? Peter didn't understand why Zhang Qing insisted on becoming someone she knew. I can't remember faces. If I can remember one, that person must be someone close to me because I can see them. If she transformed into someone nearby, wouldn't that reveal her at once? But I can change to someone else. As she spoke, Zhang Qing taking advantage of the fact that no one was nearby and no camera could see, raised her hand and transformed into Jane Foster. Peter approved. After all, he had never seen this face before, so it wouldn't be awkward. Soon the waiter came to serve the dishes but froze at the sight of Zhang Qing. Why has he changed to another woman again? The waiter looked at Peter with contempt. Peter had no idea how to explain. Despite the little incident, the two still ate their barbecue as usual.
How is Oscorp doing now? Although residual spider blood samples were found, it still continued to operate, but at the cost of the stock market plunging. And Harry?
At those two words, Peter's hand stopped moving. After a moment of silence, he said,
He escaped from prison. He escaped. Where did he go? I don't know.
Zhang Qing fell into thought. She had now entered unknown territory, because the Amazing Spider-Man had no third movie.
Aren't you supposed to tell fortunes? Don't you know? It's very limited. I can't read people I'm not familiar with. That is, people I've had little contact with. So that's how it is. Even your fortune-telling has weaknesses.
Zhang Qing nodded shamelessly. A few days later, Zhang Qing was sleeping when she suddenly received a call from Natasha.
We've found a Hydra base. But this time we need the Avengers. They seem to have developed some weapons using alien technology. Where is it? Sokovia, Eastern Europe.
After hanging up, Zhang Qing remembered that this should be the Age of Ultron storyline, so she took out her phone and called Peter. Aboard the Quinjet, the Avengers gathered once more. Thor, back from his travels, was so happy to see them again that he went straight over and hugged them.
How was it? Did you enjoy your time there?
Zhang Qing asked with a smile.
Very much. I experienced cultures I had never seen before. When I came to New York, I didn't have that feeling at all.
Thor and Zhang Qing chatted enthusiastically about his travels and experiences while Tony said J.R.V.I.S. to autopilot, grabbed a bag of snacks, and strolled around the Quinjet. He walked over to Peter, who was inspecting his suit, handed him the snacks, and the two started talking about suits again, true suit enthusiasts. Nearby, Banner was listening to music. He used to never dare to relax so casually, but now that Zhang Qing was here, he had no fear of losing control. Seeing Zhang Qing again was pure joy. Natasha and Steve were organizing intelligence at a computer. Steve wanted to absorb all the information before arrival, then issue orders, and complete the mission efficiently. As for Hawkeye, he was there polishing his compound bow. After a while, Steve stood up and told everyone that this Hydra base contained the Mind Scepter Loki had lost on Earth.
Hydra used that scepter to develop new weapons, which is why this mission called everyone here. So this time we must not only destroy Hydra's base, but also recover the scepter.
Hearing this, Tony quickly returned to the pilot seat and told J.R.V.I.S. to prepare the hard drives for stealing data. Those were, after all, the Mind Scepter's experimental data. Thor couldn't help lamenting the mess Loki had left him. It seemed he would still have to find an opportunity to go home and check on him. Zhang Qing, meanwhile, was pondering whether Ultron truly needed to be created. Peter looked up. Though a little embarrassed, he felt he should say it.
By the way, what did the Mind Scepter look like again?
Sokovia, the Hydra base. Hydra members continued their research while nearby, beyond the snowy expanse, J.R.V.I.S. landed the Quinjet at the designated location. The Avengers donned their gear and descended from the aircraft, with Banner also transforming into the Hulk. Zhang Qing drew forth his long-concealed eternal spear, and a golden trench coat materialized upon his frame. For extra precaution, Zhang Qing left several kunai bearing the Flying Thunder God's seal with Barton and Natasha.
If you encounter a fortified stronghold, you cannot breach. Toss this in and contact me.
Natasha and Hawkeye accepted the provisions, though they wondered if they would ever need them. As seasoned agents, they knew to always keep a contingency. Zhang Qing then sensed a powerful surge of malice.
It seems we've been discovered. Come out. I see it too.
Tony observed, noting their weapons were indeed different.
They're armed differently.
Tony surveyed the battlefield as he spoke, then charged forward first.
Very well, it's time we moved in. Surprise them. Avengers assemble.
Steve activated his motorcycle and throttled forward. Natasha rode in a jeep driven by Bucky, while Thor launched himself skyward, spitting his hammer. Peter fired his web shooters and swung away into the sky.
I'm off.
Watching everyone make such dramatic entrances, Zhang Qing wondered why he lacked one. He shook his head and used Flying Thunder God to traverse the distance. A bit humbling, he thought. He wished he could fly too. The team pressed forward like a storm, dismantling enemy defenses one after another. I am a mere grunt. I heard the pay was good here, so I came. With such powerful weapons at our disposal, I figured I could last forever. After all, how could anything possibly defeat these arms? But today several superpowered individuals burst in unexpectedly. Such formidable weaponry proved utterly useless against them. Especially that figure who appeared and vanished in an instant. Truly terrifying. Better to find cover behind a rock. Loud combat echoed outside, gradually fading into silence. I poked my head out and saw the figure standing there drawing his blade. I raised my gun to fire, but the figure suddenly turned. I locked eyes with him. They were red.
Demon!
Bang! Zhang Qing retracted his Sharingan, gazing at the soldier cowering behind the rock under an illusion. He picked up the man's rifle.
This gun is remarkably similar to S.H.I.E.L.D. standard issue.
Natasha and Barton arrived at that moment.
What are you doing?
Hearing their voices, Zhang Qing turned and tossed the rifle to Natasha.
This one's impressive.
Meanwhile, Baron Strucker at the Hydra base had already received news of the Avengers' assault. To boost morale, he firmly raised his fist, declaring to his subordinates that they would never surrender. Turning away, he instructed his confidant to prepare for surrender, hoping handing over the weapons would spare him scrutiny. Still, he would need to erase the records first. However, his confidant reported that the mutant they had expended every effort to perfect had suddenly disappeared. He instinctively understood they had gone to the battlefield. If those siblings perished, his achievements would be utterly in vain. But escape was the priority now. On the battlefield, Hawkeye spotted a remote bunker nestled deep in the terrain. He drew an explosive-tipped arrow from his quiver and fired it toward the structure, then took cover behind a tree, waiting for the expected blast. Silence fell. He turned to nock another arrow, when suddenly he was tackled to the ground. Looking up, he saw a white-haired figure mocking him.
Didn't you spot that in advance?
The figure bolted immediately. Barton barely contained his fury, drawing his bow to fire, but the target had vanished. In the ensuing chaos, a stray shell blast struck him, leaving him wounded and sidelined. Natasha soon arrived at his position. She hurled a kunai toward the bunker.
John, there's a bunker here that needs your attention. Copy that.
Natasha supported the injured Barton as muffled cries echoed from within the bunker.
How about I escort him back to the ship?
Zhang Qing materialized beside them using Flying Thunder God.
All right.
After bringing Barton back to the Quinjet, Zhang Qing used Ninetales chakra to mend his wounds. Though the injuries healed, the pain remained, so Barton stayed behind to rest.
Getting old. It's time to hang up the bow.
Barton mused, reflecting on how time spares no one, not even a seasoned agent. Zhang Qing returned to the battlefield and advanced toward the Hydra base. Meanwhile, the white-haired mutant who had ambushed Barton spotted him and charged forward. Zhang Qing's Ninetales chakra perceived a surge of intense malice, and he instantaneously teleported behind him. Pietro Maximoff, Quicksilver, was astonished by Zhang Qing's reaction and immediately identified his power as enhanced speed.
So it's you.
Zhang Qing rose and faced Pietro. Though puzzled by his words, Pietro replied confidently.
You dodged that time, but can you keep up now?
Zhang Qing reacted swiftly, scattering kunai in all directions. Pietro blurred forward with incredible speed, closing the distance in an instant and delivering a punch aimed squarely at Zhang Qing's face. I've won. Whoosh. Zhang Qing suddenly vanished from sight.
What?
Startled, Pietro lost his focus and, compounded by the treacherous icy terrain, stumbled and fell.
Flash, you can't catch me.
Standing atop a tree, Zhang Qing looked down at the fallen Pietro and couldn't help but smile.
You still have a lot of training to do.
Realizing the situation had turned, Pietro immediately fled toward the Hydra base. Zhang Qing used Flying Thunder God to hasten toward the base as well. Steve and Tony had already arrived, leaving clones behind to assist with sealing the Hulk. Though Natasha intended to sing him a lullaby, caution demanded additional measures. Meanwhile, inside the Hydra base laboratory, Tony was downloading experimental data when he discovered the concealed corpse of a Leviathan. Wanda silently approached from behind and wove an illusion. Pietro rushed in moments later to extract her, but she restrained him and used her powers to force him to witness Tony's vision as well. They simultaneously noticed Zhang Qing's arrival and braced for a confrontation, only for him to press a finger to his lips, signaling silence. They could scarcely care about Zhang Qing now, for they beheld what Tony saw: the entire Avengers lying dead before him, with a Chitauri portal tearing open overhead, just like over New York. Zerd forces pouring through endlessly. What followed mirrored the cataclysmic visions from the films. These were the very sources of Tony's anxiety. Especially those final words spoken by the fallen captain.
"You could have saved us!"
Zhang Qing observed everything through his Mangekyo Sharingan. As Sasuke once said, these eyes can see clearly even in darkness. Nothing escapes their piercing gaze. Tony shook his head, coming to with a cold sweat, finally comprehending that what he had just experienced was merely an illusion. Wanda appeared visibly shaken, her thoughts unreadable, as she gazed at Tony. It was almost unthinkable. Wanda had shown Tony his deepest fears, yet she herself assumed that bankruptcy was his greatest nightmare. By now Wanda had lost all interest in the Mind Scepter. A troubling impulse stirred within her, the urge for Tony to seize the staff and destroy himself.
Should we simply let him take it?
Though Pietro had also been shaken by Tony's vision, he could still distinguish friend from foe. But an unfathomable smile graced Wanda's face, tinged with a hint of madness. Zhang Qing watched as Tony claimed the scepter, then called out to him, and approached.
"Zhang, you're here too."
Tony forced calmness into his voice as he spoke to Zhang Qing.
"Yes, let's go. I'll take you. Using your teleportation." "Good."
Before departing, Zhang Qing cast one last glance at the spot where Wanda and Pietro had been, now completely empty. Pietro had already whisked Wanda away.
"What's wrong?" "Nothing. Just checking if there's anything valuable left." "Typical you."
After a morning's journey, the aircraft carried everyone back to Stark Tower. Banner had already reverted from the Hulk. Zhang Qing never imagined that Natasha's lullaby would prove effective. As Steve had mentioned, sometimes one must keep a fallback plan, even though Zhang Qing's own seal was remarkably powerful. After disembarking, each person went to change out of their gear, planning to gather at Tony's restaurant on Saturday. Meanwhile, in Tony's laboratory, he had secretly summoned Banner.
"Jarvis, we need to study this toy urgently. Tell me the results of its structural and compositional analysis."
Banner asked why Tony had called him, and Tony explained his intention to use the scepter to develop a far more powerful artificial intelligence, showing Banner the neural structure extracted from the Mind Stone. Under Tony's persuasion, Banner finally agreed to join this dangerous project. Clearly, Tony's vision had once again jolted his nerves awake after a period of relative relaxation.
"Does Zhang Qing know about this?"
Since Zhang Qing could divine the future, Banner still wished to seek her opinion first.
"Are we two top scientists incapable of building an AI that remains under our control?"
Zhang Qing had just exited Stark Tower when she suddenly felt she had forgotten something important.
"What could it be?"
She scratched her head, and the Mind Scepter came to mind.
"Ultron."
Zhang Qing rushed into the laboratory and saw Tony and Banner already underway with their research on Ultron. Although Zhang Qing knew exactly how to deal with Ultron given her familiarity with the plot, she preferred avoiding unnecessary trouble. She was already wealthy in New York and intended to enjoy life rather than waste time fighting. Yet Tony was determined to create the AI Ultron. It was currently his only viable means of countering an extraterrestrial army. After all, the scepter lay right before him. If he attempted to research it independently, there was no telling when he might develop weapons capable of defeating extraterrestrials. If they arrived prematurely, Earth would be doomed. This was the terror inflicted upon him by the Chitauri Legion. He did not know whether something even greater than Zhang Qing lurked in the depths of the cosmos, and thus he was consumed with urgency and anxiety. Zhang Qing could read Tony's heart clearly. After spending so much time interacting with and getting to know him in this world, she understood precisely what kind of person he was.
Very well, but let me ask you one thing. If I tell you my research will fail, will you still pursue it?
Zhang Qing stared directly into Tony's eyes.
Yes, because I will not abandon any opportunity.
Tony's gaze was resolute.
Even if it fails. Tony, do we really have to?
Banner was somewhat frightened for this involved the scepter, if it were to lose control.
Very well. This is truly Tony, the man cursed by knowledge itself. Cursed by knowledge.
Zhang Qing did not answer Tony, but instead turned and left.
Tony, shall we continue? Continue.
Zhang Qing booked a flight to Sokovia. This time her destination remained the Hydra base. She intended to locate the twin siblings Wanda and Pietro in advance. In the pitch-black Hydra base, Wanda's eyes snapped open.
Someone's coming!
Pietro asked who it was, and Wanda told him it was the person they had encountered before. Pietro recalled his embarrassing defeat at Zhang Qing's hands, and now harbored thoughts of revenge. Moments later the two heard footsteps growing progressively closer, and Zhang Qing's silhouette emerged from the darkness.
I need your cooperation.
Zhang Qing stated her purpose directly.
Cooperation. Defeat us first, then we'll talk. I'm well aware of that.
Zhang Qing drew several kunai and threw them toward both of them. Wanda raised her hand using magic to deflect the kunai which embedded themselves in the surrounding walls.
He will appear at the location of his weapons.
Pietro warned Wanda, then charged toward Zhang Qing. Keeping his eyes fixed on the scattered kunai, he tried to anticipate where Zhang Qing would reappear. But to his astonishment, Zhang Qing did not dodge, and was struck square in the chest.
Got him!
Yet the Zhang Qing before his eyes transformed into an ordinary chair.
Body replacement jutsu.
Pietro turned around, and saw Zhang Qing already behind him, a kunai pressed against Wanda's throat. Wanda's eyes widened in utter disbelief.
I yield. Don't hurt her. Rest assured, I said I came to negotiate cooperation.
In the original work, the body replacement jutsu functioned as a technique that allowed the user to swap positions with inanimate objects, though this aspect was later forgotten in the storyline.
You care deeply for your sister. She is my only family. Though you are my enemy, I find myself admiring you.
But Pietro remained tense while Wanda shouted,
Don't worry about me, run.
Immediately afterward she unleashed her magic, preparing to fight Zhang Qing to the death. Zhang Qing formed a seal and delivered a palm strike to Wanda's abdomen. When she withdrew her hand, a large hole had been torn through Wanda's clothing, and the glowing pattern of the 8 Trigrams Sealing style branded itself onto her skin, emitting wisps of smoke. Wanda immediately sensed that her magic had suddenly become inaccessible.
What have you done to her? I have merely sealed her powers. Can we now discuss this in peace?
Pietro took a deep breath, attempting to calm his emotions.
What is it that you want? This coming Saturday you will encounter an artificial intelligence named Ultron, which will bring about the destruction of the world. I need you to serve as a spy within its ranks. Very well. Will you spare my sister? No. She will remain as a hostage under my watch. What?
Seeing Pietro's intent to act, Zhang Qing pressed the kunai closer to Wanda's neck. Watching Wanda on the verge of tears, Pietro steeled his heart and said,
Fine. But you must not harm her. Naturally. Farewell. Remember our arrangement, though I suppose it is more accurate to say I am extorting you. In any case, remember my demands.
With Wanda in tow, Zhang Qing vanished instantly, leaving Pietro staring at the empty surroundings before punching the wall in frustration. Zhang Qing brought Wanda to the private jet he had gotten from Tony. Since the Quinjet belonged to S.H.I.E.L.D. and wasn't exactly suitable to fly openly, Tony's private jet was a better choice.
Would you like some fruit?
Zhang Qing had the private steward on the plane bring over fruit and pastries. Of course, the steward was male because Pepper didn't want to see any women on Tony's private jet. Tony was disappointed but had no choice but to comply. In his words, when it came to his woman, he ought to listen to her opinion. Wanda said nothing, just staring at Zhang Qing. Her magic had been sealed by some unknown means he used, so she couldn't kill him now.
Your magic is sealed, and ordinary methods are useless against me. Behave yourself. Once this is over, I'll let you go. You wouldn't want your brother to grieve over your death, would you?
Wanda clenched her fists. Pietro was her only remaining family. She didn't want to lose anyone else. Looking at the fruit on the table, she thought of the hardships she had endured at the Hydra base for the sake of revenge. It had been so long since she last tasted something like this. So swallowing her pride, she picked up a slice.
Delicious.
After several hours, the plane landed in New York. Upon disembarking, Zhang Qing enjoyed Tony's full-service hospitality, a chauffeured ride all the way home. He soon arrived at his villa without even spending any chakra.
Where is this? My home?
Wanda, already brought in by Zhang Qing, immediately pressed herself against the wall, with both hands over her chest, looked around nervously, then darted into the kitchen. Zhang Qing walked slowly into the kitchen to see Wanda pointing a kitchen knife at him, her body trembling.
You're going to kill me with that. Don't come any closer.
Zhang Qing looked at her, and couldn't help but laugh.
You wouldn't want your brother to.
Before he could finish, Wanda's knife clattered to the floor, and she knelt down.
After you're done, don't tell him,
Wanda said in a deathly pale expression.
Really?
Wanda looked at Zhang Qing with tears in her eyes, and hatred written all over her face.
Why are you looking at me like that? Whatever you're thinking, forget it. For now, to keep you from ambushing me, your room is on the first floor. Make your own bed. I'm going grocery shopping.
With that, Zhang Qing left the kitchen doorway. Wanda then heard the front door open and close.
He's actually gone.
She peered out, and found no one there. Only then did she slowly emerge. Half an hour later, Zhang Qing used the Flying Thunder God technique to return home carrying groceries. Turning around, he spotted Wanda crouching by the door, with a kitchen knife, lying in wait to assassinate him. But Wanda had no idea that Zhang Qing was behind her. When she heard someone call her name, her frayed nerves made her jump, and she tumbled to the floor along with the knife. Zhang Qing picked up the knife.
Stop messing around. Did you make your bed? I'm not going to make it for you.
Huh? Wanda watched him take the knife away, not fully processing until he had already walked off with it. Another half-hour later, Zhang Qing had cooked the dishes and set them on the table. He called for Wanda, who was sitting at the doorstep, to come eat, but she refused to respond, putting up resolute resistance.
If you don't eat and starve to death, what about your brother?
Sure enough, once he brought up Wanda's brother, he heard footsteps drawing nearer. Wanda stood before the table with a look of humiliation. Zhang Qing told her to sit down.
Just have something to eat.
Wanda saw the food on the table, an indescribable contrast to what she had at S.H.I.E.L.D. When was the last time she had eaten such a sumptuous meal? Probably when her parents were still alive. Wanda succumbed to Zhang Qing's sugar-coated bullets and reluctantly ate the meal.
One more thing, don't you want to change clothes? There are holes in your clothes. Aren't you cold?
So Zhang Qing handed her one of his new garments, reminding her that it was new and the tags hadn't even been removed. The next morning, Zhang Qing opened the front door he had locked from inside. After walking into the living room without seeing Wanda, he went to her room and tried the door. Finding it locked, he knocked. Inside the room, Wanda, who had been curled up in a corner under the blanket, was startled awake by the knocking. Last night, fearing Zhang Qing would sneak in, she had locked the door and hidden in the corner, not daring to sleep. She had only just been about to fall asleep when dawn was breaking, yet this Zhang Qing actually woke up, and not only that, he had to disturb her.
What an insufferable man!
After knocking for a long time with no answer, Zhang Qing left.
She probably stayed up all night guarding against me. Never mind, I'll go out and eat by myself.
At noon, Zhang Qing returned from Chinatown. Lately, he had managed to get his hands on imported tiguanyin from there, and the handling fees had cost him quite a bit. Then he saw Wanda foraging for food in the kitchen. She was standing in front of the open fridge, sneaking bites of last night's leftovers. Upon seeing Zhang Qing come back, she hugged the bowl of leftovers, grabbed a kitchen knife, and dashed back to her room. Then Zhang Qing heard the door lock behind her. Zhang Qing placed the lunch he had brought back at Wanda's door. After knocking to alert her, he left. Only when his footsteps faded further and further away did Wanda open the door, take the lunch into her room, and hastily lock the door again. In the days that followed, Wanda remained in her room. As Zhang Qing's meal deliveries grew more frequent, she shamelessly began leaving her emptied plates by the door for him to collect.
So it really has turned into feeding a pet, huh?
Zhang Qing then knocked on the door.
Do I need to send you a game console too? You're becoming a shut-in, aren't you?
Unexpectedly, the person inside actually answered.
Sure.
Zhang Qing was laughed into anger. Recently he had noticed books disappearing from his study. He didn't have to think hard, she'd probably swiped them into her room.
There's a party on Saturday. I'm telling you, you have to come and meet the Avengers.
A voice of refusal came from inside the room.
Don't you want to see your brother? Ultron will be there that day.
Still the room refused.
Then no game console. Besides, after Saturday you'll be sent away.
From the room came an answer agreeing to go with Zhang Qing. Good grief. So your brother, card doesn't threaten you anymore. You already know I'm not going to kill your brother. On Saturday, Wanda opened the door and emerged wearing a new outfit Tony had bought and kept in the room. It had originally been spare clothing, and when the house was given to Zhang Qing, it was just passed along as well. Zhang Qing looked at Wanda, who appeared quite at ease, and remembered how she had been sneaking around the villa whenever he was out these past few days, utterly unlike the frightened girl she had been when first captured.
You've been sneaking baths while I'm out, haven't you? My shampoo and body wash have been depleting fast recently. Why do you use so much?
Wanda shyly twirled her hair around her finger.
I use too much. The scent is still lingering in my hair.
In the afternoon, Zhang Qing arrived at Stark Tower with Wanda ahead of schedule. Tony and Banner were absorbed in their research, and Pepper Potts received them, ushering them into the VIP lounge.
You've been utterly silent since you walked in. What's the matter?
Zhang Qing watched Wanda fixate on the wall, sitting motionlessly on the sofa, her expression almost dazed. Upon hearing Zhang Qing's voice, she snapped back to reality and shook her head. In truth, she had never expected to end up at Stark Tower. The hatred simmering within her was fueled by that missile that rained from the heavens bearing the Stark Industries insignia. But devoid of magic, she was powerless. After several days of comfortable living, she had nearly forgotten about her quest for vengeance. Who wouldn't wish to remain in such tranquility? That was her sentiment, yet everything had been destroyed by that missile. Observing Wanda, who seemed like a complete stranger compared to before, Zhang Qing pondered whether he had overlooked some crucial detail.
Stark Tower. Ahem, are you harboring thoughts of revenge against Tony?
Wanda cast him a glance before turning back, falling silent once more.
Don't forget who's been hosting you these past few days. I want to.
Zhang Qing fell silent. Truthfully, he didn't know what to reply. If it wasn't Tony's fault, the missile was still his creation. If it was Tony's fault, he hadn't fired the missile himself.
Wait, shouldn't you hold a grudge against those who instigated the conflict there?
Zhang Qing scratched his head, though fortunately Tony had exited the military industry.
You know about my circumstances.
Wanda had never spoken of it. Had the Avengers already investigated herself and Pietro?
I know everything.
Zhang Qing pressed his fingertips together, crossed his legs, leaned back against the sofa, and wore a knowing smile that made one feel completely exposed. Wanda stared at him for a few seconds before dismissively clicking her tongue.
Hey, show me some respect. I've been staying at your place these past few days. Are you even a man?
Can you stop uttering such irresponsible words? You are the one who brought me here. You're naturally responsible for my sustenance and shelter.
Isn't this to ensure your brother remains focused and doesn't betray us? You simply lack trust in us. You've guessed correctly.
Wanda rose to pour herself a glass of water. Zhang Qing slid his cup forward, signaling her to pour. Wanda held the kettle, hesitated momentarily, but ultimately assisted in filling his cup. Soon night descended. Tony also set aside his research, entrusting J.R.V.I.S. to continue studying Ultron, then proceeded to the entertainment level he had prepared to welcome his distinguished guests. The gathering comprised not only Avengers members, but also his close friends, such as Rhodes, alongside various agents and employees from diverse professions. Steve and Sam engaged in conversation about investigation and military operations they favored, while Tony and Rhodes clinked glasses, their discussion inscrutable. Zhang Qing possessed no interest. It was likely Rhodes preparing to unleash some comedic folly. After accompanying Wanda here, Zhang Qing encountered Natasha mixing drinks at the bar.
Hey, you actually brought a companion. Shall we chat?
Wanda cast a glance at Zhang Qing, who nodded in affirmation. Swallowing nervously, she approached. From a distance, Zhang Qing spied Thor clutching a smartphone, having anticipated he would swagger about with a beverage, bragging indiscriminately.
What are you doing? Oh, Zhang, you've arrived. I'm perusing novels, your Chinese xianxia fiction. Good heavens, it's utterly enchanting. I've never encountered anything so captivating. What else did you accomplish over there? Delving into novel reading as well.
After residing there for several days, I discovered that smartphones can perform myriad functions. Subsequently, I stumbled upon this novel application. The realms depicted within these stories are unprecedented even for one who has traversed the cosmos. Simply extraordinary.
Perhaps the access level is excessively high. Haha, farewell, I must depart. However, I contend your long hair requires trimming. You share this perspective as well.
When I was in China, those matrons, you would term them aunties, criticized my hair as overly long, rendering my appearance listless. Though Thor remained oblivious to the meaning of access level, hearing familiar criticisms only stirred greater excitement within him.
All right, this is for you. What?
Thor produced a parcel wrapped in oil paper.
Melon seeds. They're quite fashionable in China. I promise to procure some for you, albeit these are remnants.
Gazing at the melon seeds, Zhang Qing felt it had been an eternity since he'd last encountered them. He had consumed them frequently in his previous existence. Although the China of this world diverged from his past life, the similarities prevailed. Perhaps he might allocate time to visit someday. Concluding his casual conversation with Thor, Zhang Qing surveyed the vicinity and resolved to locate Wanda, curious regarding what Natasha was discussing with her. However, he was abruptly intercepted by an individual.
Mr. Ing, oh, I apologize, Mr. Zhang, I am Helen Cho. Might I request a photograph with you?
I am your admirer. Zhang Qing beheld the attractive woman with Eastern features before him, blinked, and recalled the narrative of Avengers Age of Ultron.
Don't I recall she harbored affection for Thor? Certainly.
Though uncertain of the rationale, Zhang Qing elected to honor his admirer's entreaty.
What is your opinion of Thor? Thor proves quite amiable, yet you constitute an Easterner, the sole Easterner within the Avengers, and possess such prowess. Incidentally, are you hailing from China? Indeed, though I have temporarily naturalized herein. Temporarily? Do you intend to return? Returning presents no difficulty. Given my prolonged sojourn here, failing to naturalize would prove rather cumbersome.
In reality, Zhang Qing possessed no affiliations within China of this world. Should he aspire to naturalize there, he would require accomplishments to gain recognition. Following his departure from Helen Cho, Zhang Qing proceeded directly toward Wanda, but Tony reapproached.
Was that the lady you recently acquainted yourself with?
She possesses considerable charm. Did your solicitation for the fighter jet pertain to her? Are you unaware of her identity? Does it concern me?
Farewell, you shall ascertain soon enough.
After exchanging parting words with others once more, Zhang Qing perceived that few acquaintances remained ahead. He accelerated his pace and arrived beside Wanda. Natasha raised her gaze.
Oh, come to escort someone. Then you may depart first.
Wanda likewise directed her attention toward Zhang Qing, her eyes pregnant with perplexity, as if inquiring, what business is this?
Ultron shall manifest shortly. Ultron.
Natasha's countenance brimmed with queries, whereas Wanda scrutinized their environs.
Tony's latest artificial intelligence innovation, albeit somewhat unruly. We must exercise precaution.
Staring at Zhang Qing's placid visage, Natasha mused that had she not known his fortune-telling abilities, she would have ejected this party disruptor. Natasha pushed open the door of the bar cabinet and went to look for Tony. After Zhang Qing and Wanda watched her walk away, Zhang Qing pulled out a pair of sunglasses and a headscarf. "What are you doing?" Wanda asked, puzzled, as Zhang Qing took out those two items. "To keep you from being seen by Ultron, I need to hide you." "Can't you beat him?" "It's not a question of whether I can beat him. It can't die. As long as it has access to a network, it can go anywhere in the world." As he said this, Zhang Qing helped Wanda put on the sunglasses and personally wrapped the headscarf around her. "Too close. There's no time." Zhang Qing looked at Wanda, who was now wrapped up like a Middle Eastern bandit, and nodded with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Natasha found Tony, who was drinking with the other Avengers, and said seriously, "You should be in the lab, not at the party." "What's wrong?" After Natasha told Tony about it, Tony said there was no need to worry. "We have Zhang Qing. Nothing to be afraid of." Then Tony went back to chatting. Natasha had no choice but to drop the matter. After all, if Zhang Qing wasn't worried, why should she be? Still, she quietly retrieved her weapon. As an agent, she had to remain cautious. Soon the party was drawing to a close with the remaining Avengers, Dr. Helen Cho and Agent Hill, who was already working at Stark Industries. "Who is this, and why is she dressed like that?" Steve asked Zhang Qing about Wanda's identity. "Just so she won't be recognized." "Have a drink, Captain." Zhang Qing clinked glasses with Steve. Seeing how mysterious Zhang Qing was, Steve didn't press further, and neither did anyone else present. "It's just a little trick." Barton twirled two wooden sticks in his hands, mimicking the way Thor spun Mjolnir. No. It's far more than that." Thor clinked glasses with the others, and said with a smile, "Anyone who is worthy can wield the power of Thor." Barton spoke in imitation of Thor, then couldn't keep himself from laughing. "What is this, man? It's just a trick." "Help yourselves." Thor smiled and gestured for them to try the hammer. Barton, Tony, Rhodey, and Banner all took a turn, but none of them could lift it. "What a pity. I won't be able to rule Asgard," Tony joked. Then came the much-anticipated captain. Thor had been smiling, but when he saw the hammer move, his face changed at once. Then Steve said he couldn't lift it, and Thor smiled again. "Zhang, you should give it a try too," Tony said to Zhang Qing. "All right." Thor smiled as he watched Zhang Qing walk up to the hammer. Last time Zhang Qing had sealed away the hammer's power, but this time was different. There was no seal at all. Honestly, this kind of pointless attempt is just... Zhang Qing stared blankly at the hammer he had lifted. Well. So last time in New Mexico you really were flying straight for me. I thought you had gotten lost." The smile vanished from Thor's face. "What?" Everyone was stunned. There really was someone other than Thor who could lift it. Zhang Qing froze for a few seconds, then slowly set the hammer down, returned to the sofa, and glanced at Thor. Zhang has my father's eternal spear, so he can be regarded as bearing my father's power. It's only natural that he can lift the hammer." Even Thor didn't sound confident in his own words. Could it be that the hammer had taken fright and willingly recognized someone on its own? Who has Thor's fingerprints? That's the correct translation, I think. Tony joked, giving Thor an out. Yes. So none of you are worthy except for Zhang Qing. TCH. Everyone sneered in unison. Suddenly a piercing noise rang out. Rhodey, who had just taken a drink, spat it out. Tony pulled up his control panel to check what was going on. "Worthy." A voice came from the entrance nearby. Then, they saw a battered robot walk in and begin muttering incomprehensible things to the Avengers. Stark. Steve was trying to understand what was happening. After all, that talking robot should have been operated by Tony's AI Jarvis. Why would it have come out on its own? "Jarvis." Tony called out in confusion, but the robot kept speaking on its own. "Is that Ultron?" Wanda leaned close to Zhang Qing. It's under Ultron's control right now." Soon several robots controlled by Ultron burst in. "Dr. Show, take cover in the back," Zhang Qing shouted. "What about me?" Wanda asked. Zhang Qing thought for a moment, then pulled a S.H.I.E.L.D. made gun from his system space. He had swiped some weapons from the S.H. S.H.I.E.L.D. Helicarrier, thinking he could smuggle a few out later to make money. Can you do magic? Zhang Qing shot her a glance, then condensed a raisin gun in his palm and charged at one of the robots. Protect Dr. Cho. Wanda immediately raised the gun and fired at a robot flying toward her. The situation soon stabilized. There were only a few robots, and the Ultron-controlled ones were smashed by Thor as well. Tony and several of the Avengers rushed toward the lab. Zhang Qing stopped Helen Cho. Dr. Cho, once this is over, could you wait for me for a moment? All right. Helen Cho was taken aback. The sudden commotion had left her still reeling, even though the shock had already sobered her up. Then, bringing Wanda, who had removed her sunglasses and headscarf, and Helen Cho, he headed to the lab. When they arrived, the others were in conversation. Thor was in full armor, and the Mind Scepter had been taken by Ultron. Tony projected the broken image of Jarvis among them, as if hinting at the fractures in the Avengers' relationships. Helen Cho went over to inspect the robot's wreckage. I don't understand. You wrote this program. Why would it attack us? That quickly sparked a heated argument. Tony argued about Ultron with the others, including Banner, who had turned against him. Seeing the lack of trust in the room, Tony said, "Do you remember when I flew a nuke into the wormhole and saved New York?" Remember? No. No memory at all. Never heard of it. Rhodey suddenly played dumb. He was equally suspicious of Tony's idea to use the Mind Scepter to create Ultron. Everyone else turned away, unwilling to respond to Tony's words. After all, they were the truth. A massive alien legion invaded Earth through a hole in space, and we stood 300 feet below them. Tony turned to face them. We are the Avengers. We can take down those arms dealers in no time. But that time nearly became our final performance. So how do you intend to win? Tony turned to the captain. Together. Tony stepped forward. Then we will lose. His tone allowed no argument. We will lose. Even if we lose together. Steve looked at Tony calmly, his eyes filled with an unmistakable determination. Tony looked back at him speechless. No one knew what he had seen that day. Thor is right. Ultron is declaring war on us. I want to find him before he's ready. The world is vast. How do we search? We narrow the scope. Steve turned to look at the others. Tony slowly walked to a table, leaning on it, with one hand, his body trembling, disbelief etched in his eyes. He hadn't expected to be so deeply distrusted. He resolved to prioritize upgrading his armor, at least ensuring he had the ability to defeat aliens. We don't need to rush. I know where it is, but first we need to assist Ultron. Zhang Qing walked over to Tony and patted his shoulder. Assist? Steve was puzzled, and the others shared his confusion. Ultron seeks evolution. It will find a way to create a new body, and we need that body. It is the key to defeating Ultron. No matter how Ultron was destroyed, it would flee into the network and resurrect elsewhere. There was no way to permanently eliminate it. Only Vision wielding the Mind Stone could lock its digital presence. The key? How do we use that body? Natasha asked. Leave it to Tony. Let him continue his research. Zhang Qing's words stunned everyone present. They had barely dealt with Ultron, and now they were creating something even more powerful. Tony's eyes burned with intensity as he looked at Zhang Qing, his thoughts crying out, "You understand me? Let me show you a scene first. Look into my eyes." Zhang Qing activated his Sharingan eyes, projecting Tony's illusion for everyone except Tony and Wanda. The transferred memories struck the group like a sudden migraine. Moments later, they came to foreheads drenched in cold sweat. What happened to them? Wanda leaned closer. We showed them the scene where you cast that spell on Tony. The awakened team members pieced together what they had witnessed, then all unconsciously turned toward Steve. Steve understood immediately. In Tony's illusion, he had said Tony could have saved everyone, words that placed immense pressure upon Tony. Tony, while that wasn't really me, I should apologize, because the version of me in your dream said such things. Steve felt awkward, but now he understood why Tony had taken such risks. But we will win. Steve believed it firmly. No, Captain. Unfortunately, we lost. Those words from Zhang Qing rendered the room despairing.
What?
Steve could hardly believe his ears. Tony also turned to Zhang Qing. Though he had somewhat prepared himself, hearing the truth still pained him.
The Avengers lost. None of the powered individuals on Earth could defeat that alien. Who is he?
Tony desperately wanted to know. Zhang Qing turned to face him.
Thanos. Moreover, he knows you, Tony.
All eyes turned to Tony, who was bewildered. How could he possibly know an alien named Thanos?
He believes you, and he shared the curse of knowledge. Ever since you carried a nuclear weapon through the wormhole, he took note of you. Did we lose with the Hulk as well? And we have you.
Banner voiced the question on everyone's minds. Zhang Qing was uncertain himself. Those were Infinity Stones, wielding the power of cosmic rules, while his own abilities operated within the bounds of this universe's laws. Unless he could go to space and confront Thanos directly, but how could he possibly find him?
He is stronger than the Hulk. And he possesses the Infinity Stones, not just one, but all of them. He seeks to collect every stone to achieve a single goal, eradicating half of all life in the universe.
The team was perplexed. Why would gathering all the stones serve such a bizarre purpose?
What exactly is he?
Thor wanted to know Thanos' origins, hoping Asgard might have records.
He is a madman. He roams the cosmos, slaughtering worlds, murdering half the population of every planet he visits, claiming it maintains universal balance. Isn't that a loop, though? If the population is halved, won't it simply grow back to the same number within decades?
Rhodey spotted the flaw.
That's precisely why I call him a murderer. But let's not drift too far. Let's focus on planning how to defeat Ultron.
Zhang Qing led the stunt team to begin their search for Ultron. Before leaving, Zhang Qing first kept Helen Cho behind.
Dr. Cho, keep this safe.
Zhang Qing produced a bracelet bearing his Flying Thunder God mark.
Huh? Although we've only just met, and although you're incredibly handsome, and although I don't want to refuse you, fine, I accept.
Dr. Cho joyfully accepted the gift from her idol.
This bears my Flying Thunder God mark. Wear it, and I can locate you because Ultron's next target is you. What?
Dr. Cho wondered why Ultron would seek her, then remembered Zhang Qing's words about creating a new body.
The sarcophagus.
She sought confirmation from Zhang Qing, who nodded.
Good heavens!
Dr. Cho was stunned. She had merely come here to drink, and now she was being targeted. After Dr. Cho departed, Zhang Qing approached Wanda, who had been watching quietly.
Let's go!
Wanda glanced at Zhang Qing and followed.
What did you give her? Do you want one too?
Zhang Qing asked without turning around.
I don't know.
Zhang Qing turned puzzled. Wanda met his gaze, and immediately looked away.
We'll find Ultron tomorrow. After that, I need to send you back.
Wanda startled.
Why? The plan is advancing. I need your help to buy time against Ultron.
Wanda fell silent. The two walked in quiet contemplation. Soon they arrived at Zhang Qing's villa. Wanda went straight to her room. Watching her go, Zhang Qing sank into thought. The next day, Zhang Qing knocked on Wanda's door, reminding her to come eat breakfast. After a few bites, Zhang Qing saw Wanda approach. She wore the same red jacket from when she arrived. The torn clothing beneath had been mended by Zhang Qing. Zhang Qing noticed her silence.
What's wrong?
Wanda snapped back to reality.
Nothing. Let's eat.
Wanda picked up her fork, hesitated, then switched to chopsticks. It had become her habit.
By the way, this is for you.
Zhang Qing produced a bracelet. Wanda saw the bracelet that Zhang Qing took out and happily took it. She discovered it was made of jade with the name Wanda carved on it in black. That name is the mark I left so I can find you anytime. If you go back to your brother and don't want me to find you, you can throw it away. But before you return to Pietro, you need to keep it with you so that I can ensure your safety. Zhang Qing said between mouthfuls, and Wanda rolled her eyes at him. Don't talk so much while you're eating. And I won't throw it away.
Fine.
Honestly, you're like a child insisting on having one just like theirs. But this one costs far more than theirs. I imported it through an acquaintance, and on top of that there's my handmade labor fee. Thank you. Okay. Eat, we're leaving. At Stark Tower the Avengers were fully equipped and ready to go. Using Zhang Qing's clue they had found Ultron's route. Ultron has scattered across the world. Robotics labs, weapon depots, jet propulsion laboratories. Reports say one or a group of metal men went in and emptied the labs. Casualties. Steve handed back the tablet. Most were knocked unconscious, a few were killed. Hill looked at the tablet in her hand and reported the numbers. Peter, this is going to be another hard battle. Zhang Qing patted Peter on the shoulder, having called him out of school early in the morning. Is it that Hydra thing again? This time we're fighting robots. That exciting. Peter could honestly say that ever since he met Zhang Qing, he had been fighting strange wars, like the aliens in New York last time. Don't worry. There's even more exciting stuff ahead. After saying that, Zhang Qing came to Wanda's side. I'll remove the seal for you. Wanda lifted her clothes, half exposing her stomach, and couldn't help feeling a little awkward. The others nearby who were searching through the information made a new discovery. Based on Strucker's intel, we can narrow it down to a few people. Oh, I know this arms dealer. Tony took out a photograph. Ulysses Clow. What's this strange mark? Thor pointed at the mark on Clow's neck. A tattoo. I don't remember him having that. No, those are tattoos while these are marks. Thor pointed out. Banner also used the computer to identify the mark. In the native language of Wakanda, in Africa it meant thief. Tony and Steve instantly understood Ultron's intention. Recalling Zhang Qing's words, Ultron planned to use vibranium to forge a new body. That would be disastrous. Banner didn't understand what Wakanda had to offer, so Tony told him it possessed the hardest metal in the world, vibranium. Move out, Avengers. Don't give Ultron any more time. Steve put on his helmet. Off the coast of Africa at the scrapyard, Ultron had already arrived with Quicksilver. Even without Wanda it didn't matter. She was after all only a tool to it. Although Quicksilver had agreed to act as Zhang Qing's mole, Zhang Qing had given him no way to get in touch. Could his real purpose just be to take Wanda away? Meanwhile, Clow, who was talking with Ultron, brought up Ultron's sore spot, Stark's creation. It infuriated Ultron so much that he cut off one of Clow's arms. Stark is a freak. Don't compare me to Stark. Oh, you little brat. You really broke your old man's heart. Tony, Thor, and Steve walked over from the walkway in the middle of the ship. When Pietro saw Stark, rage burned within him. He looked around but saw no sign of Zhang Qing, which in Pietro's mind confirmed that Zhang Qing had only wanted to capture Wanda. And so a great battle began. Tony and Ultron took their fight straight into the sky, and Clow's men also opened fire indiscriminately. Pietro accelerated straight into the fight, and punched the shieldless Captain America in the face. Then, curious about Thor's hammer, he was sent flying backward, and finally taken down by Steve. Meanwhile, Wanda quietly made her way to Pietro's side. Overjoyed, Pietro saw her. Wanda. You escaped? Yes, I've successfully earned Zhang Qing's trust. But I need to make them suffer a little. So Wanda cast illusions on all the Avengers. Thor had originally believed that as a god, he wouldn't be affected. It seemed he had overestimated himself. Wanda also took the opportunity to cast an illusion on Banner, who was alone in the Quinjet, making his rage burst out instantly. He turned into Hulk and charged toward a nearby city. Ultron's robots saw this, and felt their plan had become even more stable. They hadn't expected Wanda to escape. Now she could hold the Avengers off much longer. The furious Hulk charged up the hillside, saw the city in the distance, and dashed into it, quickly wrecking several cars. As Hulk smashed things, he saw a figure standing in the distance, Zhang Qing. His appearance gave Hulk a strong sense of danger. Hulk felt as if a red demon were staring straight at him. Hulk let out a roar and charged at Zhang Qing. Seeing this, Zhang Qing immediately activated the first stage of Susanoo, but he hadn't expected Hulk to punch him, and Susanoo straight into a wall with one blow. As expected of the Hulk. It seems I'll have to use all my strength to fight him. Zhang Qing walked out of the wall. His Susanoo had faint cracks on it. As Zhang Qing's Sharingan turned, the Susanoo gradually grew flesh and tissue, then grew legs and Ninetales' chakra poured out. Armored Susanoo. Hulk stared at the giant before him, and more than half the rage in his heart suddenly subsided. The people in the city were at a loss when they saw such an enormous giant. Zhang Qing looked down at Hulk from above. Despair, this is the power of a god. Hearing this, Hulk roared at Zhang Qing and recklessly leaped toward him. But Zhang Qing simply reached out and caught Hulk. Your power is too strong, Hulk. I need to seal you away. Then his hand imbued with sealing power pressed toward Hulk's body. In a few moments an 8 trigram seal gathered anew on Hulk's belly, and Hulk's body gradually shrank. Hulk FKU. You're holding me with one hand, and still saying my power is too strong. Soon Hawkeye, who had been deliberately left behind, and thus did not fall under the illusion, helped Tony carry the other Avengers onto the Quinjet. With a little personal business mixed in, Hawkeye went home during work hours to see his wife flying the Quinjet to his family's villa. Hawkeye, did I forget something? Zhang Qing arrived at the place where the Quinjet had been parked. Where are they? Which raises the question, where had Peter gone? Korea. Peter had made his way here carrying Zhang Qing's kunai. Knowing no one and unfamiliar with the area, he pulled out a map. What? It's a world map. I left in too much of a hurry. Fine, I'll just ask someone for directions. That's right. Zhang Qing had sent him to Korea in advance to prepare. Zhang Qing would get there to ensure the vision was secured. On a truck, Ultron brought Wanda and Pietro along with part of his Iron Legion. Before them lay a large quantity of vibranium brought back from Africa. You're finally back. That guy didn't do anything to you, did he? Pietro embraced Wanda. She was his only remaining family, and he could barely conceal his excitement. It's fine. He didn't do anything to me. It seems we have another companion joining us. Ultron's words, tinged with what seemed like amusement, reached their ears, like a cold breeze sending shivers down their spines. His voice was deep and magnetic, yet brimmed with an indescribable sense of menace. Companion? Wanda asked, puzzled. Of course, companion. I know your story, and I deeply empathize with your plight. I wholeheartedly approve of and share your desire to kill Stark. Ultron approached Wanda, raising his hand in the air before her face, as if caressing it. The little clowns of the Avengers have been driven back. We shall have ample time to prepare. And I need a new body. Yes, a new body. With this form I shall bring peace to Earth. Then what should we do? Wanda seemed ready to dedicate herself to the cause of world peace. We are on the final step. We need the finest vessel capable of containing that power. One only vibranium can forge, and only Dr. Zhao Hailuan's regenerative cradle can construct. Ultron gazed greedily at the shimmering vibranium before him, madness and craving flashing in his eyes. The metal, radiating an aura of mystery, seemed to whisper to him of endless power and possibility. His ambitions erupted like a volcano, and the flames of desire burned ever more fiercely within him. Vibranium, renowned as one of the hardest and most powerful substances in the universe, was undoubtedly the key to realizing his ambitions for Ultron. It could not only forge invincible weapons and armor, but also serve as a tool to dominate the world. Visions of his plan to destroy everything filled Ultron's mind, teeming with grandiose fantasies. He envisioned integrating vibranium into his own body, becoming stronger and invincible. These thoughts surged upon him like a tidal wave, making it impossible for him to suppress his inner excitement. Now the vibranium before him awaited his exploitation, laying a solid foundation for his path of ambition. Meanwhile, at an unknown Avengers hideout, at Hawkeye Barton's residence, Tony had been asked to repair machines in the warehouse, but the machines were fine. Instead, he found Nick Fury. Fury's reason for seeking out Tony was naturally to inquire about Ultron and gauge Tony's attitude. After learning of Tony's stance, he promptly expressed his trust, and then asked whether Zhang Qing was present. He's not here. He has more pressing matters. Is something wrong? Nothing. Of course, he was afraid that Zhang Qing would come to collect debts. Recently his own resources had grown tight, and he had far fewer informants. Tony glanced at him with a puzzled expression, then smiled. Would you like to taste Mrs. Barton's cooking? I would be delighted. Inside the Barton home, Nick Fury skillfully poured coffee.
Do you know, I often like to say one thing to others.
Tony took a bite of a snack from the table.
The Avengers initiative is my greatest accomplishment, and Ultron's opponents are precisely you. Speaking of which, I might need to make a trip to the link, or else that Kid Ultron might suddenly decide to launch missiles while playing around.
Tony leaned against the wall with one hand.
You ought to go,
Steve said with a calm expression, his arms crossed. Meanwhile, Natasha sat in a chair idly fiddling with small components, appearing somewhat at ease, perhaps because she had met some adorable little nephews.
Ultron claims that only the Avengers are his greatest obstacle. Whether he admits it or not, his mission is global destruction. If he succeeds, everything we hold dear will be buried. Go forth, Avengers, and defeat that metallic bastard.
Fury discerned the minor friction between Tony and Steve, differing perspectives born from their distinct identities and social standing. Yet the Avengers needed a unifying force. Beep beep, Tony retrieved his personal artificial intelligence.
It appears we have a mission. The location has been found. It is at Dr. Zhao Hailuan's laboratory.
In South Korea, Dr. Zhao Hailuan entered the laboratory, as usual intending to continue the experiment she had left unfinished. But today she encountered Ultron, and was controlled by him using the Mind Stone, after which she was forced to begin crafting a new body. Ultron shattered the container that suppressed the stone's power leakage, and placed it upon the forehead of the new body.
Humans are so foolish, denying and questioning what they fail to understand.
Ultron gazed at the new body, which was already imagining all the future possibilities. Wanda and Pietro entered, and Ultron, wishing to ensure everything proceeded smoothly, expressed his goodwill toward them. Wanda stepped into the laboratory and beheld the body within the regenerative cradle. The power of the Mind Stone evoked a sense of familiarity in both Wanda and Pietro, for their own abilities had likewise been awakened through the Mind Stone. Just as Ultron felt everything was proceeding smoothly, Wanda secretly awakened the controlled Dr. Zhao Hailuan. Upon being revived, Dr. Zhao Hailuan took in the scene before her, then spotted Wanda. Recalling that this was the person she had seen at Stark Tower that day, she deduced that Wanda was likely aligned with Zhang Qing. Remembering Ultron's true purpose, she ultimately risked her life to sever his data transmission.
Oh, that is quite sufficient.
Ultron fired a palm blast directly at Dr. Zhao Hailuan. She was hurled against the wall, and Pietro, who had long suspected Wanda's involvement, immediately scooped her up and sprinted out of the laboratory. Dr. Zhao Hailuan felt pain coursing through her body, blood continuously welling from her chest. Her life force seemed to be ebbing away. Yet she sensed a surge of vitality energy flowing within her. Glancing toward her side, Dr. Zhao Hailuan saw that the bracelet Zhang Qing had given her had shattered, releasing a torrent of red chakra that was healing her wounded body.
I feel my body overflowing with energy.
By this time, Ultron had already carried the regenerative cradle out of the laboratory. Just as he was about to place it into the truck, a powerful force sent him flying.
Looks like I still made it in time.
Peter, transformed into Spider-Man, kicked Ultron away and retrieved the regenerative cradle using his webbing.
I'm not late, am I?
Zhang Qing emerged from the laboratory. He had arrived using the Flying Thunder God seal on Dr. Zhao's bracelet. On a deserted little street, Pietro set Wanda down. From his arms glanced left and right, and only when he saw no one did he find a step to sit on. What do we do now? Pietro did not question Wanda, because his sister's decision was always right. All he needed to do was trust her. Ultron won't help us. All he wants is destruction. This was true. After all, their grudge against Tony was not something for which Wanda would throw away her own life. Helping Ultron was tantamount to suicide. Wanda had already learned of it from Zhang Qing, and through Ultron's own consciousness confirmed Ultron's purpose. Pietro lowered his head in silence for a long time, then raised it, and said to Wanda in a trembling voice, "Let's go back to Sokovia." Back to Sokovia. Wanda stared blankly at the bracelet on her wrist. These days in New York felt completely different from her days in Sokovia. She recalled the house in Sokovia blown to ruins, no longer worthy of being called home. At the thought of going back, she suddenly yearned for the days in New York. It seemed their task was already complete. There was no reason left to stay. Let's go! Wanda walked out of the street, while Pietro behind her, puzzled by her strange behavior, didn't understand but followed anyway. Outside the laboratory, Zhang Qing and Peter blocked Ultron, one in front and one behind. Oh! So it's Shadow, the strongest Avenger. Stark's bunch truly do over-rely on you. But you're not as rich as Stark, nor do you hold a divine status like Thor. Don't you find that unfair? Ultron spoke those divisive words in a seemingly calm tone. Even if he died here, he could be resurrected, but this body could not be surrendered. None of your beeswax. What? Peter, take it away now. Don't waste time trading words with him. Even as Ultron kept talking, his minions were frantically pushing the cradle into the truck. On hearing this, Peter charged straight into the truck and sent the robot beside the cradle flying. Seeing that, Ultron ordered the truck to drive off, then took to the air and fired a repulsor blast at Peter. Where do you think you're running? Ultron was about to fly away when a massive golden hand seized him. Wretched Shadow, I'll kill you. You've wanted me dead for a long time, even more so now. From the moment of your birth you've wanted to kill me. Ultron wasn't wrong. Apart from Zhang Qing, he didn't regard any of the Avengers as a real threat. To him, the only true threat was Zhang Qing. If Zhang Qing had heard this, he would only laugh at Ultron for underestimating the other Avengers. Even without him, Ultron would still lose. Zhang Qing's presence merely hastened his defeat. You? Enough talk. Meanwhile, Peter was jostled around in the speeding truck's cargo hold. He pulled on his webs to keep the cradle from falling out of the open cargo door, while steadying himself. What a pain. If another swarm of robots shows up, we're really in trouble. The moment Peter spoke, several robots flew in from outside. Oh my God! Peter lamented that he shouldn't have run his mouth. One of the robots raised its arm and fired a repulsor blast at Peter. He pulled on his web line, jumped to dodge, shot a web at the wall to secure the cradle, then leapt high and kicked the robot flying. Thus, inside the cargo hold, a battle between Spider-Man and robots unfolded. Curiously, Ultron's robots also took care not to damage the cradle. Seeing this, Peter evaded the next attack and moved directly in front of the cradle. The robots, realizing the situation, could no longer use their repulsors, so they swarmed him. A friendly reminder: try not to engage Spider-Man in close combat, or you'll only discover that all of your attacks are dodged. Peter gazed at the floor covered in robot fragments, and wiped away a bead of sweat that didn't exist. Right after, the truck began to shake, then stopped. Peter stared tensely toward the area beyond the cargo door, ready to strike at any moment. When a figure walked up to the door, Peter assumed it was an enemy, but it turned out to be Steve. Captain, you're done here. Come on, let's carry this thing up. Tony's been waiting for it for a long time. Where's Zhang Qing? We're about to pick him up, but this takes priority. Inside the laboratory, Zhang Qing helped Helen Cho to her feet. She was healed, yet still in pain. Do you still have wounds? No. Speaking of which, aren't you going after them? No need. Peter isn't that weak. A few mere robots are nothing. Right now, my most immediate task is your safety, and the safety of everyone in your lab. Thank you. But the bracelet you gave me is broken. What a pity. Is it? What a pity. Hearing this, Helen Cho thought to herself, shouldn't you say you'll give me another one? Just then a clamor came from outside, and they heard Steve calling Zhang Qing's name. It seems I have to go, Dr. Cho. Just call me Helen. Goodbye. Ja-ne. After boarding the Quinjet, Zhang Qing saw the cradle and the unfinished body inside. Activating his Sharingan, he perceived a tremendous source of energy at the forehead, the Mind Stone. Zhang Qing wondered if he possessed the Renegade, could he absorb the stone's power? Is there something wrong with it? Seeing Zhang Qing staring at the cradle, Steve couldn't help asking. As expected of an Infinity Stone, it can grant life to a machine. Of course, it could also be the Infinity Stone's own personality. Before long, Barton piloted the Quinjet to Stark Tower. As the cradle was wheeled before Tony and Banner, the two couldn't help marveling at it once they received the data. I want to put Jarvis inside. Tony voiced his idea. None of the Avengers said anything. Instead, they all looked at Zhang Qing. It won't be of any use, because the Mind Stone will give him a new personality just as it did with Ultron. But you can try. According to the movie's plot, Vision was the product of Jarvis merging with the Mind Stone. Calling him a newborn wouldn't be an overstatement. Zhang Qing couldn't guarantee that without Jarvis the new body wouldn't become another Ultron. Put him in. Ultron's personality may have arisen precisely because he lacked proper guidance. Jarvis is your AI. With Jarvis's cognition, perhaps things will turn out differently. To be safe, Zhang Qing could only say this much. Now it all depended on whether Tony was willing. Tony braced his hand against the cradle, gazing at the body inside, and the radiantly gleaming Mind Stone. He recalled Jarvis's companionship all these years, and then remembered the scene he had witnessed at the Hydra base. Tony clenched his hand into a fist. Put him in. Zhang Qing wished Tony would think it over, for Friday was an AI he had kept by his side for so long, as dear to him as a true friend. However, if he brought up that the new body forged from the Mind Stone was the key to defeating Ultron, wouldn't it make him seem petty? Yet Tony had always been one for self-sacrifice. Ever since he bore the mantle of Iron Man, he had shouldered every burden alone. Perhaps that was exactly why he was willing to snap his fingers and annihilate Thanos and his legions at the cost of his own life. Watching Tony and Dr. Banner begin the transfer, the others found seats and sat in silence, their eyes fixed on the cradle and the progress bar on the nearby monitor.
If we study the Infinity Stones, will we really win?
Steve asked Zhang Qing.
I don't know. Maybe that's the only way we won't lose in utter disgrace.
After nearly half an hour, the data upload reached about 90%. Zhang Qing remembered that Thor's lightning was still needed, so he rose and told Tony to halt the transfer. To be absolutely certain, each step had to be followed diligently. Miss one step, and there was no guarantee the being that emerged would be Vision. Since Thor had left midway through, the Avengers had no way to reach him, so all they could do was wait. Zhang Qing recalled that at this point Thor should be off looking for Dr. Erik Selvig. Zhang Qing scanned the room and noticed someone was missing. Wanda. Did Wanda go home with her brother? So she's already astute enough to know Ultron is planning to execute his scheme in Sokovia to put into practice a philosophy utterly opposed to protecting the Earth.
If Thor shows up, he'll know what to do. I need to go to Sokovia. Has Ultron appeared? He'll be there. I have to scout the area first. I'll leave a clone behind to assist you all.
Zhang Qing left a shadow clone behind and departed with Peter. Why bring Peter? Old habit. He was used to having Peter help out. The Avengers watched Zhang Qing's main body leave, then turned their gazes back to the clone.
What?
The clone looked puzzled at being stared at.
So it really is a clone. We've never seen one, only ever read about them in books. True enough. If only I could make clones too.
The Avengers chattered on among themselves.
A shadow clone's strength is lower than the original's, so when the main body is present, it usually doesn't delegate tasks to the clone. It's great against an enemy of equal strength, but utterly useless against a far stronger one.
The clone began explaining the pros and cons of clones to the Avengers. Yet their eyes suddenly lit up. Its strength is lower. Could I throw down with this clone then? If the clone had known what they were thinking, it would have said,
seriously? There's one thing I didn't mention. If someone overwhelmingly powerful uses a shadow clone, the only choice left is surrender.
Sokovia. Ultron, his body rebuilt even larger, slammed his fist against the table in fury. Still unsatisfied, he blasted a machine soldier to pieces with a single shot.
That accursed thing ruined my plan. But I have an even grander plan waiting for you all. When the time comes, I shall drag all of humanity back into biological evolution. I will be a god.
With that, Ultron turned his gaze to the massive machine beside him, forged from the remaining vibranium, a weapon meant to carry out his ideology of peace. Elsewhere, Zhang Qing and Peter stepped off the Quinjet and stared at a completely unfamiliar place, unsure where to find Wanda and Quicksilver. There was one location he did know, though: the Hydra base. Unfortunately, it had already been taken over by Ultron. There was no point in hunting him down now. Ultron could escape through the network. Zhang Qing had no intention of chasing him endlessly, and cutting off the internet was out of the question, as it would go against the natural flow of the world's development. Far better to wait for Vision and settle everything in one stroke. But find Wanda, and he'd find Pietro too. Through them, he could learn which church Ultron was lurking in and evacuate civilians in advance. Zhang Qing sensed the flying thunder god mark on the bracelet he'd given Wanda, and quickly pinpointed the direction.
Found it! Let's go, Peter!
Peter had no choice but to follow. Since joining the Avengers, it seemed they ran these cross-border missions every other day. Wouldn't the local governments eventually arrest them? Before long, Zhang Qing led Peter to a terribly impoverished area. It looked as though it had been rebuilt from the ashes of war. Through the flying thunder god marked, Zhang Qing sensed Wanda inside, and together with Peter he stepped through the entrance. At the main door, Zhang Qing knocked.
Wanda, it's me! Your creditor has come calling. When are you going to pay back what you owe me? Hey, anyone home?
The door swung open with a bang.
I never owed you money.
Wanda's words, and the smile on her face, didn't match at all. Perhaps she'd come across something happy.
Why are you here? Aren't you going to invite us in?
Wanda turned and led them inside, Peter bringing up the rear as he closed the door.
Why are you two here? We've already stopped helping Hydra and people like them.
Pietro felt uneasy seeing Zhang Qing and this unknown newcomer, even though he didn't know who Peter was. He had abandoned vengeance and tried to live a peaceful life, yet here they were knocking on his door anyway.
Pietro, stop it!
Wanda walked over to soothe her brother.
I'm not here to arrest you. It's because Ultron is about to come here.
Pietro was startled, but not by much. Ultron had always been in Sokovia anyway.
So what? I need you to tell me which church Ultron found you at. I want to get there ahead of him. I don't know.
Pietro sat down on a worn wooden chair.
This is about the lives of innocent civilians in Sokovia. We need your help. It's not that I don't want to tell you. I'm a Sokovian too. But I didn't meet Ultron in a church. I met him at the Hydra base. Huh? Because you took my sister and made me a spy, then left without even giving me a way to contact you. I didn't stay by his side for long, but you... I don't even know what to say.
Well, Zhang Qing really had forgotten. He'd asked Pietro to stay close to Ultron to ensure the Mad Machine wasn't up to anything beyond the usual plans. Fortunately, Ultron hadn't deviated from the script, whether that spoke to his unwavering commitment to his ideals or sheer stubbornness.
All right, I'll be off then. Bye, Wanda. Come visit me in New York sometime. I'll treat you to tea. Let's go, Peter.
Zhang Qing led Peter out of Wanda and Pietro's home. Wanda watched his fading figure, then glanced at her brother, knowing in the end she could never abandon her family to leave.
Where to next? Find the church.
Peter and Zhang Qing stood outside the main gate. Zhang Qing had lost his bearings. After all, he had only seen this place in movies. Who could have expected to be transported into one? He would have remembered the places, but Sokovia was a fictional country anyway. Zhang Qing thought hard. He suddenly remembered that there were a few landmark features there, but then he couldn't recall them.
Ultron will definitely know where we're going. Sokovia isn't that big. There are only a few places. Let's search carefully.
On the other side at Stark Tower, Vision had already been born from the cradle. The group initially thought the experiment had failed when they saw Vision rush at Thor, but after being thrown by Thor, he seemed to recover. Since Thor said he saw a vision of Vision while
soaking in a hot spring,
he named him Vision. Vision also clarified his stance to everyone. He stood on the side of life. Zhang Qing's clone, upon hearing this, thought that life and destruction were precisely opposites. Could this be a dual personality within the Mind Stone? Then the group hastened to depart. Since Zhang Qing had gone to Sokovia and had informed them that Ultron would appear there, and now that Vision had no issues, they had to set out. Vision, through the Mind Stone, sensed everyone's emotions. The center of his forehead was glowing.
What's wrong with you?
Tony watched yet another robot born from his own hands, constantly worried that this independent life form would lose control.
I can sense your emotions. I can sense Ultron too. Can you find him?
Steve, already in his combat suit, walked over slowly, holding his helmet.
Yes.
Sokovia. Zhang Qing and Peter had found the largest church in Sokovia. To avoid mistakes, Zhang Qing had placed flying thunder god marks in every church they had discovered.
You're really cautious.
Peter squatted down to look at the flying thunder god mark Zhang Qing had left.
We have to get there as fast as possible. I can't be late. How many more? Only one left at the edge of the city.
Meanwhile, Ultron dispatched the Iron Legion underground and mounted his colossal thruster there, intending to lift Sokovia into the sky. Before him, everything was fully prepared. A cylindrical device stood right before his eyes. He would wait for the Avengers to arrive, reveal his evil plan, and relish their despairing expressions. But Ultron suddenly thought of Zhang Qing. He fell silent for a while. In the end, he turned the switch ahead of time. This plan could not afford the slightest error. He needed stability. Yes, before the Avengers arrived. Zhang Qing and Peter suddenly felt the ground quake.
It started. So soon. That's not like Ultron's show-off personality. Look over there.
Zhang Qing looked in the direction Peter pointed. In the distance, the very ground was splitting apart. The once solid earth seemed torn apart by an invisible force. The fissures widened, emitting a deafening, heart-stopping rumble. Then half of the ground began to rise slowly, like a colossal mountain emerging. Though its pace was gradual, it gave a sense of being unstoppable. Watching the earth ahead rising continuously, Zhang Qing dashed forward.
I'm going up to save people.
Peter snapped back to attention and hurried into a narrow alley. When he emerged, he was already in his red and black suit. The thrusters on Peter's back assembled and materialized. With a single blast, he caught up to Zhang Qing. No time to mourn the spandex Spider-Man, now came Tech Spider-Man. Peter grabbed Zhang Qing and brought him up.
Peter, rescue the people in the buildings first.
Hearing this, Peter smashed through a wall first and charged into a large corporation.
It's all right, everyone. Please all gather together now.
A few webs pulled a bunch of people, and he flew out. Peter had to admit he felt more efficient. Zhang Qing meanwhile headed to the center of the floating island and quickly spotted Ultron.
Oh, you're here.
Shadow, do you see? This is my masterpiece. I know you want to stop it, but even if you stopped it right now, at least 1 billion people would die. Zhang Qing looked at the island that had nearly reached the clouds. Ultron himself couldn't be touched because he would make a comeback. As for the floating island, there was a solution. Just destroy it. So the top priority now was to rescue people. Hopefully Sokovia wouldn't enact the Sokovia Accords afterward.
Huh?
Ultron watched Zhang Qing, who had just arrived, suddenly run off. He was a bit confused. What did that mean? But then, he suddenly heard Tony's voice.
Are you there? We need to evacuate the people quickly. We're here, and we brought some reinforcements.
Zhang Qing was puzzled. Reinforcements? Was it Nick Fury bringing in the backup helicarrier?
We're here.
Zhang Qing heard Wanda's voice, and a smile appeared on his face.
So it seems you brought your brother too. I came willingly after all this concerns humanity's survival.
Pietro's cold voice sounded in the earpiece.
All right, then please use your speed to bring people to the edge of the island.
Zhang Qing chuckled.
You think I don't know you? You're just a siscon. You don't need to tell me.
Then Pietro went silent.
Qing, what about me? Didn't the captain assign you a mission? And aren't you going to cry? What do you mean? Also, the captain is already gone. Nothing much. Then why don't you just go with your brother?
Zhang Qing leaped between two buildings talking to Wanda while rescuing people inside.
It's okay. Hold on to me. Captain, are there more people? Yes. The attack is intense over here. Need help. I think I could hold them off for a day, but the people running here probably can't last half an hour. Is 2,000 enough? Probably. Wait, where did 2,000 come from? Don't tell me you can summon 2,000 clones. They are indeed clones. Then I'll leave it to you. Easy.
Then from a window, in a building, countless Zhang Qings flew out. The area Barton was responsible for seemed to be the suburbs with fewer people. Watching the robots grow in number, he felt increasingly powerless. Suddenly more than a dozen Zhang Qings dropped from the sky. Barton, hiding behind a car, suddenly noticed the noise behind him had stopped. He looked up and said, My God, why didn't you use this trick earlier? Then a swarm of Zhang Qings dashed through the streets. Every robot they passed was blown up by the clones using Rasengan. Oh my god, what is going on? Natasha was in the middle of firing when she saw Zhang Qing all over the streets. Peter was perched atop a building using his web to bring the people inside down to the ground one by one when a huge crowd suddenly burst into the building. What? Peter watched Zhang Qing's incredible efficiency and spread his hands. Fine, I suppose. I'll go deal with those spare parts monsters myself. Wanda and Pietro stood on the street watching a large group of Zhang Qing clones darting back and forth before them. I knew we shouldn't have come. Pietro found a patch of ground and sat down, while Wanda walked over and grabbed a Zhang Qing clone. Are you a clone? Yeah, why? Go help evacuate the civilians with your brother. With you all here, where would we even be needed? You even withstood Ultron's attack. Take me to your main body. That won't work. He has to deal with Ultron. You stay right here. You're not experienced enough yet, so this is a good chance to practice on some minions. The clone Zhang Qing patted Wanda's hand, signaling her to let go. Helpless Wanda could only let go and allow the clone to leave. Meanwhile, Ultron flew through the sky and looked down at the streets full of Zhang Qing. In a fit of rage, he raged a little, then flew back to the church ready to press the button. But Zhang Qing had already been waiting there for a long time. I have waited long for you. This time you won't escape. By then Vision had cut off Ultron's network. As long as the Ultron before them, and every robot connected to him, were destroyed, he would truly die. Seeing this, Ultron immediately shot into the air and fled. But Zhang Qing had anticipated it, and had already reached out with a Ninetales chakra hand to seize him. Yet Ultron accelerated in an instant, and blasted the reaching hand away with his palm cannons. Seeing this, Zhang Qing knew he could no longer hold back. He couldn't let Ultron get away this time. If he did, it would become a story beyond the established plot. Thus a colossal golden fox appeared in the city. Zhang Qing has found Ultron. Steve stared at the gigantic golden fox, and immediately contacted the Avengers through his earpiece. Should we go over there? Natasha stood at the edge of the island, a huge crowd behind her. Shouldn't we be thinking about how to get these people off the island? Banner piloted a Quinjet over to the island. When the people on the island saw the aircraft approaching, they instantly fell into chaos and scrambled to get closer to it. Just as the group was at a loss, a voice came through their earpieces. Can you hear me, Romanoff? Nick Fury's voice sounded through the earpiece, and the next moment a massive helicarrier gradually emerged from the clouds. Looks like reinforcements are here. Natasha smiled. Not bad, huh? I got this big one from an old friend as a backup carrier. It's covered in dust, but it still works. Fury, you bastard. Steve smiled. Do you use that filthy mouth of yours to say hello to your mother? Nick Fury was a little stunned. Steve had suddenly cursed at him out of nowhere. Fine, he had come late, but getting approval took time. Soon the carrier deployed rescue boats, and ferried everyone on the island to the carrier. Don't let those robots get away. Destroy them all. Zhang Qing's voice came through the earpiece. Steve turned toward the enormous figure. Haven't you dealt with Ultron yet? Dealt with him, but he might be hiding among the robots. All right, Tony, please take care of the enemies in the air. Steve simply told the flyers to deal with the flying things. Copy that. Rhodey, follow me. On my way. As for Ultron, even though his body was made of vibranium, a few more good hits would be enough. He was after all just a hard piece of iron. Zhang Qing deactivated his Ninetales mode. His clones were already dealing with the remaining robots. Soon the robots were almost completely annihilated, and the Avengers were ready to evacuate. I'll charge the island's core from below to overload it. Then Thor, I need you to keep pouring charge into it. What happens next you all know. Tony flew beneath the floating island. Explosion. Peter said he was all too familiar with this. He had once met a man made entirely of electricity, but unfortunately never got to use that move. Pietro stepped onto the lifeboat. Wanda was gazing toward the city, as if searching for someone. He's so powerful, he's definitely fine. Come on up. Pietro pulled Wanda, who kept looking back with every step toward the lifeboat. Being praised by you. That must be a good thing, right? Pietro and Wanda heard the voice and immediately looked to the side. "Didn't you see that coming?" That was a line Pietro and Barton often traded with each other in the movies, but this Pietro was hearing someone else say it for the first time. "Humph." Pietro wore a displeased expression and pulled Wanda onto the lifeboat. But Wanda pulled along saw Zhang Qing smile. Seeing how sulky her brother was, she hid behind him and secretly waved at Zhang Qing. After a moment, "Has everyone left the island?" "All evacuated. It's all yours now." Steve pressed his earpiece, and together with the others watched the floating island outside the window. "Time to watch the fireworks." Natasha laughed when she heard Zhang Qing's words. "This is one expensive fireworks show." Zhang Qing smiled too, but then turned and glanced at Banner. That guy hadn't left Earth in the Quinjet, so would it later affect the plot of Thor Ragnarok? Thor. Now. Thor gripped his hammer as a massive surge of lightning gathered around it. He slammed it down hard, and in an instant the island's ground split apart, turning to ash and falling into the sea below. "This is one ugly fireworks show, all black." Barton lowered his bow. The mission seemed complete this time, and after this he was going to retire. To the Avengers it didn't mean much, but Zhang Qing knew that if the civilians up above saw this, they would probably weep. Their homes had been blown up. Heaven knew how much property they had left. After the incident, countries around the world reported on the Avengers, one after another, offering mixed opinions on their actions. Some felt that this way of handling things could not have been better. After all, it wasn't their homes that got blown up. Others feared that no one knew how many people would become refugees, because the Sokovian government didn't seem likely to arrange housing for civilians. On the Avengers' side, Thor had seen a great many things in his dreams, so he planned to return to Asgard. Tony meanwhile intended to retire, so he built a new Avengers base in upstate New York. Next, Steve led Natasha, the newly joined siblings Rhodey, Hawkeye, and Vision. Together they formed the new Avengers, fighting criminals and stopping illegal organizations around the world. After all, they were all newcomers. As for Zhang Qing, he wouldn't do anything without money.